We should be on the internet shortly. Thank you for tuning in to what has been branded Fandom Fridays. Every Friday we've been doing a live stream. Last week we talked a lot about Star Wars and Return of the Jedi. This all kicked off on May the 4th with a 24-hour live stream. We're not doing that here tonight. But tonight we're going to be talking about Harry Potter and doing a whole lot of fun Harry Potter things. We have our free elf Dobby right here holding down the fort. If you've been watching the last couple weeks, you've seen me on here do a lot of talking and spending a lot of time on camera. Fortunately for everybody, I'm not going to be doing that tonight. Tonight we have, excuse me. Tonight we have a whole bunch of Harry Potter experts. My fiance Jen, who created the bar with me, will be here hosting a lot of the night. She'll be doing trivia and a Harry Potter watch-along, along with a very good friend of ours, Matt Varley, who knows as much about Harry Potter, the books and the movies, as I do about Star Wars. So he is a real in-depth fan. Karissa is going to be teaching us how to make some drinks. You can see her behind me right now. And she will also be joining in on the Harry Potter watch-along, which I believe we have one member of each house represented, do we not? We have Matt is a Gryffindor, Jen is a Ravenclaw, Karissa is a Slytherin, and our special guest of the evening is a Hufflepuff. His name is Nikki Misery. If you are a fan of the band New Year's Day, you have heard his guitar work. He's a really cool guy. He's an old friend of mine and a very good friend of my really good friend Matt, who's going to be taking you through the evening. So that is our fun celebrity guest tonight. So you guys are going to get to watch Harry Potter, Prisoner of Azkaban, with a really good panel of Harry Potter fans. You're going to get to do some really difficult deep dive Harry Potter trivia. And in just a minute, Karissa is going to teach clueless me how to make some Harry Potter themed cocktails. So get your bar cards ready at home. Before we go into that, there's just a couple things. A lot of people have been asking about these bad boys. These are aluminum etched gift cards that are reminiscent of something you may have seen in a certain Disney Plus television show. We sell these on our website, scumandvillainy.cantina.com. Click the shop link, and it'll take you to our Shopify store. And you can buy these. They're $150, but they come with $150 in bar credit on it. That is money that's good to be used in the bar when we reopen. Unfortunately, we can't commingle Shopify with our point of sale in the bar. So it's not good for merchandise, but these are all good for buying drinks or food or anything that we sell in the bar whenever we're allowed to reopen. So these are super cool. You can see on our social medias a lot of people who have already gotten them. We are shipping them out. So if you order it, we will ship it to you. It's got our logo down here, and it's got your gift card number etched in there. And this is actual metal. So it's pretty cool. It's a little bit smaller than an iPhone. We are already running late because that seems to be what happens on live streams. So I am going to throw it over to Karissa, who's going to talk a little bit about how she came up with the Harry Potter cocktails while I go get to my drink station. And then we're going to get going with the programming for the evening. Thank you guys all for watching.
Oh. Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in again. We're going to start. We have a few cocktails that I created myself, as well as promised, we are doing a Scum and Villainy favorite, the Dumbledore Special. If you've been here before, that's going to be our take on butterbeer. So it's pretty delicious, very sweet, tastes like you're actually eating a butterscotch candy. So I'm going to walk you through how to create one of our Scum and Villainy favorite cocktails. You can order here when we open back up, so you can enjoy that from the comfort of your own home. So to kick us off, I am going to start with our Wolfsbane potion. I created this because we are watching Prisoner of Azkaban tonight, and this is the potion that werewolves drink in order to keep their mind when they transform. So I am going to start with my shaker, and I'm going to fill it with ice. I'm going to be doing 2 ounces of your choice of scotch right into the shaker.
And if you guys are watching at home and you're like, what's going on? Why is this so crazy? Why is he over there and she over there and this over there? I can't get my bearings. We're trying to be responsible. We're trying to maintain social distancing, be safe, but still have some fun with all of our people who take part in all of our social media stuff.
Keeping everyone safe. It's important.
It's also, there's only 3 of us here right now in a 2,000 square foot spot so that we can maintain that safety. So that's why you'll see all of us kind of like running around and hitting buttons trying to bring this together.
Right. There's literally 3 of us here right now, so we're running on a very small skeleton crew here. Okay, so we did the 2 ounces of scotch. I poured in my ½ ounce of Aperol, so if you haven't done that, just go ahead and put that in the shaker. And then we're going to be doing a ½ ounce of lemon juice. Perfect. And then I'm going to stir this together. We are using a scotch and not a ton of different fruits or syrups, so we are going to make sure that this is nice and stirred so we don't bruise that.
We talked about that last week.
Yeah.
You don't shake bourbon or scotch or whiskey, correct?
Correct. Because there's such an intense aging process, and because every scotch or whiskey is a little bit different, we want to keep the flavor of it. It is what makes scotch and whiskey interesting. So as soon as you shake it, you're going to put air bubbles throughout it. It's going to water it down. You're not going to get the flavor of the scotch that you're using. If you're using like a scotch that would be in a well or like a very cheap scotch, you can go ahead and shake it if you don't want to taste the flavor, but I recommend just spending a little bit more money on a nicer scotch and then just stirring it with a big spoon, or if you don't have one at home, just do a regular spoon you would eat a bowl of cereal with. So.
And this was called?
This is the Wolfsbane potion.
And why did you explain to a Harry Potter novice like myself, what is a Wolfsbane potion?
So like I said earlier, the Wolfsbane potion is something that is given to individuals that transform into werewolves. This is what allows them to keep their mind when they transform, so they are able to not destroy everything. It keeps them together. It keeps them a little bit more composed. So since we are watching Prisoner of Azkaban and we will be introduced to a werewolf, I thought that this was a great way to start our live stream. And it's really simple ingredients and delicious and fun to make at home. So I'm going to fill my bucket with ice. This glass is called a bucket. And just strain it right over the top. So it should look something like this. Now is a really fun, interesting part of this cocktail that it adds a little bit something extra, like we talked about last week, elevates your cocktail. I took a lemon wheel, and I recommend baking it at 400 degrees for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes to dry it out, cover it in sugar, and then you're just gonna torch it. So you have a bruleed lemon wheel, and that's really gonna add something to your cocktail. It's gonna be a little bit more smoky, but you also have the sugar in there, so it's gonna be a nice balance of flavor. And I'm gonna just stick that right into my cocktail. And then I have these thyme leaves here that I'm gonna place in my bucket. And then I have my torch here, and I'm just gonna give them a little torch at the top. Again, this is going to add a little bit of flavor, a little bit of smokiness to our cocktail. And it's gonna bring out that Scotch flavor because it is a smoky cocktail. So we wanna make sure that we are getting all of those flavors even though we're mixing it. And then
if people at home don't have that torch, can they use a lighter, an aim flame? What's the best way?
Yeah, so
hold it over the stove.
Yeah, hold it over your stove. Don't burn the house down. No, you could totally use, it's a little bit more difficult for the bruleed orange to do it without a torch lighter or some kind of like larger flame like that. But with the thyme, you absolutely can use a regular lighter. Just be mindful of it because you're getting a little bit closer to it and you can't control the heat, that you're not completely setting it on fire because we're not going for the burnt taste here, we're going for a smoky taste. So adding all those flavors together with the sugar on the lemon wheel that we bruleed and smoking that and baking that and then setting the thyme, just a little bit of heat right on that thyme, and then you have your Wolfsbane potion.
That's a good looking drink.
It's beautiful, yeah. It's definitely fun and it's super easy to create and it really gives you the sense that you're out and about and not stuck at home in quarantine. This is like a nice cocktail bar cocktail that you can do super easy from home. And it tastes delicious.
All right, what do we have next?
Okay, so next we do have our gillyweed tonic. Again,
what's gillyweed? What does that do?
Okay, so gillyweed is like it's essentially like a seaweed is how us muggles unfortunately would view it. It is the thing in Goblet of Fire that allows Harry to breathe underwater during the Triwizard Tournament. And also in this book specifically, we see McGonagall order a gillyweed soda. If that's wrong, correct me. I believe it's the gillyweed soda that she orders in the book. And so I'm doing a fun twist on that with a little bit of coconut flavor in it. I did create these fun gillyweed spirals just from peeling a cucumber. So you can really, again, make these really pretty and have your gillyweed. And I just peeled the cucumber and spiraled it around my toothpick or your stick at home, and then we're gonna end up sticking this right in the cocktail.
So that's a good Instagram. That's going to be impressing the people on Instagram if you're following along at home. That'll get you the likes.
Yes, exactly. You can say that you can breathe underwater too, and you're winning a Triwizard Cup. That's a pretty productive quarantine, I would say. So we are going to shake this one. First, we are going to add cucumber. Now, I just used the one that I peeled, so as you can see, it's not that big of a deal. We're going to be straining it out anyways. And I'm gonna do about 3 slices right in the bottom of my shaker, and I'm gonna muddle this up. So again, if you don't have a muddler at home, just use like the back end of a wooden spoon, anything that you can really like smash up that cucumber with and get the juices into your cocktail is absolutely fine. So muddle that up pretty nicely. I'm going to be doing 2 ounces of gin. We're using Hendrick's today. I'm going to do an ounce of coconut water. I left the pulp in mine. It's up to you. We're gonna strain it out like I said, so you can do it however you would like to at home.
And is this all stuff that you can get at Target, Bevmo, Ralph's?
Yeah, I did a super quick trip to Trader Joe's today and was able to get all of these items. So it's super easy. You just have to kind of wait in the lines, which is the worst part about it all. But if you can bear with the line and you can get in, these are all things that you can get from your local Trader Joe's or Ralph's. Anything that would sell these items plus the alcohol, it's a one-stop shop. I made sure it was pretty easy. And then we are going to shake this up. And I'm I'm dumping it right into my highball. And then I'm gonna top it with tonic water. So it is like that elevated gin and tonic. And this is the fun part. I am adding my gillyweed into the cocktail.
Does it add flavor or is it just visual?
This will add a little bit of flavor. Again, like anything that you put that has a little bit of a scent as you drink your cocktail is going to kind of trick your mind that it's going to be, you're going to taste that flavor first. So it does add a little bit of flavor, but if you don't have a cucumber like this at home or you can't peel it, it's not going to change the flavor profile drastically to where it would be undrinkable or would taste completely different than mine. It would still be a great cocktail. And then we have our gillyweed tonic. See, and I'm not even a gin drinker typically, and I think this is good. I think with the coconut water and the cucumber, it's a really, really refreshing cocktail. And if you're not drinking alcohol during the quarantine, or you can't, or you're underage, I would just do this with maybe a little bit of Sprite and the coconut water, keep the cucumber in there, and then you can have a nice mocktail as well. So this is something that's pretty versatile. You can also add a little bit of mint or something in here as well. So totally up to you and your flavor palette. I went full cucumber. Oh, that's really good.
All right.
Okay.
All right, and then our third new cocktail for the night.
Our third new cocktail for the night. So we are making pumpkin juice. This is a Harry Potter favorite. You see pumpkin juice in almost every book. They talk about it. This is something that they like to sip on. It's a nice treat. So I thought that we should create a pumpkin juice martini for you guys today. We're going to be using a little bit of white rum and whiskey, rum chata, like we talked about last week, that nice cinnamon rum liqueur, pumpkin puree, and ground cinnamon. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rim the top of my martini glass. I have here maple syrup that I am going to be using in the cocktail as well, and I'm just going to go ahead and rim the top of it and dip it in crushed graham cracker. So your martini glass should look something like this when it's done. It's going to give it that nice, it's going to have like a sweet flavor when you first drink it. It's going to taste like a pumpkin pie almost. It's really, really good. So that's what your glass should look like. And then I am going to add the ice to my shaker.
And we talked about it a little bit last week, but how do you know how much ice to add?
So typically, especially for a martini that we're going to strain, that doesn't really matter because the ice will not fill the glass. But if you're doing something like with the gillyweed tonic, then you can always measure it out in your glass so you're not wasting any of that ice. Or you can, like with the scoop I have here, I've used it so many times so I can kind of measure exactly the right amount of ice I need to fill a glass. So I recommend for first timers learning how to make new cocktails, go ahead and overfill your glass with ice. That way when you shake it and it waters it down a little bit and the ice breaks up in your shaker, it'll be the perfect pour. So you won't have to worry about that in your like shake and dump cocktails. The martinis, it's up to you how much ice you want to use. The more ice you do, the less shaking you'll have to do. It'll get a little bit colder. So that's kind of up to you. It waters it down more the more ice you use. So use your best judgment. I don't really like watered down drinks. I like them, nice and strong. So any kind of low ice on the martini, and I'm going to shake it up until I feel that the sides of my shaker are nice and cold and frosty. So I'm going to start this cocktail by doing 1.5 ounces of white rum. We're using Bacardi here today.
What's the difference between a white rum and a dark rum?
Well, so it's going to have a very different flavor. A white rum is going to be a lot lighter in your cocktails. You won't be able to taste it as much. Whereas something like a spiced rum or a dark rum will be definitely a lot smokier. Like a dark and stormy uses dark rum. And then something like a Captain is going to be nice and spiced. Like Kraken, any kind of spiced rum like that is going to have like a little bit of like a nutmeg flavor to it. but still have that smoky essence that the dark rum has. So when we're mixing a lot of different ingredients, especially in a cocktail like this that we're going to be blending them all together, we want to use a light rum so we can kind of hide the flavor a little bit. And then we're going to bring out the depth of the cocktail with a little bit of bourbon, which we'll do next, which is going to be an ounce of your bourbon, your favorite bourbon. And then I have my pumpkin puree here. I got this in a can at Trader Joe's, like I said. If you have the time and you want to puree it yourself, or you have the pumpkin puree squeeze bottle, that's totally fine as well. We're going to be doing an ounce of this directly into our shaker.
I can smell my pumpkin puree, graham cracker, maple syrup from this far away. I can't wait to take a sip.
It tastes like Thanksgiving. It's like all of these smells over here are reminding me of Thanksgiving dinner or fall, and I'm a little bit missing it right now. It's a little sad. And Harry Potter always reminds me of fall for some reason. I don't know if it's because that's when they go back to school or they touch on Halloween there, but there's something about Harry Potter that always makes me want to make an apple cider or something, hot chocolate they talk about a lot in the book too. So I really find that any kind of Harry Potter cocktail, I tend to lean more towards like spiced fall flavor palettes because that's what the book reminds me of personally.
So everybody turn your air conditioning units to 62 degrees and enjoy the pumpkin juice.
And enjoy, yeah, and put on your favorite scarf or your comfy robes. Turn off your lights, make it all nice. Oh, you know what people are doing? One of my friends just carved a pumpkin during quarantine. They're doing different holidays every week, and they're re-celebrating holidays from last year at home. And now I want to go carve a pumpkin. I should have done that and then use the pumpkin puree in this cocktail. And then I did put a ½ ounce of rum chata right directly into the shaker, and I'm going to shake this up. Again, it is the martini, so I want the edges of the shaker to be cold by the touch. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was Jen, who will be hosting trivia with Matt, chiming in. She's shown up. You're going to get to listen to her talk for the rest of the night once I make some cocktails.
I am going to strain my martini into my glass. It's going to have this beautiful, nice caramel color. And then my favorite part is taking the cinnamon, and we're going to just place a little bit of cinnamon right on the top of the cocktail. And you have your pumpkin juice.
Is it as good as it smells?
It's as good as it smells. Yeah, that's pretty delicious. As I say, with like a mouthful of graham cracker. That is exactly what I think fall tastes like, and what I would hope pumpkin juice tastes like. I do like that it's a little bit strong with the bourbon, but the rum chata brings that down as well, and then the cinnamon is a nice touch on the top. So this is definitely something you can make at home. It's super easy, and I think personally is the best Harry Potter cocktail to sip on while you're watching any of the movies or reading the books at home.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. These would be great drinks to have while you reread, or in my case, read for the first time, all the Harry Potter novels.
Yeah, JC, aren't you going through the books for the first time?
I was gonna listen to them on Audible while I did yard work during quarantine, but I haven't gotten much past the first or second chapter.
Of the first book?
Of the first book.
Oh no, it's so good. You have to continue. I was so excited when you told me that you were going to start reading them because I think they're wonderful. And you're listening to the audiobooks?
I was going to listen. Jen got into Harry Potter by listening to the audiobook, so I thought that would be a good gateway for me.
Yeah, I like the audio. I listened to my first audiobook last year, and it's such a different, cool experience. It's much easier to listen to than it is like as a first-time reader going through all the spells. I had a hard time with the voices. Oh.
You don't like the voices in it?
I know this is literally
You're
again.
the one person.
I have so many things that will get me like geek canceled, but the voices are like not my favorite part. Jen is giving me very dirty looks right now. She's really giving me dirty looks right now.
Karissa, for some of us, those are the first voices we heard. I didn't hear those, and then the movie came out, and I'm like, who's this fool?
I know. So I guess my problem was I listened to the books after I had already watched it and read them. So listen, this is a super unpopular opinion, obviously, but it's just my personal one. They drive me crazy. And also, it drives me crazy that they say Lucius and not Lucius in the book. That's correct. It's not correct. It's not correct. It's Lucius. Again, I'm going to get internet canceled just from all of this, but it's Lucius, and I don't care who cancels me. That's what it is. Anyways.
All right, so we've got one last cocktail. This is off the Scum and Villainy menu. You can get you can get the Dumbledore special at the bar anytime you come in, and this is our version of what would be considered like a butterbeer, correct?
Correct. So it is a little bit sweet. It's going to taste like you're sucking on a butterscotch candy. This is a really popular cocktail we have here. It's sold quite a lot, and people that drink it typically love it, even more than the butterbeers that they've had elsewhere. So I'm really excited to teach you guys this cocktail and bring a little bit of the Scum and Villainy family home to you. So we are going to build this cocktail into our glass and stir it straight from here. So let me try to move some of this over. Okay, so I'm going to fill my glass with ice. Oh, I think someone's yelling outside.
Ooh.
I can hear our pizza
Hollywood
being
people?
delivered for our movie night. It's here. Okay. Sorry, my hungry stomach just got very distracted. So I'm going to be doing 1.5 ounces of Tuaca, which is a brandy. So any kind of brandy you have at home will work. We use Tuaca here at the bar. And I'm going to be doing 1.5 ounces directly into my glass. I am doing 1/2 ounce of our ginger liqueur. And I'm also doing 1/2 ounce of butterscotch schnapps.
If people can't find the Domaine de Canton ginger liqueur, is that something that they can find at their local grocery or something like that?
You know, I have seen it at a few Ralph's, which is a popular place here in LA. They definitely have it and will deliver it on bevmo.com. And other than that, I think most liquor stores, it is a little bit trickier to find that than at like a Trader Joe's or something that does serve or sell you alcohol. So I would recommend going to a liquor store, but this is a great liqueur to have on hand. We also use this liqueur in my favorite cocktail on our menu, which is the Outlander, which is like a ginger old fashioned. So really you can use this, and it's super versatile. You can use it with any kind of alcohol, whether that's brandy or rum or vodka, to elevate that cocktail. And if you're a ginger fan, this is one of the best things you can have on hand. Again, like the Saint Germain that we talked about last week, it is a little bit on the pricey side, but you never use more than 1/2 ounce in a cocktail, so it does last a pretty long time. And then I'm going to top this off with ginger beer. And then we're going to give this a nice little stir to mix all those flavors together and cool the drink down. And you want to make sure you get ginger beer, correct? Not ginger ale. Yes, ginger beer is much more potent. So when you try ginger beer, it's going to be a really heavy ginger flavor versus a ginger ale, which is more like a ginger flavored soda. So there is a pretty big difference between ginger ale and ginger beer. So when you're making this, because we want to get that ginger cocktail. We want to bring out the ginger liqueur we use and create that perfect butterbeer flavor. You just want to make sure that you have ginger beer to top this with. And then here at the bar, we do use candied ginger to display the cocktail. You could also do it with an orange slice. You could do it with a little whipped cream if you're getting crazy. You can froth some liquor 43, which is a really nice liqueur, and stick that on the top to create a little bit of a foam to that. So it's up to you at home how sweet you want this or how much you want to play with this. But we just do a single candied ginger right on the top of this.
Oh my gosh, maybe we should put whipped cream on it though going forward when we reopen.
The whipped cream
What do you guys think
so
at home?
good.
Do we want to add whipped cream instead of candied ginger?
Say yes.
Change
Please
the
say
menu
yes.
up?
Please say yes. Say yes so I can come in and drink it on my days off. And then you have Scum and Villainy version of a ginger beer. Or a ginger beer. A butter beer. So cheers to you guys.
All right. Now I'm going to learn how to make these. I am a fool. Everybody who's watching at home is probably more experienced in cocktail making than I am. So if I can figure out how to do this here at my pace, hopefully all of you guys at home can rewind this later. Next time you make the run to the grocery, pick up these ingredients and enjoy a Harry Potter cocktail while you're taking a trip to Hogwarts on your DVR or Netflix or iTunes or wherever you watch Harry Potter at home. Okay, what do I do first, Karissa?
Okay, so we will start with that Wolfsbane potion. You're going to put ice in both your bucket glass and your shaker.
All right.
I'm excited to see JC's stirring technique. We said that we were going to try to work on your figure 8 shaking technique today. How are you feeling about that?
Okay. I've got glass in the bucket. This is hard to do with a microphone. Glass in a bucket and glass in a shaker.
Yes, and then in this shaker, you're going to do 2 ounces of scotch, and I put the Game of Thrones scotch in front of you. Perfect.
We're using House Tully Game of Thrones scotch tonight.
And I'm using House Tyrell because that would be my house, so I made sure to put that one over here by me.
Hey, it was the 1-year anniversary of the end of Game of Thrones a couple days ago, wasn't it?
Ugh. We don't talk about that.
Everybody's like, you should do a watch along. I was like, nobody wants to remember that. Okay, what's next?
So then you're going to do a 1/2 ounce of Aperol.
All right, I'm using a jigger to measure stuff out. If people don't have this handy tool at home, what do they use?
So you can use teaspoons and tablespoons, things like that.
Yeah.
Shot glasses are really good. Maybe coming up, I'll teach you guys how to do a free pour. So if you guys get pour spouts at home, you will know how to pour count yourself. So anything that you have that can just measure in ounces is totally fine. If you don't have a shot glass, I would say use any kind of teaspoon or tablespoon measurement.
All right. Okay, what's next?
And then you're going to do a 1/2 ounce of lemon juice. And you're going to stir that up and strain it over the ice in your bucket.
So I just stir it in the tin.
Mm-hmm.
How long do you stir it for?
Till it's cold. So almost like a martini, you're gonna feel the outside of your shaker get really cold and frosty. The trick with stirring, again, so you don't bruise that scotch or that whiskey, is not going through the ice. You're gonna put the back end of your spoon against the shaker and do a full round. So you almost That's why those spoons have a fun twisty design on it. It's so you can spin the spoon.
Oh, now you tell me.
I needed to see the technique to correct it, JC.
Okay.
And then just go ahead and strain that right over the ice.
Yeah, the tin's freezing in my hand.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And then you're gonna throw that bruleed orange, or that bruleed lemon. I know my fruits, don't worry about me, guys. It's the pumpkin juice. You're gonna put that right in your cocktail. And then you're gonna take those thyme leaves that are on that same plate and stick them out of your cocktail as well. And there should be a lighter next to you. And you are using a regular lighter, not a torch lighter. So you can kind of show how that's done on the other end of it.
Okay. So I put like half of them in the cocktail and then I flame the other half?
Yes, exactly.
Tell me when.
I think it's hard to see you, but can you smell it? You'll be able to smell the thyme. And that's how you sort. Okay, perfect. Then that's great. And now you have a Wolfsbane potion.
And since I'm not on camera all night, I'll sample it.
Yes. This is not going to be a JC drink, though, I think. You have to tell me what you think about this.
It's pretty good. It is not a JC drink, though.
Yeah. This is definitely a smokier cocktail, so it's going to be for people that really do like the scotch and the bitterness with the Aperol. There's not a lot of sweetness to it, so.
All right, what's up next?
Okay, so we are going to be making our pumpkin juice. Or do you want to do the gillyweed next?
Let's do gillyweed.
Let's do gillyweed, okay. So you're going to take your highball, and in your case, I would just fill it with ice, overfill it with ice, and then put it in the shaker, and that's how you'll know how much to do. So I strained my cocktail. I'm going to have JC practice a shake and dump for his so you guys can see what that looks like since it was something that we were talking about.
Okay, so I filled my glass and I put the ice from the glass in there so I know how much ice.
Exactly. And then you're going to muddle in the other side of your shaker 3 cucumber slices.
Look at that. They're already cut for me. All righty?
Okay. And then you're going to be doing...
I need to muddle.
Yes.
Is there a good muddling technique? How do I know how much to muddle?
Smash the hell out of it. No. Until you can see that it's nice and... Like, you can see the juice almost on the bottom of it. When you're muddling something, especially a cucumber, it will fall apart. So you can kind of see that when you're muddling it, that it won't look like its shape anymore. And that's when I think you can shake that up.
This is a firm cucumber.
Well, you know, you're the one drinking it, so it's up to you. Fortunately, we don't have any patrons in our bar tonight, so.
I mean, unfortunately, hopefully we'd have 100 people here.
I wish we had 100 people here, but you are the one sampling it, so it is sort of up to you however you want to do it.
Okay, I've got muddled cucumber.
Okay, perfect. Then you're going to be doing 2 ounces of your gin. I believe I did stick Hendrix in front of you as well. And so JC is using jiggers that have the 2 ounce and ounce. What were you saying? Is this what? I can try to repeat it.
Where does it go in?
He's asking where it goes in.
What goes in? Into the cucumber or into the ice?
Oh, either way, you're going to shake those together, so it won't really matter. He was asking, his question was, is it going to go into the shaker with the cucumber or with the shaker with the ice? And because we're going to be shaking these together, there's not a specific order. We just want to muddle with obviously nothing in it. So you're not muddling ice or you're not muddling the gin in it. We just want to muddle that cucumber and get those juices out before we shake everything else.
Okay, what's next?
So then you're going to be doing 1 ounce of coconut water.
All right, am I back? I think I'm back.
We're back.
An ounce of coconut water, and that's this right here.
Yes.
Okay, coconut water is in.
So you're going to shake that up really nicely.
This is where everybody makes fun of me because I get really like.
I know. So put
I don't stay loose.
Like, yeah, loosen up that elbow. Like, bring that elbow up. So the technique is like a pageant wave almost. You're gonna want to shake this. Let me see.
I have a lot of experience in pageant waves.
You're gonna want to. Well, I figured. Come on now. So you're gonna want to shake this almost like up. Like you. Basically, what you're going to be doing is circling the cocktail through your shaker. So you want that elbow to be loose. So when you're shaking, it hits every piece of your shaker, and it really mixes that up. So put some literal elbow grease on there, JC.
We've embarrassed me enough. We're gonna move on here.
Okay, so then pour that into your glass.
This just gets dumped right in?
Yes, just dump this one right in. I did strain mine, but just because we were talking about it, I wanted to show you the other way to do this. And then you're going to top it with tonic water. So I did set up your gun as well. That's ready to roll for you.
Oh, which one's my tonic?
Oh,
somebody wrote a little T.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Our guns here at Scum and Villainy, some of the buttons have been popped off because Gertrude, our resident alien, sometimes comes behind the bar and decides to mess with things. So we have to write in little T's for where a tonic button is.
So do I just drop my cucumber in here now?
Yeah, so then you have your gillyweed, and we're gonna dump that just drop that right in there. Perfect. And then I didn't use mint on mine, but I want you to use mint in yours. And you're going to just take one of your mint leaves, or like in my case, I have sort of like a bundle here, and you're going to put it on the top and decorate that like this.
All right.
So you have your gillyweed tonic.
This is hard because I need to look at my camera, but you're showing me how to do it, and I have to look away.
I know, we're sort of back to back. It's really difficult, but I think you nailed it.
That is more of a JC cocktail right there.
Yes. You would make McGonagall very proud. As much as I hate... What house are you in? I was going to say 10 points to Gryffindor, but I think you're...
I'm Hufflepuff because Hufflepuffs are the most well-rounded.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Should we do actual, people in the chat, people watching at home, should we do actual cocktail videos that we can upload to our YouTube, and we'll actually really, we'll edit them and put them together, we'll put the recipes on the side, and teach you guys all how to do that? Would that be a fun thing to have, to learn? Do this not in a live environment, but an environment where quick and easy 1-minute reference video for you to make Scum and Villainy cocktails at home. Sound off in the chat. We'll look at it. We'll look at it a little bit. Okay.
It's actually a really good idea.
What else? What do we have up next?
Okay, so now you get to make the pumpkin juice. All of those fun smells you were sniffing over there.
All right.
Okay.
Get me started.
So this is going to be a martini like I talked about. So you can put however much ice you want in your shaker. Again, like I said, I prefer my cocktails a little bit stronger. I want to be able to taste the whiskey that we're shaking up in there. So I did a little less ice, but for you, you might want to do a little bit more to water that whiskey down, because I know that...
Sick burn, Karissa, sick burn.
Okay, I didn't mean it to be a burn. Everyone has... I hate gin, you know? Everyone has their preference of alcohol. I know that whiskey is not yours.
Okay, ice is in the glass. What's next?
I'm over here burning my boss on the live stream, guys. This is how I lose my job. Okay, so then we're going to be doing 1.5 ounces of white rum into the shaker. perfect pour.
Okay.
And then an ounce of whiskey, the bullet bourbon that's in front of you.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, that was loud.
Then an ounce of maple syrup.
That's what's in my glass here?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Trader Joe's organic maple syrup is my favorite. Okay.
Alrighty.
And then you're just gonna do like an ounce of rum or ounce of pumpkin. I'm sorry, an ounce of that pumpkin puree, which I gave you that clear spoon to make it easy. Just take a spoonful and throw it in there because I do know the puree is a little bit thick to measure, so that should be a correct amount.
And you can't really use too much pumpkin.
Okay, I feel the exact same way. I say the more pumpkin you use in this cocktail, the better. But I'm someone that just drinks pumpkin spice lattes all the time, always. I have pumpkin in my house at all times. So.
Okay, what's up next?
And then you're gonna do a half ounce of rum chata.
Which?
Oh, you know what we didn't do, JC, is rim your glass. It's
We
super
also-
hard to see that. So take your martini glass. I'm skipping steps, guys. And you have a plate of maple syrup on your Hogwarts plate that I brought, and you're going to stick the top of the martini glass in that maple syrup in the Hogwarts plate and dip it in the crushed graham cracker.
Look at that. I
That
feel like a
is
pro.
Perfect.
When we come back, watch out, people. I'm getting behind the bar making pumpkin juices.
I can't do any more sick burns because JC's gonna take my job.
Okay, rum chata.
Okay, so then yes.
I don't have. Keep the people occupied. Let me go grab a bottle.
Okay. What's up, guys? Keeping everyone occupied. I am interested when we go back and watch this to know what your house is. So I just put a heart of the color of your house, whether that's blue for Ravenclaw, green for Slytherin, red for Gryffindor, yellow for Hufflepuff. Sound off right now in the comments and let us know what your house is. I'm curious to see who we have, because I personally think that Slytherins are going to win trivia when you guys play later. Matt personally thinks that Gryffindor will win. I think there's a little bit of house bias here. But I'm curious to know how many of each house is watching. So sound off in comments, use your heart, and I'm handing over a bottle. Make sure you sanitize it. Perfect. So sound off in comments. Let us know what your house is. And that way I can tell Matt more Slytherins are watching and be right.
The trivia makes you choose your house.
What are the comments saying? Are there a lot of green hearts?
How much rum chata?
Half an ounce.
All right, we got the rum chata in there.
Okay, and then we're gonna shake that and strain it in that beautiful martini glass you just rimmed for us.
Don't say anything.
I can't burn him anymore, guys. JC, you're doing wonderfully.
All right.
Then strain into the martini glass.
Oh, yeah, look at that. As the greatest character in Star Wars would say, mooey, mooey. Okay, what's next?
You're going to top it with cinnamon. I did put yours in a little rocks glass. So pour it lightly, almost tap on the glass, because you don't want to do too much and end up in that like cinnamon challenge video. You just want enough to layer the very top of your martini. And then your next step is to enjoy your pumpkin juice.
Oh my gosh, it smells so good. It smells like breakfast almost. Oh yeah. That's pretty good, and it's potent.
Yeah, with the whiskey definitely sticks out in the cocktail, so it's not super sweet.
Okay, one last one to go.
And it is our very own Scum and Villainy cocktail.
Now, typically, you would rinse out all of these tins, give them a quick rinse before you make the next drink.
Right. Don't mix alcohol or different content, especially because there are so many allergies out there. But because you're the one drinking it, you can just, there's a sink right to the left. You can just, or do a little soda water in the tin, shake it up.
Okay, last one, the Dumbledore special.
So this is something that we're going to build in our glass and stir. So fill your bucket with ice.
Okay. How does the shape of the glass affect? How do you choose what glass to do what in?
It really is a preference. For things like, obviously your rocks glass are going to be things that you're drinking on the rocks or with like a splash of something. So like a Jack with a splash of Coke. Shouting out to Steve there. You're going to be doing that in the rocks glass. Or for mojitos, you're typically going to do it in the larger highball because you want to top that with a little bit more soda water. So it just depends on the kind of cocktail you're making and how many ounces each cocktail is. Which is why some of our bigger cocktails we use with more ingredients are going to be in our wine glasses, like our Harley Quinn that we do, or a pint glass. So it totally depends on how many ounces you're going to be using in the glass.
All right. Okay, how do we get going on the Dumbledore? Because we got people jonesing for trivia, I'm sure.
Yes, let's get to trivia. 1.5 ounces of Tuaca, which is your brandy. And then 1/2 ounce of that ginger liqueur.
All right. I know what's coming here. I've had this one before.
It's delicious. And then you're going to do 1/2 ounce of butterscotch schnapps. And then we're going to stir that, or top with ginger beer, which it's going to, so you have the 2 G's on your gun. It's the one to the right. And then you're going to take your spoon, your bar spoon, and we're going to stir that. So again, same technique. You're keeping the back end of your spoon against the glass as you spin it. Stir it, really.
And I'm stirring to make it cold, not necessarily to mix ingredients.
It is a little bit of both because at this point, the ginger beer is going to lay on the top of it, different weights of different alcohol. Like that's why you'll see layered cocktails where you can do a grenadine or a blue curacao or something to make it that fun like red, white, and blue layered cocktail. So different kinds of sodas and juices and syrups have different weights to them. So just to make sure that it's all in, like you're having all of the same things as you take a sip, we're going to stir that cocktail, mix those ingredients, and then cool down the ingredients in your drink as well.
All right. Okay. Is this it?
That's it.
Are we done?
We're done. We did a thing.
Oh, man. That is so good. You guys, so good. You have to do this one at home for sure. They're all good, but this is Harry Potter in a glass.
It's definitely butterbeer for sure. So other than obviously our Scum and Villainy original, our favorite, what would you go home and make today?
Which one? I would do Gillyweed. I think it has the most fun name. I think it is the easiest to drink. Why am I getting laughed at? That would be my.
Gin, yeah.
That would be my choice.
Well, thank you guys for joining us. I hope that you made cocktails at home. If you did, make sure to tag Scum and Villainy in them. Tag me if you want to, Karissa Marston if it's one of my recipes, so we can repost those. And I hope you guys are enjoying your cocktails. Thank you for coming to your potions class. We're super excited to get trivia started, so I think we're going to bring Matt up, Jen up.
I'll jump in. Matt's going to go on that side. I am going to just say thank you to Karissa for coming in, teaching us cocktails. If you're just joining us, this is our new Scum and Villainy gift card. It looks reminiscent of a currency you may have seen in a certain Disney Plus show. It is etched aluminum. It has our logo on it, and it has a gift card number. So when we reopen, you can come to Scum and Villainy right here in Hollywood and use this to pay for drinks and food. You can buy it at scumandvillainy.cantina.com. Click the link up top for the shop, and they're $150, but they come loaded with $150 in bar credit. So you can actually, you're basically getting the gift card for free. I don't know when we'll be back open, but we will be open whenever it is safe to do so. And we're going to keep these Friday live streams going. If you're like, why is this camera shot so wide and weird? We're trying to socially distance everybody. She and I live together, so we're okay like this. We can share a microphone and everything. I am going to go get the trivia screens set up and let Matt and Jen take over. Matt is a very good friend of mine. He is an expert at all things Harry Potter, movies, books, Wizarding World, and he did our trivia tonight. And Jen is a huge Harry Potter fan. She created Scum and Villainy with me, and she's my fiance. We should have been married, but COVID-19 changed all that. So,
forever fiancés.
Forever fiancés.
That's us.
If you are here for trivia, I am about to put the trivia screen up for you.
So everyone, I don't know if you guys have played trivia before, but it looked like the Harry Potter trivia was hopping. I saw people sharing it in San Diego, friends from San Diego, friends of mine from all over the country were excited.
Yeah, I got a friend in San Francisco.
Yep.
I know some people back on the East Coast. They're staying up late. So if you're staying up late, or if you're even further east than that, on the other side of the ocean, thanks for staying up.
Yeah.
I hope this is fun. I hope it's challenging. I'm pretty sure it's challenging. So to that point, even if you only get one right or none right, don't feel bad. Harry Potter is not about knowing the most. It's just about having fun together.
It's where your heart lies.
Yeah.
And mine's with Ravenclaw. So real quick, just as a reminder, Matt and I, or Matt, whatever, we will be reading the questions, but you can't play off of our live stream. You have to play off of the website that we host the trivia on. So you can listen to us talk, or you can choose not to. It is up to you, but you definitely, absolutely have to have the browser up. The link is KY390. So again, crowd.live/KY390. And Matt, why did you select that code for Harry Potter trivia?
Well, so it's as close as we can get to an address as Sirius Black's prisoner number. It's 2 runes, the first 2 are, but the closest letters they look like are K and Y. So if you ever go and look at the poster, I mean, it's tattooed right there on me next to the Deathly Hallows.
Yeah.
So I can't forget it. But if you go look at the picture of, Sirius's wanted poster that he's rolling around on, you'll see that it's KY930, or the runes that closest match that.
Yeah, so Matt last night told me that the code was going to be Sirius Black's prisoner number. So of course I looked it up because I was like, oh, I'll just post it. And I was like, what is this? How do you enter this?
It's the most commonly
okay.
reference. Hey, look, if we had keyboards that could have Anglo-Saxon runes on them,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
it would be.
Okay,
So the other thing I want to mention, while people are saying we're already getting people rolling in, which I'm very excited about. But there are 4 teams that you can choose from. You have to choose a team. So your team is your house.
Yes.
Try and stick to your Pottermore sorted house. That's the official. I know there's, tests out there that say like, oh, I'm 50% Ravenclaw, 25% Gryffindor. Those aren't real. Wizarding World.
Also, Greg, just because you
Pottermore.
have a red bathrobe doesn't make you Gryffindor.
Yeah. So, anyways, like for instance, Nikki Misery, our guest that's coming on to watch Prisoner of Azkaban with us. Since I've known him, I assumed he was a Slytherin. He has wanted to be a Slytherin, and he is a Hufflepuff. And there's nothing you can do about that.
Yep. Just facts.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you truly wanted it, I'm not this pale in real life, I swear. I've been walking 3 miles every day.
We've
I'm
been
actually
staying
the most tan.
indoors the entire time.
Yeah. So, guys, here you have the house ghosts
Yes.
of...
What's actually really funny is I'm new to the Harry Potter series, given my age, I'm 36, but I just honestly found them probably 3 years ago for the first time. I didn't think they were going to be that good, to be honest, and I got sucked in. But I did Jim Dale books because they're awesome. Karissa.
Jim Dale is the best.
Yeah, I don't know what her beef is, but she's wrong. So I did Jim Dale, and I could not stop listening to him. Like, I would come home from work, and I would just sit in the car, and JC would come out like 30 minutes after me getting home and be like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Harry Potter." So I love it. So I'm probably like a second year in the Hogwarts timeline as far as like my knowledge on it, but it is such a good story. And when I listened to Jim Dale do the Sorting Hat song, as I'm listening to it, knowing nothing about any of the houses because I lived in a bubble, I was like, you know what? Ravenclaw sounds like my type of people. And then when I got sorted into Ravenclaw, and I was like, I knew it!
As a kid, I wanted to be a Ravenclaw, but
I
I
knew it.
am clearly a Gryffindor, and it actually lines up with me pretty good. But so, you got an even, just like during the watching, we'll have one of each house.
Yep.
You've already had one of each house. Karissa, JC in a Hufflepuff, Chris is Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor.
True story about JC, because as I'm waiting for people to log on to trivia, I'll tell this real quick. So I get into Harry Potter hard, and JC has still kind of just stayed away from it. So I get started into Ravenclaw when, I'm just talking obsessively about the series. So JC's like, you know what? I'm going to get sorted. And I was like, okay. So he logs on to Pottermore, and he gets sorted, and he comes proudly out of the bedroom, and he goes, I'm a Thunderbird. And I was like, what? Like, okay, great. Glad you went to Ilvermorny, but we're not talking Ilvermorny. So then he went back, and he was like, fine. Goes back, gets sorted into Hogwarts, comes out, he goes, I'm a Hufflepuff. I swear to God, I did not talk to him for the rest of the night. I was like, I can't.
Well, look, I love at my house, we're only missing Ravenclaw. Both my parents are Hufflepuffs.
Oh, really?
I'm a Gryffindor, and my brother's a Slytherin. So
I can see your brother being a Slytherin. Greg's on here. He's telling me that you're a nerd.
I am a nerd.
Yeah.
And, hey, look, I was reading them, and then Greg and I, we would go wait at the local library to rent out each tape to hear Jim Dale. So I would be reading along.
So good.
But, yeah.
And Chris, I'm thinking Slytherin's going to win trivia. I will remind you that usually, I don't know how this year's going to play out with COVID-19, but usually we do a
House Cup.
Triwizard tournament in July for Harry Potter's birthday. And last year we did it, and Ravenclaw won. And it was awesome. So actually, Dobby is our house elf. He usually lives above the door, and below him is the Ravenclaw banner from 2019's house Triwizard tournament.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Well, should we get moving along here?
Let's do it.
All right, guys. So the way this is going to work, it is you get more points the quicker you answer. So to help you out, the people that are actually watching the stream, we are going to read the question, and then I will hit go on it.
Yes.
So then I will be rereading the question again during the whole thing, but Let's get going. So, question 1. The first Harry Potter novel was first published in the UK in what year? Again, that is the first Harry Potter novel was published in the UK in what year?
I should also note that when you pick your house in the trivia, there will be individual points, and then there will be house points as well.
Correct.
And
So you're playing for individual winner
Yes.
and for your house to win. So there will be, you could be a Gryffindor and you could still win even if Ravenclaw wins.
Yes, and it doesn't matter if there's 100 Ravenclaws and only 2 Slytherins. They actually take the percentage of the players per the house. So you're all on equal playing ground right now.
All right. Well, we definitely got that first one in. So let's go ahead and show the live answers. So we had 53% that thought 96, 32% that thought 97, 9% that thought 98, and 99% that thought 99. Correct answer was 1997.
We're getting that weird delay again, even though we tested it and it wasn't here.
Okay. We're getting a delay, I'm being told, so.
So what is the delay, though?
That will bring the current leader,
Excellent.
and then we have our house.
Oh, what's the house rankings? I gotta see it.
So yeah, Gryffindor is number 1, and I'm gonna have to assume they're a Gryffindor. I can't see who is what house, but we can see the houses. Ravenclaw is in first with 22 points, Slytherin in 21.
With beyond
This
measure.
is average points, so it takes everyone who is a Gryffindor
Correct.
and averages them together.
Correct.
So,
Yes.
all right. So let's go ahead and move on. Question number 2. The Hogwarts Express leaves from the Hogwarts Express leaves from platform 9 3/4 at which London station? Again, that is the Hogwarts Express leaves from platform 9 3/4 in which London station?
You know, before Harry Potter, if you asked me, name a London station, I couldn't.
Oh, I think King's Cross has become
Well,
far more famous.
Was the answer
The
done?
answer is done.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I wouldn't have said it if it wasn't done.
Yeah.
Well, assuming this delay thing is
Oh, yeah, who knows?
catching up. So maybe. But
I know my friend Simon, well, I know a lot of my friends are playing, but Simon's texting me. Simon, how's the timing?
yeah, anyone who, feel free to let us know if we're crazy above. But I just got a text from my friend that we were plenty fine with the live. So
Perfect. My
here's
book
how
club
everyone
girls,
voted.
too.
97% said King's Cross, so I didn't spoil that for anyone.
You definitely did not. And houses?
I'm actually getting notes saying that we're way behind.
The crowd.live is 45 seconds ahead of where your voice is. So
Okay, so I can just keep going as it reaches the end. All right, sorry guys. You know, like JC said earlier, we're a very skeleton crew, so we're figuring this out. But if we go to the live leaderboard, we can see who the winner is. So I can't see those stats, but I'm just going to keep on flicking through them.
you are way behind. So when you put on question 2, they play question 2, and when question 2 is
done. He reads it.
in the game, you're reading the question.
Oh, okay. Wonder if I pause the game.
We might pause the game if you see that, so don't freak out.
Yeah, I have paused the game.
Yeah, the questions on the trivia screen show up way before you read them. So read them, wait a beat, then hit play.
They should just pay attention to the crowd.live.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Pay attention to the crowd.live screen and just block us out if we're
Yeah.
confusing you.
Yeah, if you got this all lined up, fantastic. Because it could also just be dependent on everyone's individual internet, how far away you are. So we're going to just keep on rolling through this.
Okay.
But Slytherin has taken the lead by 1 point.
Damn.
Question number 3.
Nuts to that.
You got to type in the answer to this one. Headquartered in Diagon Alley is blank Wizarding Bank, a goblin-run bank. You can type there can be some spelling errors. There's 10 possible spellings that I've accounted for. That's the limit I could do. So spelling kind of matters, but not terribly. Yeah. All right, so all the answers are in. We had a whole lot of different spellings. Some of you, y'all had the right idea. But Gringotts is the correct answer. Spelling kind of matters, but not terribly. It looks like most of you got it this way. So we're just going to keep on showing.
I need to go to Orlando because I wanted to go.
The Gringotts ride is fantastic.
I want to go so bad.
All right.
But I don't really want to go to Florida. No offense, Florida.
So let's go ahead and move on to question number 4. You want to take this one, Jen?
Sure. Which magical plant has a root that looks like a human and a cry that can be fatal to anyone who hears it? I find these to be adorable, but I think all of the replications of them for like your garden, I don't think they even come close to it.
Oh, you mean like the book's representation of them?
Like in my mind, yeah, and it's just then.
Yeah.
I don't. Meh.
All right. So here we go with the answers. An astonishing amount of the votes were for Mandrake, which is correct.
Well done. Come on, Ravenclaw.
So currently, we're at a test of who is quicker. All right, so on to question number 5. Question number 5. In the 442nd Quidditch World Cup, Ireland beats which team? Again, that is, in the 442nd Quidditch World Cup, Ireland beats what team? Oh man, you guys are good. They do get harder, but you guys are doing good on the first 5. I can see them coming in.
Yeah, it's a trick, you guys. I mean, not this question, but you're strategizing.
To the people on Facebook, if you go to twitch.tv/scumandvillainy-cantina, it is way closer to live.
Okay, there you go. So Twitch is actually doing a much closer stream to question being asked to that. So if you're on Facebook and you want to continue listening to get the question and not have to read it, head on over to Twitch. You don't have to have a membership or anything. You should just be able to go on, see it live. It's easy. So let's look at what everyone voted for this. So we had 92% of voters say Bulgaria, and they would be correct.
All this false hope that you guys have, thinking you're so clever. You have no idea what's coming. I played last night. I didn't do well.
Yeah, no. So on this next one, just as a heads up, get your keyboards ready because or your touch screen or whatever, because you have to type the answer. It's a number. You don't need to spell it out. You need to type in the number that is the answer. It's not a multiple choice. So let's give this a go. How old is Nicholas Flamel when he decides to destroy the philosopher or sorcerer's stone?
I'm super curious to see how many people get this right.
As am I.
Because I did not.
Ooh, we're getting... People are good. We got a couple of right ones already.
Oh, good for them.
Oh, I'm loving seeing these come in. A lot of guesses.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, all right, I do believe they are all in. There were 68 different answers.
Wow.
The correct answer, I will put it up here. So this is what everyone guessed. The correct answer, 665. So 11% of you got that correct. Well done, 11%. Let's see where the leaderboard stands now. And then we'll go to our houses.
Who's winning? Who's winning?
Here, let me pull it up down here. The computer doesn't show, so I'm gonna go to Twitch.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, Slytherin. Damn you guys.
Right, yeah, so I got it up here. So Gryffindor is leading as a player.
Damn.
I'm getting notifications in from people that Twitch TV is so much better.
Okay.
So I don't want to say it's too loud, but Slytherin is in the lead. But you know what? Slytherin's always in the lead.
Because they cheat.
Because they cheat, and then, yeah. Yes, Karissa's saying that there's house bias, and there is. But Gryffindor's, holding strong, just below. Ravenclaw in third, Hufflepuff. Actually, you guys are all close. So let's keep this going. Oh, my brother's telling me that they don't cheat.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So
Straight from the cheater's mouth.
Love you, brother. Let's go to question number 7. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant. What are they also known as? Now, this is in the very first book, in, I believe, the first potions class. So let's see how many people remember. We're getting a lot of different answers. Currently a tie between 2 different questions. All right, let's go ahead and see what everyone voted for. So it's a close race. 36% of people said aconite, and 38% said Gertie root. The correct answer, aconite. So this is, I believe, the first question where the majority has not gotten it correct.
So it begins.
Yeah. So that's okay. That's going to happen. And like Jen said, it started off smooth. It's going to get harder.
Really?
So let's see where the house rankings, and everyone is lying.
Interesting.
Damn.
Is that still accurate?
Ooh. Sorry, Gryffindor. No longer in first. I can't even see the full name of the person first, but Marauder is
whoever
the first.
Paul Dorney is. Yeah, stop answering the answers in chat.
Oh yeah, don't answer
Don't
in
do
the
that.
chat. Don't answer in the chat. Go to the website.
Don't be a muggle.
All right, Jen, you want to take the next question?
Sure. Our favorite uncle, Vernon Dursley, works at a company that produces what?
In my opinion, this kind of falls back in the easy category, but I have zero perspective. Yeah, we're back. The majority's doing well here.
That's because everyone loves Uncle Vernon.
Yeah, all you like Uncle Vernon. What is wrong with you? So
they're invested.
Yeah, whoever guessed drills, all 52% of you, good job. Vacuum cleaner was a good guess though. Like, he seems like he would sell vacuums.
Because he sucks.
Haha. So all right, we're gonna keep on going, and on to question number 9. This is another one that you have to type in your answer. It is once again a number, so you don't have to worry about spelling, but get ready to type in a number. Out of my test group, one person got this right, one person got it wrong. I was told it was easy and it was hard. I got told, oh, of course I know this, and who would know this?
Yes.
So let's see how you all do. How many staircases is Hogwarts said to have?
Yeah, who knows this?
Not you.
I mean,
Karissa knew.
Karissa knew. Slytherin knew. Somehow.
This is my favorite, seeing the typed in answers, come in. Like, it's exciting to
Sure.
see what people choose in multiple choice, but it's extra exciting to see all the live answers come in. So let's see what everyone guessed. So 5% of people thought 100. Then we have 300, 999, 1,000, 142, so on and so forth.
Did anyone
Correct
get it
answer?
right?
Um,
I'm curious.
3 people got it right.
3. See, who knows this?
So there we go. 142 people, 142 staircases. 3 people got that correct. Well done there, 3 people.
It's okay if you don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, no, like I said, these are things that, like, I'm not good with numbers.
Oh my gosh.
That's just
crazy.
something that's just drilled into my head. It's totally fine. So we're going to keep on moving on. At the start of book 3, Prisoner of Azkaban, which we're watching in a little bit, who is the driver of the night bus?
So I've listened to the books, right? I did
Mhm.
not read them.
Yeah.
But then I was like, you know what? I'm going to actually read Prisoner of Azkaban since we're watching it. So I went and bought the book, and I'm reading it, and I had no clue that the night bus was spelled with a K and not like the night bus because it's at night. And I don't know how I feel about that.
No, I totally thought the same thing I read them, but
Yeah.
it's always kind of been like, well, why is it?
Yeah.
Like a
what's,
night.
Yeah. Is like the logo on the side? I don't know.
So, anyways, I'm going to pull up the answer, so it does look like we have 59% saying Stan Shunpike and 31% saying Ernest Prang.
See, it's a
Other
trick.
two.
The
It
way
is a
he
trick
did it.
question. Ernest Prang is the driver.
But it's a trick because he listed Stan first, and
Correct.
Stan is also on the bus.
Stan Shunpike takes your ticket. He asks you where you're going. He asks all that, and he goes, "Hey, Ern, take us to London."
Right. And you're just like, Stan, yes. And then you're like, oh no, when you get to the answer D, and you're like, damn
And I
it.
might have purposely put Stan as A to see how many people would actually finish and reading all the way down to D.
Yeah.
Now you know the game.
Yeah. And what was the fun fact you told me last night about Stan and Ernest?
So I was going to save this for the movie, but I'll go ahead and say it now.
Yeah, do it now.
Yeah, J.K. Rowling had 2 grandfathers, as many do. And their names were Stan and Ernest. So she named the night bus driver, and I think Stan is the conductor.
Yeah.
Well,
what's
after her
interesting-
grandfathers.
What's also interesting is reading the book, and then having just watched the movie recently. The Shrunken Head, just randomly throw that in there.
I don't want to talk about the
We'll talk
shrunken
about that
head.
in the movie.
So all right, so let's move on. Guys, come on, Gryffindor, you're in second place. You're trailing by that much. Come on. We got a lot of questions to go, luckily. By the way, there are 95 questions total. So we all got plenty of time to do a comeback, anything. This is anyone's game still. You could even not be in trivia yet, and you could still take the lead later on.
That's true.
So, on to question 11. Harry Potter became the youngest Quidditch player at Hogwarts in how long? How many years?
I just want to hum Hedwig's theme as like the Jeopardy.
You said hum.
Y-
Yes. No,
Yeah,
you are correct. I
yeah.
heard something else.
I don't know you heard. I guess it would really be hum as much as it's
yeah.
like the dun dun dun. That's not. What is that? That's not humming. Dun,
That would be
dun,
singing.
Dun. That's singing. I am an excellent singer. I did not know.
Here are, let's see what people would in. 57% of people, and a majority think it's 100 years. In second place was 50 years. The correct answer is 100 years. So,
Brava.
let's just keep on chugging along. All right. I'm going to be proud of whoever gets this one, even if you're a Slytherin. What is the name of the statue that is next to the prefects-only bathroom? So once again, that is, what is the name of the statue that is next to the prefects-only bathroom? This is in book 4. When Cedric tells Harry that he can go take a bath. Little weird thing to say, but ends up turning out good for Harry. So let's see. We got 28% saying A, Wilfred the Wistful. By the way, these are all statues. So, if you've heard of any one of them, it's because they're all in Hogwarts. Let's go ahead and look at what people answered. 48% are thinking it's Boris the Bewildered, and they would be correct. Boris the Bewildered is. So, let's keep on going. We're back to yet another type in your answer one. My favorite. I can't wait to see what you all think. This is something that you will know from book 5. It might even be mentioned in the movies. I'm pretty sure it is. But
I don't know.
You got to really pay attention to remember this. So type in your answer. What row in the Hall of Prophecy was Harry's prophecy located?
How many rows are there?
A lot.
Good Lord. It is a ridiculous question. But also the number, I feel like, is the actual answer. Well, is it done?
No,
okay.
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
Oh, I feel like the number is actually...
Weirdly, once again, we have 64 different answers.
How many people are playing?
174 people currently submitted for this one.
See, the thing is that there's a ton of numbers, right? And yet the answer is just, I don't know.
I would like my brother to know I am seeing his texts, and I am choosing not to respond to them. So let's see what everyone said. With 10 votes was row 7. Then 5 votes, it just goes on down there. 5 votes had 58, 5 votes had 97. Whoever those 5 votes were that said 97, you're correct.
Wow. Good job, you guys.
So there's our leaders, and here is our house leaders. Let's see, what's up next? Another book 5 question. This, I kind of stole this from JC. JC always likes to throw in the questions that he gets to stump people with the most. This is my go-to single Harry Potter, the biggest Harry Potter fans in the world, when they're like, try and stump me. This is my go-to question. So serious props to everyone that gets this one correct. And if you don't get it correct, still serious props to you for trying. So, question number 14. In the Order of the Phoenix, what does Arthur Weasley tell Kingsley Shacklebolt that Molly is making for dinner? This is while they are at the Ministry of Magic. All right, all answers are in. It is a very no, it's fairly weighted. 51% assume shepherd pie.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
I love shepherd's pie.
I love shepherd's pie too. It's
so
arguably
good.
the best meal. But the true answer is meatballs. I threw in 3 dishes that are commonly cooked in the UK and one that's commonly cooked in Italy, and it's the Italian one. Because why not?
But that's why he's got to get home.
Yeah, why would people in the UK be excited about bangers or mash or anything that they have all the time?
That's
like going,
go.
We're having McDonald's for dinner.
There's going to be garlic bread. I'm out.
So, anyways, let's go ahead and move on. Another type in answer. So this one is also just a number one. Let's go ahead and keep it going. The date of the Battle of Hogwarts was May 2nd. What year did the Battle of Hogwarts happen?
This is some reverse math that I don't like.
Also, you can type in the 4-digit year or the last 2 digits of the year. They both work. If you spell it out, that does not work. I need an actual number. I love watching these answers come in. All right, so, wow, we had a lot of people not even try on that one. But we did have 18 votes for 1998, and we had 16 votes for 1997. Those 18 top votes were correct. 1998. He does start Hogwarts in 1991. His, birthday lines up with that. But think about his school year. They were in May of the following year. So if you do start school on 91, you're going to graduate in 98 in Hogwarts.
Yes.
Yeah, not in Muggle school.
No.
So yeah, there we go with that. Let's continue on. Jen, you want to take this one?
Number
Number
sure.
16.
Yes. Okay. Number 16. J.K. Rowling has the same birthday as which character? The person I thought is actually not even a choice.
Well, they're wrong.
Yeah, well, I was wrong last night. Well, no, I guessed, but I think I still guessed wrong.
All right, looks like all the votes are in. So let's see what people went with. We had 48% saying Harry. Up next was 23% saying Dumbledore. Then Hermione and Trelawney coming in tied towards the end. Correct answer is Harry.
Yeah, apparently it's also Megan Smith's birthday as well.
Oh, well, that's exciting. I mean,
Fancy.
yeah, Harry Potter's always going to,
Yeah, sorry,
overshadow your
Megan.
birthday, so I'm actually...
You have the same birthday as Harry Potter, Megan. Let's be clear.
That's like having Christmas birthday. I feel bad for you.
Yeah.
So, all right, that was question 16. Next page. All right, I do believe this is our first question that is in the Pottermore Wizarding World knowledge. So
Okay.
This is not in the books. This is not
It's
in a
about
movie.
to get hairy.
Really? So, anyways, question number 17. Harry's grandfather died of what? And just to clarify, if anyone is truly wondering, I'm talking about James Potter's dad, not Lily Evans's dad.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah. His wizarding grandfather died of what?
Correct.
For those of you deep divers, Fleamont Potter.
Oh, just not natural causes of an old age.
All right, let's see what people answered. I am impressed. 68% said dragonpox. That is correct. Now, granted, other than the killing curse, which you feel like you would probably know, Spattergroit, I guess you could kind of die from. I mean, you definitely could. No one wants to get close to you, but, dragonpox probably solid. Even if you were guessing, good deduction there. So yeah, Fleamont Potter died of dragonpox. Next question. This is from Professor Benz's class, History of Magic in Book 1. Uruk the Oddball is famous for wearing what on his head? I kind of find it funny that they have a ghost for a teacher. He was so boring that he died and kept teaching. You gotta be an extra special kind of boring to do that.
True. Very true.
I kind of do dread those, when I have to read through those parts of the books. So, let's see. A lot of people think it's gillyweed, and then everything else kind of slowly trickles down after that. But the correct answer is jellyfish.
Which is just cruel because they can't breathe out of water. So, what's the deal?
Well, I mean, Harry, or not Harry, sorry.
Uruk?
Cedric, is it Cedric? Yeah, Cedric puts the bubble around his head during the second task in the Triwizard Tournament to keep air underwater. You don't think they could put a bubble of water around the...
So then how does Uruk breathe?
No, around the octopus. It's on his
The
head.
jellyfish. They're different. Ravenclaw.
I don't know. All right, so let's keep on going. Question number 19. Which of the three Peveril brothers never had any children or further lineage? Now, for those that are like, who are the Peveril brothers? They're the three Deathly Hallows. The Deathly Hallows brothers that are mentioned in the story of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak, or Cloak of Invisibility, as they say it. So let's see here. Almost an even split down the middle, but the lowest voted one is actually the correct answer. They are in order of that. So Antok is the oldest. He got the wand. Cadmus is the middle. He got the Resurrection Stone. Ignotus is the youngest, who got the Invisibility Cloak. Fun fact, Ignotus, related to Harry Potter. Lineage went down, and Cadmus, related to Voldemort. The Gaunt family got the stone. It went on down through the family, which also means eventually the Salazar Slytherin family, or before the Gaunt family. So, yeah.
There's so much history. Like the webs that are weaved in the story of Harry Potter is crazy.
Hey, look, don't get an all-powerful wand. People will kill you.
Yeah, apparently.
So, moving on. Which of these Potter Watch code names was assigned to Fred Weasley? These were all code names that were Potter Watch code names, but the question is, which one of them was Fred? I'm going to let you say your fun fact once we're done.
Oh, yeah, my fun fact.
Yeah. All right, so we got 38% saying it was Romulus, 34% saying Rapier, 21% saying River, and 9 people thought it was Royal. The correct answer is Rapier. And how can you know that it's not Romulus?
So, you know it's not Romulus because Romulus in Greek mythology is twins with Remus, and they are adopted by a she-wolf, and Romulus ends up killing Remus, and Romulus ends up creating Rome. So it stands to know that Remus Lupin's call sign is Romulus.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
So let's go ahead and move on to a two-choice answer. You have a 50-50 shot at this one, so you might as well try. You don't get negative points for trying.
True. But these are always the hardest for me, the 50-50 ones.
But you got the best shot.
It doesn't matter.
So actually, you love them, so I'm going to let you ask the question.
All right. Which Weasley twin was born first?
By that much.
Very a la Luke and Leia.
Yeah.
You know.
That's not the fandom we're talking about right now.
We are not.
Dobby is here to make sure that we cannot see the other fandoms.
No.
He's got a Niffler sock.
Yes, and as a reminder, all of these socks are disgusting and dirty and shaped like human feet because people take their socks off and throw them to Dobby when they leave the bar. Because you guys are good people.
Just to put this in perspective, I have just closed my text notifications for 2 minutes, and I already have 65 notifications.
I have messages that say Varley is a jerk.
Yeah. Well-known fact, Gryffindor.
All right, so who was born first?
Well, a lot of people thought Fred, which is correct.
Which breaks my heart.
Spoilers. You shouldn't be here if you haven't finished the entire series.
Oh, it's so upsetting.
All right, so we're going to keep on going. I like this question. Who was the Hogwarts headmaster directly before Dumbledore?
I thought this one was tricky.
It's tricky on purpose.
Well, it tricked me, so it worked.
All right. We've got a whole bunch of answers in. 28% think it's Phineas Nigellus Black.
That's what I said.
57% of people think it's Armando Dibbit. They are correct.
Yeah.
So, you learn about Armando Dibbit in, I believe, book 2, when they go into the memory of Dumbledore when Tom Riddle is going to school there.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, moving on. Which breed of dragon does Victor Crumb face in the Triwizard Tournament? Now, these are all 4.
If the answer is not toothless, I'm out. He's my favorite.
Once again, wrong fandom. Toothless
He's
is
my
the best
favorite
dragon. But, yeah. So, how well do you remember which dragon was his? It does excite me when I see a majority get the correct answer, because I feel like there's a good following out there, and once again, nothing wrong if you don't know it. You can still be a Harry Potter superfan and not know any of these.
Yeah.
But let's see what everyone was saying. So it looks like 47% of people thought it was the Chinese fireball, and in second place was 31% people thought it was the Swedish. Short snout. So let's see what the correct answer is. Chinese fireball is the correct answer. They were dealt out as Victor had the Chinese fireball, the Hungarian horntail was Harry, the common Welsh green was Fleur, and that leaves the Swedish, that's a tongue twister, short snout to Cedric. So on to the next one. This is another type in a number one, Jen's favorite.
I actually got this one, but I'm reading the book.
Yeah, you just read that
So
part.
I just read it.
Yeah. So how many seconds will it take the firebolt broom to go from 0 to 150 miles per hour? Now I'm going to talk about something else while people type in their answers.
Okay.
I have always been fascinated by the fact that it's miles and feet in these books.
Oh,
and I am
interesting.
curious if that is something that she went in and changed in the American books. I
So
actually
philosophers versus sorcerers.
on my last trip to Germany, I work in Germany a lot, and I connect through London a lot. And there's a Harry Potter store in London Heathrow, and they had the books themed where you could buy every single book with your house colors.
I saw that, so I'm kind of curious if I should get Ravenclaw or not. But I'm like,
I bought it in London, so I'm hoping to find out.
Oh, if it's
Yeah.
imperial or metric.
All right, let's see what we got here. So 19% think it's 3 seconds. 10%, 10% think it's 10, and another 10% think it's 60. Then on down from there, you all can see the different answers. The correct answer is 10 seconds. 3 seconds would be very fast. 3 seconds is, that's Tesla fast.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
couple notes from the Twitch chat.
yeah.
We had somebody was saying that. Oh, I lost it. Mr. Jet was looking to switch his team to Gryffindor so that he could bring the Gryffindor average down. And then one of our
Classic Slytherin move.
One of our other Twitch chatters says, King Fuzzy says they're different between editions. I have a couple Canadian editions because I lived there for
Interesting.
There we go. Because I figured as a Brit,
Yeah.
she would not
I never thought about
naturally do miles. And to me, as a kid, it didn't it made sense. I was like a mile. If I had heard a kilometer
Right,
as
you
a kid, I would have been like, what is that?
Yeah.
So
somebody else is saying that JK did miles feet on purpose to make the wizard seem odd.
oh, well, I can get behind that too.
It's interesting that the wizards are supposed to seem odd with miles and feet. However, Mr. Weasley doesn't understand the point of a rubber duck, and honestly, there is no point of a rubber duck. So who's really odd here?
Have you never watched Sesame Street?
It's been a while.
What would Bert and Ernie do
Without a rubber duck.
without a rubber duck?
Oh,
So,
God.
anyways, we digress. Next question is a quote, and you're going to have to say who said it. You don't have to type it. It's multiple choice. So the question is, who said, every human life is worth the same and worth saving? Now, I did try and put in 4 answers. I'll repeat what JC said back on May the 4th when you guys were doing Star Wars trivia. Creating the wrong answers is so much harder than creating the question.
Yeah.
I could create questions all day, but the number of questions I had to delete because I could not figure out
Yeah.
possible other correct answers. A great example here. Let's see how everyone voted. So 36% think Albus Dumbledore. Then we have Arthur Weasley and Sirius tied at 23%, and last is Kingsley Shacklebolt at 18%. And the correct answer is Kingsley Shacklebolt. He says it in Book 7 when Dumbledore's not around.
Which I have a story about that, but we'll save it for another time.
So to the 23 of you who said Kingsley Shacklebolt, well done. All right, done with that page. Moving on to question 26. What make and model was Arthur Weasley's flying car in book/movie number 2? All right, let's see how people voted. 78%, overwhelming majority said Ford Anglia, and you are correct. I got to tell you.
I wish it was a Camaro.
For a while, this was going to be a type in your answer question.
Yeah, no, that's
And I had to look up how to type it, even though I've read it
right.
8 million times. That's not a normal way to spell.
The spelling would be a nightmare.
So, all right. Next question. Albus Dumbledore has a very, very long name, for those of you that don't know. So the question is, which of these is not one of Albus Dumbledore's middle names?
Do, 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 do.
Oh, I'm so proud of all of you. Once again, an overwhelming majority say Godric, which is correct. Godric is Gryffindor's actual first name.
So what is Dumbledore's full name?
In order,
Yes.
It is Albus, Percival, Wulfric, Brian, my favorite, Dumbledore. I love that his mom was like, let's throw a Brian in there.
Yeah, of course.
All right, we're going to keep on chugging along. So there we go. This is a fill in the blank where you have to type letters, not a number one. It is very short, so don't be trying to think of any long thing.
Yeah, it's 2 letters.
Yeah, 2 letters. That's all you need, 2 letters.
Yes.
You can do this on your keyboard. You don't even have to get ready. So, fill in the blank. Nearly Headless Nick's full name is Sir Nicholas Blank Mimsy Porpington. And there are, I will accept 5 different spellings.
For a 2-letter word.
Because I believe some people are still not going to listen and put in 3 letters.
Okay.
Whoever wrote WTF, you're wrong, but I love you. All right, so let's see what people voted. 25% of people said D, or duh. They are correct. His full name is Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. All right, moving it on. What was the final of the 7 Horcruxes to be destroyed? The final. These are all Horcruxes, and they were all destroyed. Spoiler alert.
So my book club is playing, and they're all Ravenclaws except for one, which is a hybrid Gryffindor Hufflepuff. And
Not a real thing.
They're all just like, I can't. My food's here. I'm out. I can't do it. So you are schooling them with these questions. I'm calling out my book club. Do better.
Come on, book club. Read books. All right. So 50% of people have said Nagini. That is correct. 43% said Harry, which it was once again kind of a trick question because you do assume it's Harry.
I thought it was Harry.
But Neville does kill Nagini after Harry wakes back up from having the Horcrux killed inside of him. Okay. So we're going to keep on chugging along here. Another type in your answer one. This is back to numbers. 1 galleon equals how many Knuts?
So what angers me is that I told you to put this question in, and then I got it wrong.
Yeah. Well, you told me to put in a question like this question.
Yeah.
You told me a different conversion.
Yeah.
So let's see what everyone voted here. 12% of people said 10. Some people said 17. You know what? I am down to 3% of the vote, and I'm not seeing the correct answer yet. Let's see if anyone got it right. The correct answer is 493.
Did anyone get it?
Let me scroll way down. Not that I can see.
Oh, let's see if I can pull it up.
So we got 40 different answers. So just to give you guys the breakdown, 1 galleon is 17 sickles. 1 sickle is 29 Knuts. So 17 times 29, 493.
Well, there you go.
That was math.
That's
I'm
the
sorry
first
for people who don't
question
want to do
that we have had. It looks like no right answer. Oh, one person got it.
Oh, congrats to that one person.
You just win.
Yeah.
Just win.
Way to go. Very proud of you. All right.
Oh, yeah, one person.
In the Quidditch World Cup, which Irish chaser scored the first goal? All three of these are Irish chasers.
Really bothers me that there isn't an O something like O'Connor, O'Malley.
Maybe it's
O'Callahan.
Maybe it's like the Olympics where they're like, "Hey, we're playing hockey. We're going to bring in people from Sweden and call them American."
Oh God! You know, speaking of the movie Miracle, I love watching, but they are all O'Callahans, O'Malley.
So let's see. Moran has 55% of the vote. 31 has Troy. No one likes mullet.
Because it doesn't sound Irish. If it was O'Malley, there would have been votes.
The correct answer is Troy. So.
Zach Byerly just said, I thought JC's trivia was tough.
Burn.
Oh.
All right. Question 32. On the tapestry across from the room of requirement, Barnabas the Barmy is trying to teach trolls what? This is in book 5 when they first try and get the room of requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think it's in the movie. All right, let's see how we did here. So, 37% think ballet, 31% think knitting. One of those two is correct, and it is ballet.
Trolls and ballet.
I mean, why not?
Yeah, why not? Jinx.
So, oh man. Well, give me the soda gun. I'll owe you a soda.
Just spray me with Coke.
All
right.
All right, question 33. I'm going to let you ask this one. 33.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Okay. Question number 33. What numbers do you have to dial in the abandoned phone booth to enter the Ministry of Magic? So, what numbers does Mr. Weasley
And naturally, to make
ring
it
out?
easy, I just did different combinations of the correct numbers.
Yeah, which, I mean, I'm not going to say it out here loud because I live with him, but it's very close to JC's phone number, which really is weird.
So let's see what people thought. 35% think it's 42246, and 34% think 62442. The correct answer is C, 62442, which if you are on an old school phone,
Which is A, isn't it A? Or did you change it?
No, that's just the answer. A stands for answer on your paper.
Yeah, it says correct is number 1.
Yeah, that's not A, B, C, D. Otherwise, A would be the answer for every single one of
I
these.
thought you said correct was.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Carry
Anyways.
on. So go ahead and tell your fact about that number.
So, yeah, C is the correct answer, 62442. So back in the day before iPhones, for anyone that's, older like me, you had to text by pushing buttons like 3 times. So 62442 spells magic on an old phone. Well, not old, not rotary, but you know what I'm saying. You guys get the point. All right, let's keep on moving on. I'm pretty sure that this is, once again, this might be mentioned in book 4, but I don't believe it is. I believe this is a Wizarding World Pottermore question. And the question is, which of these Death Eaters typo on my part. Which of these Death Eaters has received all 12 OWLs while at school?
Going back to phones, how annoying, but I loved them anyway, were rotary phones.
Which ones?
Rotary,
Oh.
and then you'd wait for it to come back to
I
do
never
it again,
used one on
wait for
a
it to
thing,
come
yeah.
back to do it again.
I had like a toy like.
I loved them,
Yeah.
but frustrating.
All right, so let's see. 38% of people think it's Lord Voldemort. 29% think it's Barty Crouch Jr. Voldemort's a very good guess, but it is Barty Crouch Jr. That's all 12 OWLs. Just like I believe both Bill and Charlie Weasley also got all 12. Very few people. Hermione only got 10.
What?
Because she was busy saving the world.
Oh, jeez.
I think that's a good excuse. So, moving on. Another Weasley question. So, Jen, as a Weasley lover,
Yes.
not that I don't love the Weasleys, I love the Weasleys,
I
but
do love
Jen
the Weasleys.
really loves the
I
Weasleys.
do. Okay, so Fleur Delacour married which Weasley? Do you suppose he wore your shirt to the wedding?
I don't know. All right, let's see how people voted. 66% are saying Bill. I'm not even going to read the others because that is correct. Bill Weasley. Charlie, well, definitely not George. Percy, oh, Percy's the worst Weasley, right? I mean, he comes back around, but he's kind of the worst Weasley.
I mean, he's an eye roll.
He just tried way too hard.
He's an eye roll.
Anyways, so well done to everyone that got that one correct. Moving on. Question number 36. What is the name of Lupin and Tonks's son?
I thought this was tricky.
Is this tricky?
It's tricky.
All right, all answers are in. So 73% think it's Theodore, 13% think Sirius, 9 think it's Edward, and 5 think it's James.
What was the percentage for Theodore?
73%. And they're all wrong.
And I said Theodore too, because I know why you all voted Theodore.
The correct answer is Edward. He goes by Teddy.
Yep, that's why we all said Theodore.
So Theodore, of course, you think, oh, Theodore's
Sure.
Teddy is actually a nickname
for Edward. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's funny that no one in Twilight ever calls Edward Teddy. That would be hilarious.
Maybe we should start.
We'll review.
Okay.
Where are the house rankings?
Let's see where we're coming in at. Do you have the game up, JC? Because I can't see that part. Do you have the game up? Because I cannot see that part when that comes in.
I've got the stream up.
Okay. Well, they should be showing up.
So it's player rankings right now. Well,
We've got Slytherin at 814, Hufflepuff at 793, Gryffindor at 755, and Ravenclaw, the caboose, at 715.
WTF, mates?
Slytherin. Clearly.
Okay, but we have a banner, so we're clearly good at things here at this bar. You know what the problem is? This is the problem, is it's a timed answer, and Ravenclaws are reading every answer twice before selecting one, because that's what Ravenclaws do. Thorough. Also losing.
Moving on. Next question is, which of these was never one of Hagrid's pets? All right. So, we do have a lot of people. 72% think Gorp and 22% think Norberta. Now, I do understand where those 22% come from because they think I'm saying Norbert to throw them off, that it was Norbert. But Norbert was a girl dragon. We discovered this much later on in the series. So Norberta was actually the dragon from book 1. Gorp is his brother.
Yeah, so who said Gorp? It's like Guar. Which just made me think of Empire Records.
So yeah, if you said Gorp, you are correct. That is his brother, not his pet. So we are going to go ahead and keep on moving along. What is the name of Fleur Delacour's sister? Remember, she was trapped underwater in the second task. I see someone in the chat saying, we all know it's rigged and Griff is going to get a last-minute 300-point boost for skipping class.
Probably. You see who's running it over here.
I wish I could rig it like that, but, I don't think look, if Gryffindors go out there and stop the coronavirus, I will be giving them a bonus 1,000 points, and I think every other house will too. Except for, Slytherin probably is enjoying this virus.
I don't know.
Yeah. Right, Chris, is Slytherin enjoying the virus? Yeah? She gets so mad.
You know what's interesting? Though, is that when we did the Triwizard Tournament, all of our bartenders were Slytherin, and I was like, what's going on here? I bought one tie for every house, and everybody was Slytherin. I was like, but I don't even know. All
right, so 68%, a staggering number of people, think it's Gabrielle because that is her name. So we're going to keep on chugging along. All right. What question are we on? 39. What is the Quidditch move that Victor Crumb successfully used in the 1994 Quidditch World Cup? And now you're all going to hate me really bad because
yes, you are.
Spelling matters all of a sudden.
So if you've never read the books and you've only listened to Jim Dale, good luck.
All right, so let's see what people did. We got 48% saying D, Wronski feint, 29% saying C, Wronski feint, and then going on down there. It's not wonky. There's nothing wonky about it. The correct answer is D, Wronski feint.
Which is different from the...
So he doesn't feint.
Wait, so what's the other feint?
Feint? Well, so it's the move. But I can tell you that it comes from Polish seeker Joseph Wronski.
Okay.
Who was he was a Polish seeker, and you can read about that in Quidditch Through the Ages.
Okay.
So we're going to do that. This is going to dig into your knowledge from Book 5 and Movie 5. So, what is Luna's Patronus?
I'm getting an anonymous message in my text to let you know, Jen, But Harry didn't discriminate against the Slytherins. He told his son to be proud if he was sorted to that house.
And we all know that I am not a great wizard.
No, and I do love Slytherins because I have family there. But
yes, I'm trying to think. I mean,
as
obviously,
I have said earlier today, if I'm not hating on you, do I really like you? Like that's how
true.
I show love.
That's true. Look, here's the thing, though: is if you're this is the thing: is that the most people that I see with Death Eater jackets or tattoos or shirts or really like super wearing Death Eater garb,
Slytherin.
95% chance they're Slytherin. So you can't sit there.
And there are exceptions. Look, Peter Pettigrew, maybe the worst Death Eater there was.
But I'm saying, like, on the
Gryffindor.
streets today, I'm, like, friends who are like, I'm wearing my Death Eater jacket because I'm Slytherin. So I'm like, okay, so you're one and the same. So then I can therefore be biased towards you.
No, I know.
Chris
Chris is
biased
losing her
against
mind
you.
right now. So anyways, the correct answer is Luna's Patronus was a hare. And then we're going to go on to question 41, which is, who teased Moaning Myrtle about her glasses right before she was killed?
What's interesting is at the beginning of the quarantine, I watched Bridget Jones' Diary, because, as you do.
This is very on theme.
Yeah, well, she's in it. The woman who plays Moaning Myrtle is in it, and I've never, I didn't realize that was her. So to see her, she's the same person, just flesh-colored.
All right, so let's see. 51% of people think it's Olive Hornby. They're correct. All right. Question 42. Now, there is a fun fact about this, but I'll get into that after the question. The question is in book 1, what dull gray day of the week does our story begin? And this has been scrutinized a lot, but there's a possible other answer, but it's not available to choose.
Every time I see a list like that, I just think of the song by the Monkees.
It's your favorite band?
I love the
Monkees.
Monkees.
They're not your favorite, but Dandy Warhols is your.
The Dandies are my favorite, but I love the Monkees so much.
So let's see. 45% voted that it was a Tuesday because it was according to the book. Now, the reason I say that is because the day he was taken to the Dursleys' house was November 1st, 1981. Problem with that is, if you go look at a calendar, it's not a Tuesday.
Is it the British calendar, though?
No. It was actually a Sunday. So that brings into question is, though, do they live on a different calendar than we do?
The Wizards?
Yeah. I mean, I know technically they don't because Harry knew when his birthday was, but who knows? Or are they in a completely different multiverse where leap years don't exist?
Or if you go outside the United States, is it the correct date?
We don't have a different calendar than, I got really worried here that you thought that there was a... So, all right. Moving on. When Dean Thomas faces the Boggart, what form does it take? Now, a lot of these classmates face the Boggart one after another. So these are all answers that you heard or read within seconds of each other.
What a fun teacher Lupin was.
The best.
Like, really?
Easily. I mean, I don't... Does anyone argue that he was the best defense against the dark arts teacher that they had? I don't think...
No, I don't
think so. If you do, I want to know your reasoning. Like, Moody would have been cool if he was Moody.
Yes, I agree. I do agree with that. And, like, I know what the beef is, but, like, Snape's just got to lighten up.
No kidding. All right, so 35% think a bloody mummy. 33% think a banshee. 20% think a severed hand. 12% think Snape. No, Snape was our good friend Neville Longbottom. It was actually a severed hand.
Which I guess is more terrifying than a severed foot. That just makes no sense.
Yeah. Severed hand. I don't know why a severed hand is like, oh, well, there's a severed hand.
I mean,
but
it's gross.
If a Boggart just turned in and it became a severed hand, like, I wouldn't be scared of it.
It's gross.
Yeah, I'd be like, ew.
Maybe if it
And I'd
drops from the ceiling.
kick it off to the side and be like,
Yeah, no,
Let
Ron,
the house elves
Ron,
take care of that.
with my Weasley love, Ron and I would be in the same boat. If a tarantula comes out, I'm done. I'm passing out. I'm not ridiculousing this.
Yeah.
I'm just not.
You wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't. I'd pass out.
But what would make that spider not scary for you? Would I don't feel like rollerblades. I
Not
think that makes it more
being
scary.
there. Yeah, no, I know, because you don't know where he's going. No.
A spider with rollerblades on. That's
The spider just not being there would be less scary.
Yeah. So, moving on. The size of a snitch, a golden snitch, is compared to what nut? I don't think that they compare it in the movies, but in the books,
So
it is
I
compared
think-
to a nut.
I think, and you're not going to be able to hear her answer, but I think Karissa said she wanted to dress up as a golden snitch at some point. And I told her if she does that, she has to make sure to put a scar with stitches on her side. Because snitches get stitches, and it just is like the perfect thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
All
That
right,
was a
let's
conversation
see.
we had.
Once again, we have an overwhelming majority of 72% saying a walnut. Excuse me. And that is correct. Walnut is the correct answer. Just purely based on size. If you do deduction, I did have cashew in there last night as an answer, but we all determined everyone would know it's not a cashew.
Yeah, cashews are not shaped like anything that
They're
resembles a snitch.
shaped like delicious.
What?
They're shaped like delicious.
Oh, they are good. Yes, they're awesome.
All right, moving on to question 45. Which of the Half-Blood Prince's spells did Harry try first? So he got the Half-Blood Prince, also known as Snape. He got his book, and it had some spells in there. Most of them were nonverbal spells.
Also, how does Snape not know that he has his book? Like,
I'm pretty sure Snape is fully aware. But Snape has gotten so in trouble for correctly accusing Harry, but, Dumbledore being like, calm down, Snape.
also, how much do we miss Alan Rickman?
Ugh.
Every day.
I met him once.
Although when I see him, I think of the Sheriff of Nottingham and digging your heart out with a spoon.
Snape and then Die Hard.
But I love Kevin Costner, though. If the Pikins are watching, they know.
So, JC, you about to say something?
Yeah, a couple quick announcements. The first one is we got about 45 minutes to wrap this up.
And just so you all know, once we get to question 60, this is
It's
going to
gonna
start
fly.
rolling along real quick. We're not going to be talking much because it's all the same category once we get from that point till the end. So,
also want to give a shout out to all the people who've watched all of our streams on Twitch. We are just a couple more streams away from becoming a Twitch partner, which is really exciting.
I don't know what that means.
And the biggest, most
exciting.
exciting is Hufflepuff is in first place.
wow, Hufflepuff taking the lead.
And JC's acting as if he could possibly help with that.
So before we get to which answer is correct here, I do want to also, I don't know if this applies to Twitch until you're partnered, but since we're really close, I'm just going to go ahead and let anyone out there, a lot of people have Amazon Prime, and with Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch per month. So if you don't choose a subscription, you're just wasting your money.
Oh.
That money goes to anyone on Twitch that you can. You might have to be partnered, but
Oh, okay.
that's either going to happen soon, but maybe you can subscribe now even without being partnered, in which case, that money's either going in Bezos' pocket or it's going to someone that you want to support on Twitch. So it comes for free with your Amazon Prime. I just learned this past week and went and supported someone that I really enjoy watching. I highly recommend anyone that has Amazon Prime take advantage of that free benefit.
I am too old for Twitch. I
am
honestly
too.
don't.
I'm learning what that is over quarantine. And
I still miss the door opening and door slamming sounds of AOL.
Welcome. All right. Anyways, back to this question.
Who just got on?
Yeah. You've got mail. Which of the Half-Blood Princes spells did Harry try first? He did try Levicorpus. Levicorpus is the correct answer. 36% of people guessed that. He tries it on Ron. Ron goes flying in the air.
You wonder why Ron has a complex with Harry.
Because they're best friends.
All right.
All right. You want to take the next one?
Sure. Yes.
Number.
So, number 46.
Yep.
Which of Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day parties does Harry attend? So, what number?
Yep, that's
How
correct.
old?
How old is he turning?
Yes.
Or how old since he died?
Yes. How many days, years,
Yeah.
years? How many years since his death?
Many, many days. We're not doing that kind of math.
How many sickles in a year?
Ooh, we got a lot of people thinking a lot of different things here. So 37% think 400, 31% think 500, 21 think 300, and 600. The correct answer is 500. It's his 500th death day.
Yes. I have to shout out to Tanya, who's really upset that I'm saying all Slytherins are Death Eaters. All Slytherins are not Death Eaters.
That is not what she said.
We are joking
That
and
is not-
having
But also, that's
fun.
not even what you said.
It's not
you
what I said,
a
but it's
majority
okay.
of people wearing Death Eaters are Slytherins.
Are typically Slytherins.
It's
I
not-
understand, but I can see how that could be offensive
Look,
to
a
Slytherins
square-
who don't like, Voldemort. I get it.
A square is a rectangle. A rectangle is not a square. Like,
But anyway, I'm joking.
yeah.
Very much joking.
Slytherins are awesome. Like
You have to have the 4 houses.
Also, I think Slughorn is a.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to
Yeah.
Karissa.
Yeah. Exactly.
And Dan Rudd at the bar. He's
Yeah.
Slytherin pure and pure.
This is a bar full of Slytherins.
It is, truly.
We're all in the minority. So let's keep it rolling though.
Everyone is saying, she's saying all Death Eaters are Slytherins. No, because Pettigrew was...
Yeah, Pettigrew is
Y'all, stop
a
taking me
Gryffindor
so
to Gryffindor.
seriously.
Yeah.
Let's get J.K. Rowling on there, and then we can have some facts. But
Yeah.
I'm not her.
No, and J.K. Rowling has full out said that Slytherin is not a bad house.
Right.
There are plenty of great wizards that come out. Once again,
Right.
yeah. Anyways.
Powerful wizards.
We're back to a type in your answer question for 47. So it is a number. In the second Tri-Wizard task, how many total points does Harry earn? This is the one where they have to dive in the water, save a loved one, and Harry saves everyone.
Because Harry can't follow rules.
Yeah. He literally dives down there, and he's like, I know 3 of these people. That 4th one I don't know, but I can't save 3 of them and not the 4th
Yeah.
one. All right, let's see how people answered. We got a lot of answers. Did anyone get the correct one? I'm sure someone could have, but it won't let me scroll down that far. So let's just go on to the correct answer, which is 45. He receives 45 points. Everyone tries to receive him for being so noble, and then what's his face from Durmstrang? Got to be a dick.
Got to keep it fair.
Victor, I can't think of his name right now.
Oh, yeah, no one got it.
No one got it. Boo. That's sad. So that is our first question that no one got.
That is the first one.
So let's move on. This is another type-in one. This is a very tough name to spell. So that's already a clue, but we're just going to go for it. Try your best on spelling. There are 10 possible correct ways to spell it according
Do you have to spell the full name? First and last?
First name and last name, or you can probably get away with just last name. I think I put
There
in...
you go.
I think I put in
So
both.
first and last, or just
Or
last?
Just last, yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go. The question is, in The Half-Blood Prince, Luna finds Harry on the Hogwarts Express in the movie. In the book, who finds Harry? So in the movie, Luna finds him. In the book, who finds him? Oh man, lots of people spelling the full name out, and I'm really proud of them.
Good for you guys.
And with correct spelling.
And gals. Really?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I am highly impressed. So, here you'll see we have 36% of people said Nymphadora Tonks. That is correct. I would have also accepted Dora Tonks, Tonks with an X, Nymphadora. There was Dora Tonks, I think there was some weird autocorrects going on yesterday. So I believe that might be no, that's not our last type-in one, but we're getting there. So moving on to question 49. Jen, take this one away.
Okay. Question 49. What order of Merlin status does Gilderoy Lockhart hold? Oh, what a trip
No,
that guy is.
I do have to say, I can't stand him as a professor or as a person. He is the worst. But, Kenneth Branagh is one of the best actors of all time. Maybe the best.
Captivating to watch.
Maybe the best living Shakespearean actor that we have. And I love that he goes and does Thor and Harry Potter.
You know, are there any questions in here regarding the worst person in the entire series?
No, because that's biased, and
Shocking.
I'm sure we would get some hate on that.
Oh, she's the worst.
I know. For those wondering, Professor Umbridge is the worst human in the entire book. She is worse than Voldemort. All right, so let's see how people voted. So 38% think he has a second class. It's pretty darn close. Majority of you think that he at least has a status. The correct answer is he is third class, Order of Merlin. So lie your way until you get caught, I guess. Not advice I would actually give,
He had great hair, though.
Yeah, fantastic hair.
Awesome.
So guys, if you want success, according to Gilderoy Lockhart, just go find a really good hairstylist. Put all your money in that bucket. All right, moving on to question 50. Which ingredient has to be picked at the full moon to properly make polyjuice potion? Jen, you got this one correct last night.
I did get this
Was
one
that
right.
by chance or by guess?
It was.
Or did you know?
I knew what it wasn't. Let's put it that way.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
So it's deductive reasoning.
All right. Looks like all answers are in. And 35% of people, thank you, chat. Yes, Karkaroff is the head of Durmstrang. My feed just came in. Thank you for helping my
Someone
brain
wants to know
part.
why there's 5 teams. I don't know why there's 5 houses.
There isn't. There's 4.
No, there's 4 houses in reality, but apparently on trivia there's 5 houses.
There shouldn't. Even here in my.
Oh, there's someone who has no identity. Yeah, no affiliation.
Yeah, there was a glitch in the Matrix at some point, and so there is a blank 5th house.
I hope
that
this
has a
5th
few
house
points.
wins.
Weird. Yeah, it's not even showing up. It's not even.
No, or maybe it's Durmstrang just coming in.
Yeah.
Or
who knows?
Ilvermorny.
Yeah.
We don't even know.
So so we have gotten a lot of answers in. The correct answer is fluxweed. That is what you have to pick at the full moon if you want to drink the possibly delicious, possibly disgusting, depending on who you want to change into, potion. All right, so we only got a couple questions left in the Harry Potter specific book universe until we get into our kind of what we're going to call the lightning round after we have got 10 questions left. So, question 51. What Hogwarts classmate ended up marrying George Weasley?
So I was saying this to Varley
Or
last.
as Jen would call him, or call her, the luckiest female in the universe.
I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. I was telling Varley this last night. There was some meme on the internet or something where they were talking about what happens after the series, and they said that George dyes his hair a different color so that he doesn't see Fred when he looks in the mirror.
Fan fiction.
That killed me. That's the one, when you see those things where they're like, which person would you bring back or which creature would you bring back from the Harry Potter series? And like Dobby's one of them, and there's a whole list, Hedwig, all these
Sirius,
things.
Albus.
Sirius, all of them. And I am always like, Fred. Absolutely
I know
Fred.
you are. I'm serious. Or Dumbledore, but Sirius had more life to live. Dumbledore kind of chose his death.
I'm so upset about Fred.
So,
although in the book, Dobby's was heartbreaking.
Dobby, I cried.
That was the worst.
So, all right. But the correct answer is Angelina Johnson, which 56% of people thought. So, way to go, Angelina Johnson. Ended up with a Weasley. So that actually, for a moment, concludes our UK side. Now we have a couple questions based on the US. Ilvermorny. So there is plenty of official canon knowledge out there about Ilvermorny and how it was started. I highly recommend it. I think I would rather go to Ilvermorny than I would rather go to Hogwarts based on the rules.
Yeah, except I would like to look at Scottish scenery all the time.
So you're going to go visit Hogwarts and, whatever. Anyways, let's continue on. So, question number 52. You got to type this one in. In the UK, non-wizards are known as muggles. What are they known as in the US? This is the one part I do not like about the US.
I hate this.
But it's so American.
So not creative. Ugh.
So there is a fair amount of spellings in here. I do see 5 of you. You're real close, but you made it plural. It is a singular word. 4 people who said muggles. No, they don't also call us muggles here. The correct answer is no-maj, which a lot of you got.
And why are they called no-mages?
Because they have no magic.
So bad.
But they do change it to a J, which frustrates me even more.
It's just the worst.
But that's the only part I don't like about this U.S. school. All right, so we're going to go over to the Fantastic Beasts movie for a moment. What beast did Newt travel to America to release in Arizona in the first Fantastic Beasts movie? He brings a lot of beasts in that briefcase of his.
We have a bow truckle up there. Oh, we should bring him down. He's right there by the thing.
Yeah. He's hiding.
I know, he's my favorite.
You guys, 3 points separate Hufflepuff and Slytherin.
Whew.
Ravenclaw,
Wow.
Ravenclaw and Gryffindor are tied.
Oh, wow.
With how much of a point differential? Like between third place and second?
Between first and second is 3 points, and then significant.
Nah. Come on, Gryffindors. Last minute, 300 points. Which, honestly, though, there is still a very good chance for a comeback because these last 25 questions are going to be
anyone's game.
Yeah.
All right, so what do you release?
We got an overwhelming amount of people saying Thunderbird, which is correct. Yeah, 69. Thank you, Karissa. So yeah, he releases a Thunderbird. Beautiful creature. Next page. All right, this is diving into the story that I love that once again is available on Pottermore, which is now called Wizarding World. Let's get it going. All right, what's so funny over there?
Is it Yasha?
He can't hear us. Anyways.
Yeah, people are stressed out in the feed. They're stressing out about the houses.
Shaman Steve is doing a live commentary of the trivia game, and he's saying Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are tied. The first years can barely contain themselves. It's so exciting.
Thank you for that.
I
awesome. Thoroughly look forward to going back and rereading the thread. All right, anyways, the question. When Ilvermorny founder Isolde Sayer fled from Ireland and the UK to America, how did she travel? So, Ilvermorny founder Isolde Sayer fled from Ireland to and the UK to America. How did she travel? And the answers are in. Let's see how people voted. We got 38% people saying the Mayflower, 36% saying Thestral, and then on down from there. The Mayflower is correct. She disguised herself as a man because, days were way worse then. And
growing up on the East Coast, as you did and as I did, but I was in the Northeast, have you seen the Plymouth Rock?
Of course I have. I think we couldn't go on a field trip without
Plymouth. If you haven't,
Williamsburg is what, we saw all the
If
ships.
you have not seen Plymouth Rock, it is very, very underwhelming.
I grew up in Virginia.
I grew up in New York, not the city, the state, that land mass.
Anyways, yeah, Mayflower, pretty fun. Which state in the U.S. is Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry located in?
Loaded in?
Located in.
I'm really glad I didn't blow this because I almost talked about it when we were talking about Ilvermorny. I was like, but I'd rather see Scotland over.
I'm glad you didn't.
Although that makes
had
sense.
to cut your mic. I know. All right, let's see what people say. 51% of people are saying Massachusetts. Anyone else even close? 21% said New Hampshire. That's because Massachusetts is the obvious correct answer.
Because that's
Thank
where
you,
Plymouth Rock
51%.
is. She just got off the boat and was like, here we are. Done.
Yeah.
I
Went into the
traveled
woods.
far enough.
Went into the woods. Called it a day. So to those 51% of you that said Massachusetts, well done. All right, next question. Oh, sorry, I lied. This is kind of an out of place question. I don't know how it ended up down here. Oh, because it's Fantastic Beasts related. That's how. Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore went to Hogwarts together. True or false?
Yeah, that's a good point. Salem is also in Massachusetts, which is the witches.
Which, I don't know if you remember. Oh, yeah, you're
But
reading
yeah,
book
the
3.
curse, yeah.
So, yeah, book 3, they talk about how witches used to burn themselves for fun because
Yeah,
they
the
thought it was
tickle,
hilarious.
like the freezing tickle curse or
And
whatnot.
what's her name? Did it 47 times.
I have the book right there.
Ooh, I love this. Where it's a true or false question, and we're at 45% saying true, 55% saying false. So close between the two of y'all. They did not go to school together.
I didn't think they did.
Gellert Grindelwald went to Durmstrang, and then him and Dumbledore started hanging out in the summer when their love blossomed.
Summer lovin' happened so fast. This is why I don't do karaoke.
Yep. Yeah, they were lovers. On to the next question.
All right.
1, 2. We only have 4 questions left until we start getting into quick stuff, which I will explain when we get there. Question 57. Of the 4 founders of Ilvermorny, which of them was a nomad and or muggle? Same thing. But one of the founders of the U.S. school was a muggle, which I think is pretty cool. Instantly inclusive.
And then we went downhill as a country from there.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. She got here right as the country was starting. She was like, eh. All right, let's see how people voted. 41% think it was James Stewart. You're correct. Webster Boot and Chadwick Boot were actually orphan twins. Their parents died after they made it to America. Very sad. Question 58. Isolde Sayre, the lead founder of Ilvermorny, descended from what Hogwarts founding member? Which I also do love that our founder came from, her blood lineage leads her back to Hogwarts. Mm-hmm. She just was held captive as a child and wasn't allowed to go there, but she dreamed of it, so she built Ilvermorny in Hogwarts' image from all the stories she heard as a kid.
Yeah, well, I also love the fact that she's Irish, and therefore the Ilvermorny logo has the clovers all over it, because clovers are my favorite thing.
Yep. So let's see. 38% of people think it was Rowena Ravenclaw. 30% think Helga Hufflepuff. And then 16% thought it was Gryffindor, and 16% thought it was Slytherin. Correct answer is Salazar Slytherin.
That's super interesting.
So, yeah, she.
So see, Slytherin's doing good in the world.
She was a parcel mouth.
Bring the magic to the States.
She was a parcel tongue, and due to her lineage, she wanted to make sure that lineage of a parcel tongue was never passed on, so she refused to have children. Fun fact.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, let's see, where are we now? Number 59. We're back to a Fantastic Beasts questions that ties into the Harry Potter.
So we have
books
2
as well.
questions left before it gets the lightning round basically starts.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
So, what blood curse has caused Nagini to become a snake?
Which is the coolest scene from the Fantastic Beasts film.
So rad.
It is. When I
she's all
saw that teaser come out, I was like, "What's happening? This is awesome!"
All right. What do we have here? 44% of people think it's malediction. 32% think it's mors morta. I can't say that one. But it is malediction. It's very cool in the movie, but what a horrible thing to be like, hey, you're going to live, but you're going to be a creature for the rest of your life. And then you're going to find this guy, and then he's going to make you a Horcrux. And that's your life. You'll eventually get killed by a guy that can't remember his own name half the time. I love Neville.
He's great.
All right, last question before the lightning round. It's a true-false. And that question is, true or false, Queenie Goldstein was a gifted and accomplished legilimens?
I have an issue with Fantastic Beasts. I don't love it. I don't know if it's...
I love it to death.
I don't love it. I don't know why, but Jacob and Queenie are it's why I go back and watch the follow-up films.
Because they're fantastic. No pun intended, but it was kind of intended. So let's see. 88% of you think it was true because it is. She can read minds. That's what a legilimens is. All right, so now let me quickly explain here how this lightning round that we've been talking about here for a hot minute works.
A lightning round?
Lightning bolt. So we're just going to start going through. I'm just going to say the name before I click through.
Yep.
I'm not going to discuss it really, and neither is Jen. We're just going to keep on going through as quickly as we can. What it is house sortings. So it's going to be a character's name, and you have to choose what house they were sorted into. You still have the same amount of time, 15 seconds to choose your answer.
Yes.
But the answers are always going to be the same. I've done my best. I'm 90% sure that it is set up this way. But Gryffindor should always be answer A. Hufflepuff should always be answer B. Ravenclaw C. Slytherin D. They should be color-coded. I hope I got them all right, color-coded that way. But just read to make sure you're clicking on the right one.
Let's see how our house pride has proven our house history
knowledge. We're going to start off with a fan favorite, Hagrid. Here we go. I'm not even going to read what people thought it was. We're just going straight to the answer. He is a Gryffindor. Up next, we have Padma Patil, one of the twins, but what twin is she? They were sorted in different houses. All right, and the correct answer, she is a Ravenclaw. Up
Yay.
next, we have Zachariah Smith. All right, the correct answer is Hufflepuff. Up next, we have Andromeda Tonks. Wow, completely almost even across the board. She was a Slytherin. Her daughter, Nymphadora Tonks, was a Hufflepuff.
Isn't that coming up?
Yeah, I did, so you guys get a free one. But Andromeda was a Slytherin. So if you guys get that one wrong in the future.
Not paying attention.
Not paying attention at all.
You muted our ramblings,
up next,
and now it'll pay.
Millicent Bulstrode. All right, I feel like her name gives it away. Yeah. But she's a Slytherin.
She's the cat hair that Hermione takes and
Harry
turns
wants
into
to
a
turn
cat.
into her, but turns into a cat instead.
Mm-hmm.
So, where does that leave us? Up next, what house was Professor Quirrell in? Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, year 1. All right. He was a Ravenclaw.
Just unfortunate.
He was a good guy until he got seduced in Albania.
We should be smarter than that.
You're book smart.
That's true.
All right. Up next, we have Dennis Creevy, not Colin Creevy,
Right.
not the photographer.
Which was super confusing to me last night.
Dennis Creevy is his younger brother. All right, so the correct answer, still Gryffindor. The whole Creevy family, even though they came from Muggles, ended up being Gryffindors. So, up next we have Hannah Abbott. What house was Hannah Abbott in? The very first person we hear get sorted in the books. She is alphabetically Abbott.
Which brings up the fact that they're not alphabetical in the movie just angers me to no end.
It's mental.
It's just McGonagall wouldn't do that.
So Hannah Abbott is a Hufflepuff. Moving on. We have from the Fantastic Beasts series and from his book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt Scamander. All right, and the correct answer is he was a Hufflepuff. You even see his scarf when he has to open up his briefcase. He's sporting them Hufflepuff colors. So, continuing on, in my opinion, one of the funnier yet annoying characters, Moaning Myrtle. When she was at Hogwarts, what house was she in?
Also, her voice, that's not her voice for Moaning Myrtle. That's her voice.
In the Cursed Child play in London,
Yeah.
the actress for the original, just like it. It was incredible.
It's crazy.
So, for those of you who do not know, Moaning Myrtle is a Ravenclaw. So, poor Ravenclaws.
I know.
They
Trashed.
First couple of books, they do not get a very good rap. So, moving on. Number 71 is Alicia Spinnet. Also, I'd like to mention Gryffindor is very sadly dropped way, way, way down.
Greg Varley. I think that's because there's a time difference between the two of them, because there would be no reason that they'd be different.
What?
He's saying that there's a point differentiation between what he sees on the phone and what he's seeing on a browser.
Yeah, it's probably the
Time,
stream
like a
being
lapse.
behind. Or maybe the browser doesn't have the mystery house. Who knows?
I don't know.
Maybe the stream does, the house doesn't. Anyways, Alicia Spinnet was a Gryffindor. Which brings us to Albus Potter. All right, now y'all, we talked about this one. I can't see who voted for what, but he is a Slytherin.
Yes, he is.
He is named after a Slytherin.
Yep.
Albus Severus Potter.
Which his name annoys me, but that's a whole.
And for those of you who have not read Cursed Child, he becomes best friends with Draco Malfoy's son. That's awkward. Up next, Luna's dad, Xenophilius Lovegood.
They seem like a fun family. I would love to be neighbors with them.
I would.
Yeah, they'd be such fun neighbors.
I would be friends with them because I'm friends with you, and then I would have to be in the same
Yeah,
room.
they would just so fun.
Much like his daughter, he is a Ravenclaw. Which brings us to your freebie, Nymphadora Tonks.
Well, let's see how many people are paying attention.
Yeah, how many people were paying attention? Not everyone. At least 25% of people were not paying attention.
Wow. Well, maybe they weren't watching the stream.
Yeah, that's true. They could just be on the
They
thing.
were like, I can't listen to these fools any longer.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I wouldn't listen to me.
But you missed the question.
Hufflepuff, 50% of people got it right. 50%? Got it right. So, moving on. Up next, Garrick Ollivander. For those of you who did not know Ollivander's first name, it's Garrick. Poor soul.
I know I said this yesterday, but man, his story just bums me out. Like the way his character goes in the books.
All right, so correct answer there, Ravenclaw.
Yay.
Sport in your house.
Yay.
All right, up next, Teddy Lupin, also known as Edward Lupin.
Tricky.
Lupin and
It's like the
Nymphadora's son. All right, so much like his mother, he was a Hufflepuff. He did not take on his dad's Gryffindor-ism. So that leads us to our final of the fictional character. Well, I'm putting
No.
fictional.
That's not
No,
true.
no. I'm saying our next one is our last.
No, that's not true.
Within Hogwarts, yes.
Oh, and then Hogwarts. Okay, yes. That's
Um,
true.
So, our final one, which is actually my favorite one, is what house was Merlin sorted into? Long time ago, but Merlin did go to Hogwarts.
I love Merlin. I think Merlin's the best wizard of all time, above Albus Dumbledore.
You clearly haven't met Sirius Black. Didn't live long enough to prove it, but
Nope.
he escaped Azkaban.
Merlin. There's a series, if people like the Arthurian legend, there's a series, old school series by Mary Stewart called The Crystal Cave is the first book, and then there's 2 more. Amazing story about Merlin's involvement with King Arthur, but it's Merlin's story. Oh,
I like
so good.
I like that. But Merlin was a Slytherin, for those of you who did not know. Kind of love that for him. All right, so our next 3 are Ilvermorny house sortings because they are American characters. So we're going to start off with Tina Goldstein. Was she a Wumpus, a Pugwudgie, a Thunderbird, or a Horned Serpent? Let's see how people know their Ilvermorny history.
Fun fact, this is the logo. Like I had Justin Sewell print me a t-shirt with this logo on it because this is my Ilvermorny house for St. Patrick's Day at the bar a couple years ago.
Yeah. Tina is a Thunderbird. Which JC is, I believe, also a Thunderbird.
Yes.
Yeah. So, moving on. Next, her sister, Queenie. Which house was Queenie Goldstein sorted into? Same 4 choices. Maybe she's in the same house as her sister. Maybe she's in a different house. People are much more confident with their answers on this one, though. JC occasionally cuckles. Like he's like, ha, 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 ha,
Yeah.
over in the side, but he can't hear us always because he's watching the feed. And
So
it's just-
clearly some of the stream feed
Yeah.
is comical.
So, Pugwudgie is the correct answer for Queenie. Last up, I'm going to give you a fun fact first. So we're looking at the MACUSA president in the first movie, Serafina. The way the Ilvermorny house works is you go stand in front of 4 statues, one of each house, and that house, if they want you, will move something. And then, let's say 2 move. You get to pick between the 2. I love that you get that option. You don't have to tell the hat which house you want.
Although I will,
But
Karissa saying it just reminds her of Sorority Rush, and it just freaks her out. But I will say,
I didn't go to college.
I will say though that this is a better way at preventing
Absolutely.
an outbreak of head lice amongst a whole bunch of elementary school kids. Instead of sharing a hat,
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
much more sanitary.
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was not following it first.
Way sanitary.
But Serafina, the MACUSA president, is one of the very few people to have all 4 statues want her in their house. So the question isn't where was she sorted. The question is where did she choose to go?
Interesting. What was the answer?
Well, we got to let people vote on it first.
Oh.
All right, so 53% of people got it right, saying she would be in Horned Serpent, which is, oddly enough, my Overmorning house, which is not the correlating Gryffindor house. Very few people are in their correlating house because even though they're kind of similar, they're not. They're very, they're definitely changed.
Yeah,
because
a kilometer is not a mile.
Isolde didn't have her true knowledge of going to Hogwarts to really know what to base it on. All right, so that ends our character sortings. Now we go on to a portion of celebrity sortings. This is
crazy.
The shit shoot at the end. You can know nothing and just know celebrities and make a good guess, but these are what Pottermore, or now Wizarding World, sorted them into.
So these are real people.
Real people, real life celebrities. Which house are they in?
And where they are in Hogwarts.
Yep.
Yep.
I love it. Yeah, it's not Ilvermorny. It's all Hogwarts from here on out. So up first, we have Margot Robbie.
I guessed at 98% of these, and I actually did pretty well. So, like, if you think about who the person is and make an educated guess, it's pretty good.
All right. Margot Robbie is a Gryffindor.
Okay.
She
Although, what did you tell me about her?
she said she cheated to get it, but what a Gryffindor thing to do because
WTF.
Harry was like, "Yo, I want to be in Gryffindor.
Yeah.
I want to be in Gryffindor."
What?
In life.
I can't say those things anymore.
Yeah. So up next is Lin-Manuel Miranda, creator of Hamilton and In the Heights. For you Broadway fans out there.
I was surprised by what he got sorted into this one.
That's true. He wrote the music for Moana.
He wrote Moana.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I love that song.
Yeah, that's all Lin-Manuel.
Oh.
And you're welcome for that horribly off pitch, Moana.
It's so
everyone.
good.
The people guessed completely wrong. Only 11 people got it right. He is a Slytherin. But it's fitting if you think about it. He is very Slytherin in that kind of method that he's just like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to write it, I'm going to act it, and I'm going to star in it. Like he's just, he's all in. Love that about him. Next up, one of the stars of Game of Thrones, Kit Harington. What a dreamboat.
Who is not Kip Purdue, which I got all excited about last night until I realized that it's not Kip Purdue and that I just love Kip Purdue.
We're talking about Jon Snow here.
Yeah, not Sunshine from Remember the Titans.
Remember when this was Game of Thrones? That was really cool.
Yeah, but Sunshine from Remember the Titans. What a dreamboat.
Both are dreamboats. He is a Gryffindor. Most people got that correct. I think that makes sense. He is a Gryffindor.
I didn't see the show.
I'm not saying his character. I'm saying he is.
I don't know him.
Okay.
Sean and Steve in the chat says, and Slytherin has inched ahead with Lin-Manuel. They are not throwing away their show.
Oh, it's so good.
I love this. I want a complete printed out manuscript of this. This is in Twitch? Yeah, I'm guessing it is. All right, up next, we have Ed Sheeran. Ron Weasley himself, Ed Sheeran.
Yes.
Not actually.
What
he
is
did not
he
play.
in? Let me look it up.
I did completely convince someone once that Ed Sheeran was the actor.
Rupert?
Yeah.
He just had a baby.
Did he?
Yeah.
Huh.
Paul, I'm going to babble
All right,
I want.
y'all are a lot of Ed Sheeran fans because y'all knew that he's a Hufflepuff. So, well done. Up next, we have Ariana Grande. What a queen. I really hope she somehow is involved in the Wicked movie. She's done Elphaba a couple times, and she's...
I'm more excited about the Cruella de Vil film.
She looks incredible.
I'm just hoping
Oh,
it's Anita and Cruella's story.
Oh, yeah. No, me too.
Because if it's not, they're doing it wrong.
Yeah. 100%. All right. A lot of people guessed that Ariana was Slytherin? She is. Well done. Up next, we have Spider-Man, my favorite Spider-Man, Tom Holland.
It's hard because I want to
I'm about to really make people angry. I go Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, everyone else, Tobey Maguire.
It's hard because I want to put them in their house based off of the characters
I
I know them playing. So then I got really upset with the answer to this one.
All right, so 58% of people guessed he was a Gryffindor, which he is.
And see, I was like, oh, definitely a Hufflepuff. But no.
All right, here's one for, this is for any of you 2000s music fans. Gerard Way, the lead singer of My Chemical Romance.
So we have 8 more questions after this.
Yeah, we're going to be just a tad late, but we're solid.
Yep.
And then Nikki Misery will be coming up right after that. So 43% guessed Slytherin, which is correct. Up next, we have, turn the page, Stephen Colbert. He did his sorting live on air.
I want to watch that.
So I'm seeing a lot of correct answers come in. So
Good.
Either a lot of these people are really big Stephen Colbert fans, or they're really good at
Guessing.
deducing. He's a Ravenclaw.
I love it.
Yeah, he is a Ravenclaw.
He's house president.
He
I've
would be-
nominated him.
He would be wrong in any other house. One of my personal favorites, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He actually took the sorting, which I love. I just love to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, last night we got off on a huge tangent about the Jumanji remakes. and
fantastic.
How
I
they're
love the
amazing.
new Jumanji.
They're so fun.
73% assumed Gryffindor, which is wrong. He's a Hufflepuff.
Which makes total sense if you think about it.
If you think about him,
Yeah.
he's that Cedric Diggory. He's that,
Yeah.
He's 100% a Hufflepuff.
Yeah.
Love that for him. All right, so the remaining ones are Harry Potter actors. So try not to think about their. Go on, JC.
Oh, I was going to do an update. It looked like Gryffindor pulled ahead.
No,
Did they?
you're messing with me.
Let's put it up.
All right, let's put it up. I'm hearing that Gryffindor is taking the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson helping Gryffindor, even though he's a Hufflepuff, take the lead. I hope that's
Hold
true.
on, let's see.
Sorry,
Oh.
we are on the same delay as people, so it's a delay.
Oh no, it looks like it was an error in the
Okay.
in the thing. Hufflepuff in first place with 2041, Slytherin with 1953, Ravenclaw 1907, and Gryffindor is in fourth with
You're just
1858.
messing with me now. Way to get my freaking hopes up.
Okay, so
All right.
these are
Harry Potter
actors from the
actors.
films.
Correct. So don't think about their character. Think about the
Correct.
actor.
Correct. Okay.
So up first in this list, we have Ivana Lynch, who plays Luna Lovegood. All right, answers are in. No one thinks she's a Slytherin. 6 people do, but the majority does not. She is a Gryffindor.
Yep, I believe that.
Yeah. So we're going to keep on chugging along here because we're running a little late. Up next is Matthew Lewis, who played Neville Longbottom. Did he end up with Neville in Gryffindor, or did he end up in a different house?
This one didn't surprise me either.
I got to say also, no one argues this. Best transformation of all the actors.
He is the who's the kid in Goonies who did the truffle shuffle?
Oh, yes.
He is that of Harry Potter. Chuck? Chuck?
Matthew
Chunk?
Lewis is a Hufflepuff.
I think it's Chunk. Do they call him Chunk? I don't know.
Yeah.
Can't remember.
So, moving on. Up next, the Draco Malfoy actor himself, Tom Felton. Him and Hermione dated for a while, right? Sorry, Emma Watson.
Sure. I have no idea.
Yeah, I feel like they did, like when they were doing the movies.
It's possible.
All right. Almost 50% think he's Gryffindor, which he is. He is a Gryffindor. It takes a brave person to play Draco Malfoy.
Yeah. Also played him really well. Completely
Incredibly
sniveling
well.
and annoying.
He's going, if they do the TV series, which has been rumored forever, which they should. It's so much better if every year is a season. He's going to be a very hard one to recast.
Yeah.
He's got to be an unknown that's as good as Tom was. So 93 is Rupert Grint, who plays Ronald Weasley. I didn't put who he plays in this one because I figured you'd all hopefully know who Rupert Grint was. All right. As many of you guessed, he is a Hufflepuff. All right, we have two more. This last one is the last actor. So our last actor is Bonnie Wright, who plays Ginny Weasley. I have over 250 text notifications.
I have a bunch of WhatsApp from the book club girls and a bunch of Facebook posts from Megan and Mary.
I can't even see those other ones, so
I'm sure. I'm curious to know.
All right, so for Ginny, a lot of people guessed Gryffindor. She is a Gryffindor.
That one didn't surprise me either.
Now we're on to our final question.
Last question. Make it count.
The creator herself, J.K. Rowling, which house was she sorted into? I love that she took the Pottermore quest. Like, she didn't decide what she was. She actually went and took the test.
That's great, though.
Absolutely. All right. Now, before I say the answer, we're going to pull up what people think. 48% think Gryffindor, 22% think Hufflepuff, 25% think Ravenclaw, 4% think Slytherin. I'm very proud of all you. A lot of people think she is a Hufflepuff.
Yep.
Because Hufflepuff is her favorite house, but she is not a Hufflepuff herself. She was sorted into Gryffindor, which, once again, makes sense.
Sure.
So that is our game.
All right,
let's
so
see
where are we at?
Let's go ahead and go on over to our leaderboard.
See who's winning. Also, first, second, and third place, if you can, please Facebook message us with your email.
Well, you should. You got the answer. You got the choice to put in your email in the beginning. So if you didn't already do that,
Correct.
Also, I'm very excited. I hope you guys took part in putting in what your favorite character, favorite book, and favorite movie was. Those were all options when you were signing up for this. I'm really excited to see how many people answered differently for that. But Marauder Moo something or another.
It's Marauder. Like Marauder. The Marauders.
The Marauders map.
Yeah. Why can't you say that word?
That's how I've always said it, and that's how I've always heard it.
Okay. Yeah, we can't see his full name, though.
It's Marauder Moody.
Oh,
Okay.
Marauder Moody. Excellent. So Marauder Moody, Facebook message us with your email.
Yep. And then let's go on over to the
Wait,
house.
and then it's Sleeping Dragon in second place. So Marauder Moody was 6,115 points. They got 73 of the 95 questions correct, which is pretty good. Second place is Sleeping Dragon with 5,795 points. Facebook message us with your email. And then third was Snecky Ray with 5,638 points. Who got more answers correct than second place.
But they were slower.
But they took a little bit longer to answer, and that's the
That's the game.
game.
If you can get a couple right really quick, you're better off.
Yep.
But yeah, so Hufflepuff ended up coming in the win.
Wow.
So
look
congrats
at
to the
that.
Puffers.
Good job, you guys.
You know, I'm actually happy for Hufflepuff. I think that's a really good thing for them. but they came in with an average score amongst all Hufflepuffs of 2,194.
They averaged 32 out of 95 questions correctly.
Yep. And we do have this fifth mystery house, which has a lot of points chilling in it.
I
don't know what that is. Clearly a glitch in the system because our system still even says that we're...
Maybe it is he who shall not be named, which is why they didn't put a name in. Maybe.
He would absolutely have Slytherin house pride, though.
Maybe.
Tom Riddle 100% was proud of being a Slytherin. It was his blood heritage. Like, he was a Gaunt. He was a Slytherin. He was the heir. So anyways, guys, I think we're going to hand this back over to JC for a minute while the rest of us get ready to watch the movie. So I'll be back in just a little bit. Grab your wands.
Wow, that is weird. No, the phone and the online stream is different. Point-wise.
Very, very strange.
Okay, but it's Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. What's happening?
Conflicting.
Hold on. Okay, wait. My friend Lisa in San Diego just sent me screenshots.
I'm gonna go ahead and end this, and I'm gonna pull up the official stats.
So if you're, I don't even know. No, I don't even know. Hufflepuff won. We'll put it that way, okay?
Yeah, Hufflepuff definitely won.
And then either Ravenclaw got 2,029 points and Slytherin got 2,022 points, so a 7-point difference, or Slytherin got 2,091 and Ravenclaw got 2,029.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna throw in.
I feel like Chris and I have to arm wrestle.
But I am gonna throw in some fun statistics here.
Okay.
So, on average points, Hufflepuff wins. On overall total points of number of Gryffindors winning, Gryffindors would win. But that's not average. That is, we had far more Gryffindors playing.
I don't know, y'all. We tried.
But yeah, so as house totals, Hufflepuff got 63,625. Slytherin got 71,101. Ravenclaw got 83,189. And Gryffindor got a staggering 120,643 points. And just so I can clarify this now, the fifth house was one person.
Wow.
So I have those stats up in front of me. If we're taking average, which is the fair way to do it, Hufflepuff still remains the winner, according to this, as does Slytherin and Ravenclaw were within 2 points of each other.
Wow.
So the final score was within 2 points for second place, but Slytherin just barely did it with an average of 29 out of 95 questions correct. Here's the interesting thing, though. Once again, coming to the speed, Gryffindor on average got 30 questions right, more than both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, but we were slower.
And it's so fascinating.
Yeah.
Like when you look at the stats like that.
I'm a stats guy. I love stats.
Okay. All right, then.
So, anyways, let's go get ready to watch a movie.
Yes, we're about to watch the
come
movie.
back around.
So, do we need to make an announcement about the movie at all right now? About how you should go get it?
Yeah. So, we'll make this announcement again when we get on the Zoom with Nikki and we get the stream going. We're going to keep to that social distancing. There's not enough room in here for all four of us plus JC, so we're going to social distance. Nikki's calling in from his house, but we're going to get that going and. Just basically, as far as I know, I don't think Harry Potter right now is streaming on one specific service. I think there's a couple. HBO might have it on theirs.
Yeah.
But now's the time to go. If you want to rent it on iTunes or Amazon, do that. If you have a DVD, go find that disc media and that disc media player and pop it in.
Yeah. So we are not streaming it through our channels. You need to stream it at home with whatever device you have.
We will not be playing it. We don't have that license.
Yep.
We cannot do that. We will be watching and talking
together
along. We'll have the audio in our ears, so you won't even be able to hear where we are in the movie. There will be a clicker. I will tell you when to start. We'll do a countdown of 3, 2, 1, play. You'll hit play.
It'll be like following the bouncing ball in the Disney
Then we
songs.
will also have a timer, hopefully running, assuming everything is working, on the feed. So if you ever accidentally have to go to the bathroom or hit pause by accident, you can catch back up on that timer. So I hope we're going to have fun. Prisoner is definitely top 3 books. I think in general it's one of the most...
It's a great film.
It's one of the most loved books. It's J.K. Rowling's favorite book she wrote as far as the writing process.
Yep. So go bathroom break.
Yep, bathroom break.
Get your
I'm gonna
snacks.
grab a slice of pizza.
Get your pajamas on.
And be really cool.
And we're gonna watch a movie together.
Watching this movie. So yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right. We'll be
See you guys
right
in a minute. Here's JC.
back. All right, JC.
All right. That was fun. I am endlessly impressed that somebody knows as much about anything as I know about Star Wars, but that was a great job. Thank you, Matt, for going deep on Harry Potter, having a lot of different fun questions, really challenging questions. While I'm stalling, while they get their Zoom calls set up, I'm going to pump our Beskar-inspired gift cards. These are made with real aluminum. They're laser etched, and they've got our logo. You can't really see it in the bottom left corner. They've got gift card numbers on the side. These are $150. You can buy them at scumandvillainy.cantina.com. Click on the shop link up at the top. They come loaded with $150 in bar credit on them, though. So you're getting the cool gift card for free, and then you can use that money as soon as we are allowed to reopen here. A lot of people have gotten them. We've gotten really good feedback. If you can't really see, but the logo, when you go and see it online, the logo and the numbers it's a relief. So you can actually run your finger over this, and it's engraved into the aluminum here. So they are working on getting all of the Zoom calls set up. Hey, Matt, can you get all of them up on the Zoom? Yep. And while I chit chat. So right now is a good time to find your copy of Prisoner of Azkaban, put it in the Blu-ray player, put it in the DVD player, get it ready on iTunes. What's going to happen is Matt is getting everybody called up on the Zoom call, and we'll have the four of them on Zoom. We will have a Scum and Villainy logo in the corner, and in the other bottom left corner, we will have a clock. Matt's going to introduce the movie and introduce Nikki, and he will do a 3, 2, 1, press play. When he hits play, that counter will start. So, like he said earlier, if you accidentally have some buffering or there's some issues with your playback and you get lost, you should always be able to catch up with us by looking at the little play counter in the corner of the screen. That worked really well for us when we did this on May the 4th for our A New Hope stream, which, if you're interested, you can go to our YouTube page, which is, we don't have a custom URL yet because we don't have enough subscribers. So if you want to go over, search for Scum and Villainy Cantina on YouTube, find our YouTube page. If you want to hit subscribers, I think we're about 23 subscribers away from getting our custom URL on there. That would be super helpful. You can also watch some really great content that we've started uploading, and there'll be a lot more of that to come. Archives of all of this stuff that we'll chop up and we'll put up on there. So that's our YouTube page. On the Zoom, on the computer, there should be a participant you should be able to accept. There's no Zoom open, I think I have to start. Oh, here, hey Jenny, jump on here. Let everybody know what your favorite part of Harry Potter is.
Okay, well, I'm back. So here's the fun thing, is that I pretty much lived in a bubble regarding Harry Potter. So I watched the first 2 movies when I was in high school, and they came out, and don't really remember it, the first one at all, but I worked at the local movie theater, so I got free movies. So I went and saw the second movie with my high school buddies, Taylor and Josh, who's now owns Scum and Villainy with me, and Josh and I do not do spiders. we don't do spiders. So we're sitting in the second movie, and Aragog and his whole clan makes an appearance. And Josh and I were basically sitting in Taylor's lap, freaking out. Josh, I think, actually went and got concession because he was like, I'm not doing it. So after that, I pretty much was like, nope, I'm done with Harry Potter. I don't care about this because I had not read the books. And I'm like, I can't do a movie about spiders. I'm out. So that was it. That's all I knew about Harry Potter until a few years ago when I decided to listen to the books. I became obsessed with the books. I would go on like hour-long Potter walks just to listen to it, sit in my car during my commute, just absolutely became obsessed. When I came home one day and JC was making dinner, he was grilling, he was barbecuing, whatever, I walk over to him, and I am just shoulders slunk, downtrodden, and he goes, what's wrong? Thinking like something happened at work. And I go to him, I'm like, can I ruin Harry Potter for you? Because he hasn't read the books or seen the movies either. So he's like, yes, I don't care, ruin Harry Potter for me. And I was like, they killed Dumbledore, and I am just a wreck. And JC looks at me holding his like tongs for the barbecue, and he's like, how did you not know that? He's like, there are bumper stickers. Like, that was a huge phenomenon in the world. How did you go through life not knowing that about Dumbledore? Honestly, I don't know. And it was tragic to read that or to listen to it. Still just completely upsetting. So I'm really good at living in a bubble and not knowing anything about anything. And that's the end of my story. And I have to go to the bathroom, and now I'm stuck here. So, anyway, I don't know. I like Harry Potter. I love the fact that everyone's so dedicated to their houses. It just is such a fun thing. The Triwizard tournament we do here is awesome. It was put on by our friend Chelsea, and she got a bunch of people together from the different houses. We had head boys and head girls, and we did a trivia contest where everyone broke into their houses. We did puzzles where every house had the same puzzle, and you had a specific amount of time to put as much of the puzzle together as possible. And we had our friend Neil made us a Quidditch cornhole game. So you got points for how well you did on that. And then we had the house points projected on the wall. So every like half an hour, our friend Cliff, who does the Torn Tuesdays here, our friend Cliff was dressed as Dumbledore, and every like half hour he would do the house point updates and would just randomly give or take away points, and it was so fun. People were just so into it, and we had cocktails that were all themed, plus house shots, so you could order Ravenclaw shots or Gryffindor shots or Slytherin or Hufflepuff. And it was so much fun watching people walk to a table with like 11 Ravenclaw shots. It was so insane, but it's such a fun night. But Ravenclaw won. So, hopefully we'll be able to do it this year, but I don't know. Everyone's so skittish, and I understand completely. So if not this year, next year, for certain, we will do the return of the Triwizard tournament.
All right, Jenny, go get in your spot.
Okay, I'll see y'all later.
All right, guys, this is the other view of Scum and Villainy. I've been sitting here in the booth, hanging out with you guys in chat all night. I am going to turn it over to Matt in our Zoom call, who has Karissa and Nikki with him. And let me see. Usually there's more people who are doing this. Okay, I'm going to add their audio in right now. So you guys should be able to hear them, and now you should be able to... Oh, nope. Let's see.
All right, I think you're on. All right.
Hi.
Hey, thanks. We'll just talk here for a second while we confirm that. JC, will you be able to confirm that we have audio? Nikki, do you have the stream up? I can hear some serious feedback.
Yeah. It's the stream is being a complete jerk face right now. Like, I'll press like pause on 0, and then when I press it again, it's at 135.
Of our live stream?
No, of the movie. It won't. It's like it's being like the biggest pain in the butt to go back to 0.
Oh, gosh. Maybe just close out of it and we can wait for you to get back to 0.
Okay. Watching MW Varley.
Oh, Jen.
Yes.
You have our live stream open on your computer, I think, so we're getting some feedback from you.
Oh, hold on. Is that better?
I think, yeah. Someone's still getting it, but it's not terrible.
There is a little bit of a delay, and we're all in the same room, so.
Yeah, I can't hear you guys in the room, so I got ears in. Nikki, how you looking on getting it queued up?
It just says Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and the little orange circles kind of just loading up.
All right, well, good old technology.
Buffering.
All right, looks like it's.
Oh my God! I press pause and it goes to 1:35 again. Why be like this to me on such a special day?
Button arrow back, like on the D-pad.
Yeah, every time I do that, it goes 10 seconds, and then when it goes down to the last, it goes back up to 1:45.
What about L1?
Let me try it.
Well, while Nikki's trying to figure that out, maybe L2. Try all the buttons. Anyways, so y'all know Karissa. She's one of your favorite, scum and villainy bartenders. For those of you that were here earlier, you saw her do the cocktails. So, and then we got Jen down here, who you just saw do trivia with me. And then you got me, Harry Potter super fan. And then you got another Harry Potter super fan, and Nikki Misery of the rock band New Year's Day. He is what, Nikki?
I said, hey, what's up?
Oh, hey. He is the guitar player New Year's Day. He's the owner of the clothing line Stay Miserable Club. He's got a new show that's out every Monday called the Stay Miserable Show. And yeah, we're going to get going here in just a minute as he figures this out.
Hey, it won't let me go to the beginning.
Nikki, can you fast forward?
No, now it just took me out, okay?
Just so y'all know at home, we all tested this, so naturally it isn't working now.
Yeah, right?
We did make sure that we did this very far in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like at 2 p.m. and it worked perfectly, like no problems. It's totally by luck, too. I didn't get this last name because it sounded cool. Okay, it's at 4 seconds. I'm gonna go with that. After you guys say go, I'm just gonna play.
You're gonna count 4 seconds and you're gonna go. I'm still and Jen and Chris, are you guys hearing that big echo?
It's a huge echo, yeah.
Yeah, someone's echoing huge. Is there a microphone open, JC? Oh.
Shia, is that better?
I can still hear you like insane.
Yeah, it's a pretty big echo.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I'm on.
So, all right, well, while we're here, Nikki, now that you're pausing good, we're gonna start with you. So when did you get into Harry Potter? Were you there with the first book? Did you catch up later, like you did with Star Wars? What's the deal?
So actually, like I watched the first 2 movies, and I was not about it. And it actually wasn't until this movie was in theaters, I went go watch it, and all of a sudden I was like, it was a complete 180. Like I loved everything about it, and then I had to go back and watch like the first 2 again. I'm like, wait, these are really awesome. Like, what was I thinking? Was I like, I'm cracked?
And for what it's worth, like the first 2, Christopher Columbus is like he did them so direct to the book that it almost was harder to translate until you got into that world.
Yeah. And then I read the books, and then like I was like absolutely blown away.
I can still hear you, JC.
Yeah.
Or JC.
The microphone.
Here, hold on. Let's all mute one at a time. Karissa, go ahead and mute yourself. Check, check, check. All right, it's not you, Karissa. Jen, mute yourself. Check, check, check. Maybe it's me.
Nikki, I just realized you're Baby Yoda.
Oh yeah. He
love
watches
your
it when he
child.
has asleep.
I love your child.
Maybe it's just this weird.
The most adorable thing.
Let me try this for my own audio.
I mean, then again, I have like these guys watching me on the side. Oh, I don't know what I did.
Check, check, check. Still sounds like I'm a million miles away. Check, check. Well, it sucked. Or actually, Karissa,
Mhm.
I wonder, can you move towards the inside of the booth? I'm wondering if your Mac is also picking. Here, let me try this. Check, check. Yeah, it's picking up on your. So mute yourself for a second, Karissa.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, mute yourself.
You're saying when Jen muted, the echo went away.
Check, check. Yeah, so it's.
Is it my mic?
They said with me.
I think it's. Yeah.
Here, do you want to mute me again then? Mute.
Well, guys, like we said, this is
You just muted.
this is a big
you unmuted
skeleton
me.
crew. So we're
Mute it.
doing our best here.
Thanks for hanging in there, guys.
All right, check, check.
Check, check.
That's a little better, but I think it's just the fact that we're in the same room. Let's just go ahead. I don't think it's that bad, you know? Okay, maybe it's just within Zoom. All right, Jen, can you unmute yourself?
Done.
All right, well, shall we get started with this movie?
Oh, I'll stay ready.
So everyone get ready. We are going to start the start the movie on go. So I'm not doing it this time. It's going to be 3, 2, 1, go. You're going to hit play on go. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Nikki, that's 4 seconds.
Yeah. So you should already see the house blinking or the Warner Brothers logo blinking.
Oh, I remember this trailer. Like, for whatever reason, very vividly, I remember this trailer.
Well, I'm going to start my. I love this book, love this movie, but this frustrates me so much in the beginning. He's doing Lumos. He would be 100% called out by the ministry. Like, he's all worried in the book about blowing up Marge. Now all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Uncle Vernon. I would say of the Dursleys, he's the worst of the 3 Dursleys.
Okay, for this movie, the thing I miss about the book, oh, sorry, this is a huge echo. I love that Harry Potter gets an actual birthday in the books.
Absolutely. Well, funny story. He says it's the first birthday I've ever enjoyed, and he says that in the book. But it's not true. We learned that his first birthday was wonderful. first birthday he can remember, sure.
Yeah, he can't really remember.
Vernon got no sleep. He was just up all night going in and out of that room. Also, horrible character, Marge. I feel like Marge is just Umbridge 1.0, the original, working her way up to Umbridge.
But I do like how they're cooking an awesome blossom in the back too. That's the biggest awesome blossom I ever saw.
Oh, fun fact: the actor that plays Dudley, his cousin, he lost a lot of weight before this movie, so they were going to recast him, but that's a fat suit. He still wanted to remain the role, so if you look at his face, it's a little slimmer, but fat suit Dudley.
I heard the same with the Bulldog too.
Yeah, Bulldog is...
You almost had to recast that one.
Yeah. Also, is it me or... I never noticed this until right now. Harry's hair is not that unkempt. Like in the books, it's always like... I always imagine it's like...
I think brandy snifters are my favorite type of glasses. We should have those here.
I love how nonchalant he's like, I get beaten all the time. Love it.
The stakes also aren't as high in the movie than it is in the books because you see this happen over the course of a weekend.
Well, it's a whole week. No, it's a whole week.
Or a whole week, yeah. And so for this, it just seems like a random blow up thing for Harry.
Well, really, yeah, he seems like he just goes off his rocker with rage. And it's like...
I remember I was pretty young when I read this book and I read that line. I was like, oh, Lily, bitch.
She reminds me of the principal from Matilda.
Oh, wow. Call back there.
I was about to say this reminds me of Violet from Willy Wonka.
Mm-hmm.
She pulls up like a blueberry. She's also the original Karen. Like, sit down.
I heard that's how they got her that big was like the actual everlasting gobstoppers. That was the line. I was sitting here thinking about it for so long. I was like, dang, wait, what was it that we said earlier?
Oh, Jen, I just got a text. She is the principal from Matilda.
Yeah.
No, like, I think the actress.
Oh, like, is it the same actress? I'm going to look that up.
Look it up. Or you got it?
No, I'll look it up.
If that's the same actress, Jen, I'm insanely impressed.
I'm going to look it up and see.
So this movie came out, what, 16 years ago?
Oh my God, really?
This was still, I'm pretty sure this was still shot on film.
16 years ago? Is that what you said?
Yeah. And the book even longer than that. I'll never forget reading this book for the first time, though. Like, it's so brilliantly written, just how there's misdirection.
She is the actor. The actress is the same as Trunchbull from Matilda.
I'm so impressed.
I am not wrong.
You just blew my mind right now.
Also,
I had no idea.
Another thing that I don't think they really had to leave out here, but they did, is like Harry's stuff was all locked up. He had to like break a lock
in the closet.
Yeah,
The cabinet
exactly.
under the stairs. Yeah.
Also, they would never let him have that picture out.
No.
This isn't just. Once again, I love this movie. I'm not just going to bitch about the changes. It's just it starts with a whole lot.
I always wondered why they made changes to like movies. Like you had like a perfect set of gold right here. Like why switch it?
Well, exactly. Well, I understand some, like the books are written from a lot of inner thought in Harry's head or inside Ron's head, and that's hard to translate. But like certain things, you're just like, why would they? Not even why would they take it out, but why would they add something when they could have put something from the book in that place?
See, here's my question: is where's Hedwig's cage right here?
Oh, valid point.
Yeah.
Hedwig is in.
Hedwig technically went to be with Ron, but where's her cage?
Hedwig was with Ron?
In the book, she went to Ron with Errol because they sent Errol for his birthday gift.
After he gets his birthday.
Yeah.
Stuff, yeah.
But her cage is in here.
Yeah, because by the time he makes it to London, it's waiting in Leaky Cauldron. Hedwig. It's one smart owl you got there, Mr. Potter. Like, this is when I was instantly sold on this book.
I know the night bus is coming, but the thing that I wish that they kept true was that you could buy hot chocolate on the night bus. Because even though it's not important, it was something that as a kid reading, I was like, I would absolutely buy hot chocolate on the night bus.
Also, I don't know why they, like, the Grim Dog isn't supposed to be that angry there. Like,
right, the dog's not supposed to be angry with Harry.
It's excited. There's Stan Shunpike, not the driver. Throwing back to good old trivia.
That's true. Why is he growling at him? Yeah, that's
Wow.
way of saying hi. Like, you gotta talk about the dog?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If it is serious, which it is, we know. I really hope no one's watching this movie for the first time or reading the book like, what? That's serious?
This is full of spoilers.
Yeah.
Seriously? That's serious?
Also, if you're watching this for the first time and listening to us talk over it, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. So, Nikki, I don't know if you remember this, but after book 5, when Sirius dies, I read that book when it came out, right when it came out. Sirius I have chest tattoos of all of Sirius's chests. You know, I'm obsessed with Sirius. Yeah. After he died, I was mad. Like, I was like, I'm done with this. If he's actually dead, I'm done. And I swore off Harry Potter for a long time. And then I moved out here and we infamously became friends after hating each other.
Here's the shrunken head
the pointless shrunken head. Once again, why add it?
Oh, my friend just actually texted me. Sirius also tries to choke Harry in the book, so maybe he would growl at him too, is what her point was.
Harry, but when he chokes Harry, he's like holding him up. That's when they're in the Shrieking Shack.
Yes. But it is, maybe he'd growl at him. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was her point.
Yeah. But anyway, so I move out here. Nikki and I become friends, and he's like, yo, you got to read these Harry Potter books. I'm like, no, I hate the 5th one. And then eventually, I don't know what finally triggered it, but about 2 months in, it was one of the first times that we went on a break where I went back home. I started reading Half-Blood Prince, and by the time I got back, it was done. I was like, book 7, let's go.
Oh, man. Dude, Half-Blood Prince?
Yeah. Half-Blood Prince. So my top 3 books are this book, Prisoner of Azkaban, Half-Blood Prince, and Deathly Hallows.
Yeah.
Like, as a kid, other than the Sirius dying, I loved book 5, but now reading it and hearing Harry's angst, because I was his age when I was reading the book. I was like, yeah, adults. But now I read it, I'm like, you're so annoying. Stan's got an unfortunate face.
But it's exactly as described in the book.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying it was bad makeup or anything.
His whole character just bothered me. The guy on the
Stan?
bus. Yeah.
So they took an actual double-decker bus and added a third deck to it to film these, but they were scared of it tipping it over, so they loaded the whole bottom floor with, I think, like 4 tons of weight to prevent it from tipping over while. And the bus driving exterior is different from the one when they shoot interior.
That's crazy.
Can you imagine being in London and watching them film this?
I was
Oh,
so
I
bummed.
love it.
So when the last times we were there, like on tour, they had a day off and everybody went. And for some reason, I didn't go. I think I was like, no, I gotta save my money.
You talking
I was trying
about
be
when
smart,
to the
and
studio
I never
tour?
got to go since. Huh?
To the studio tour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was so bummed I didn't go.
Well, and it's a hike. I had
Choose. I'm ready.
I had the choice to go see Cursed Child or go to that because I literally had a 24-hour layover, and I chose Cursed Child. But I hear it's awe-inspiring.
Yeah. I wanna see
Speaking
Real
though
Child.
of things recreated, Universal did such a good job of recreating the feel of all these places.
Such a good job. I haven't been to the one in Florida, but the one here is still incredible.
I was just down in the Orlando one in mid-February.
The only thing that drove me crazy is that they put Ollivanders in Hogsmeade, which I could have done without, but I still love it, and it's still perfect, and I'll just spend all of my time there forever.
Yeah.
Someone was saying how a bunch of people are like, oh, when quarantine's over, I want to go to Disneyland. And I was like, if I had to go to a theme park, I would go to Universal just to go to the Wizarding World.
It'd be a difficult decision.
It would be a difficult decision for you, but for me, I would go to Universal because I'd want to eat at the Three Broomsticks because that food is so good.
I miss Disneyland. Every day I say goodnight to it out my window. I'm like, I know you're right there.
You live in
I miss
Anaheim?
going to Disneyland with you, Nikki.
I'm like 5-10 minutes away.
I go I used to go once a week. I am Disney obsessed.
Same.
I'm
Same.
theme park obsessed.
I just got a big Mickey tattoo on my leg yesterday just because I missed so much. Big giant. Sorry, that's what I'm pointing at, but you can't see.
The other thing about this part of the movie versus the book is I love in the book how he spends the summer there. I think it sort of builds his relationship with Diagon Alley.
And he
That way
visits
when
the
everything is
fireballs
like
every day.
shuttered. Yeah, and like that way when it's shuttered by book 7, like it's devastating.
Mm-hmm.
Because now he has this relationship and this history that continues to build throughout the books that I think we miss in the film here.
Yeah, I was saying that to Varley last night. It's because I'm reading the book, and it's the first time I've read a book as opposed to listening to it. And the fact that he goes and does his schoolwork outside of the Sunday shop, and the proprietor brings him a hot fudge sundae every 30 minutes. I love that. I'm like, that's so great. Like they just hung out there.
Oh, Nikki, to go back to our story though, then correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you and I went and saw the midnight showings of the last 3 movies on release night.
What?
The last 3 movies, I think you and I went and saw the midnight showings of together.
Yeah.
That was we saw Grauman's for Half-Blood Prince, I think, the Chinese theater.
Yeah.
My dad came to that one. And then I think we did ArcLight in Hollywood for both the Deathly Hallows.
Could have been.
Yeah, it was a long time ago now.
God.
Did you guys ever do midnight premieres of the books?
No.
No.
So my dad is the one that actually got me into Harry Potter, much like all of my fandoms. He never actually read the books, but he bought them for me knowing that I would love them. And so every midnight when a new book was released,
It was
him
like
and
the
I,
iPhone.
yeah, he would pre-order it for me, and then we would go to Barnes and Noble to the midnight release.
Showing serious irresponsible Hagrid right here, assigning this book to everyone. Fun fact though, I think there's a newspaper coming up around soon.
I also feel like that's the same hallway from Far and Away with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman when they come to America.
There's Crookshanks, and we'll talk about Crookshanks in a minute. Also, yeah, I mean, they just skip over so much of Crookshanks in this movie. Crookshanks is a pretty cute cat. Kind of looks like what's his name from New Girl? Winston's cat.
Who does?
Crookshanks. Looks like Winston's cat.
Oh, Ferguson.
Yeah. Oh, right here. The newspaper that the guys grabbed. It's got the picture of them all in Egypt, which is, what Sirius Black eventually gets. It is the only sighting officially of Charlie in any of the movies.
Oh, wow.
Charlie Weasley is in no other movie.
That's crazy because they had a lot of Weasley brothers too.
Yeah, but I like Charlie. Like, he's the dragon tamer.
But
I also want to know why he's all crazy and screaming in this photo. Like,
I think that too every time.
Like, in the book, he's talked about how calm he is, how collected he is.
I don't know, foreshadowing. They need to make it more mysterious. I don't know. I also do like that this is how Harry finds out more about Sirius versus how it happens in the book where he overhears Molly and Arthur. Like, I do feel like this treats him with a little bit more respect, seeing that he's like never in the loop about anything.
Yeah.
But his own life.
But Arthur went to tell him the next day, and Harry was like, "I already overheard everything. You don't need to tell me. You tell me."
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they just kind of skip the middleman. Nikki, do you have a favorite character from Harry Potter that's not Voldemort?
Definitely Sirius.
Yeah.
I was even just gonna say, just like that whole like screaming, prison photo. It's always just like so mysterious and so intriguing at the same time. Like, that was one of the things that made me want to watch this movie. Just after watching him, like, I don't know, it was just so crazy to see.
Well, the weird thing for me, as a kid, my parents loved me to death, but they were always worried because I was like, yeah, villains. I loved Maleficent. I loved Cruella de Vil. I put Jafar in front of me. I'm like, I'm rooting for him. And then Sirius Black comes in this book, and I'm just reading. I'm like, this guy, he's bad news, but he sounds really cool.
Yeah. Like, I want to hang out with him, invite him over to dinner.
Oh,
Cooking
man,
awesome Boston for us.
Good old Lupin in the corner. that actor, he auditioned to play Quirrell.
Are you really?
Yeah.
He's much better as Lupin. I feel like he's perfectly cast for Lupin.
He's different than the image I had in my head. But as soon as I saw it, I went, that makes more sense.
It's funny because when I see him in other movies, I'm always like, oh, Lupin's here.
Like Wonder Woman?
Like what?
Wonder Woman?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Also, why doesn't that bottle of water just go flying off when Frank hits the brakes?
Magic is the answer to everything.
Yeah.
What kind of magic would make it stick there? What is a sticky magic?
See, this is in the book. So he uses Lumos in the beginning of the book, right? And then in here, it's like it sinks into pitch black and no one can see anything and everybody's falling over everybody. And I'm like, why does no one think to use Lumos here? But I guess it's magic, so therefore you wouldn't. But I feel if you're on the train, it's kind of like a gray zone.
I have an actual legitimate irrational fear of Dementors. I know they're not real, but if we're passing by them on the Harry Potter ride at Universal, I have to close my eyes. I will go into a panic. I will get sweaty. In The Cursed Child, they fly over the audience. I almost cried. I don't know what it is. Dementors are they represent depression. She wrote them as depression. I've battled depression my whole life. Of course, I'm not going to like them, but they represented it so perfect.
Actually, I'm switching them to my second favorite
Oh,
character.
screw you.
Not because of that story, but it's so much sweeter to say that.
They're not even a character.
I was really disappointed on the ride because when you're on the ride, there's all the fire and it feels so hot. And then I was like, oh God, there's gonna be Dementors. They're gonna be blasting us with air conditioning. And then it didn't happen. Like the Dementors showed up, but there wasn't air conditioning, and I was so sad.
They don't have to because I naturally get freezing cold.
No, I was like, please blast me with air conditioning.
But also though, Jen, now that you're rereading Prisoner of Azkaban, the ice cold thing is something they made up for the movies. That's not in the book.
Huh. All right.
I only read the books once, like a long time ago, so I don't remember like a lot of the facts, and I didn't know that was made up for the movie.
Nikki, as you are on the road a lot, I'm gonna give you them audiobooks.
Oh my God, I need those.
Yeah, you can listen to all the good voices.
They're so good. It's hard because I read the book now after listening to it, and I read it in Jim Dale's voice.
I can't.
I love it.
He won Grammys. He won like 4 Grammys.
I am totally aware that this is an unpopular opinion. I know that I am completely in the wrong in this, but I cannot handle it. Just know it.
So as a kid, I didn't fully get this, and I think this is just so J.K. Rowling battles depression. She's made this pretty clear, and that's what she wrote Dementors on. And I was always like, what kind of special chocolate is this? I don't think it's special chocolate. Like now as an adult, that I know that like chocolate is releases serotonin.
Oh yeah.
Like chocolate is a natural depressant suppressor. So I think it's kind of just brilliant that she was like, chocolate's all you need.
So in the book, Neville is with them, and Neville's the one who tells everybody he passed out. So how does everybody find out if Neville's not here?
Maybe Lupin.
Yeah, Lupin's like, this little bitch Harry.
He's like, this fool on the bus today.
I do wonder, because like, in book 7, when we get to have a flashback of all of Snape's past dealing with Dumbledore and all that stuff, I do wonder if Dumbledore was like, Lupin, you cannot tell Harry that you were one of his dad's best friends. Also, all right, so why would they add this in? There is a reason for that. This is not in the books.
It's such a banger, too. It sounds like a summer banger.
Not like every time it comes on, I feel like I'm in.
Yeah.
I just love the frogs.
The reason they added this in is the original script. All right, hold on real quick. Sidetrack.
Wow, Dumbledore, you look different from the last 2 movies.
So, unpopular opinion?
That's not, though.
This is a far better Dumbledore.
I agree.
He is a more accurate representation of Dumbledore in the books.
I do really like it because the first one are very like elegant, like almost fragile, and this one he's like humble, like almost like rag dress.
Like this one, I feel like has been to war, which he has in back. The other one, it's like I don't want to breathe too heavy around him.
Right. Well, this Dumbledore commands a room, which you would imagine as like the most powerful wizard, that Hogwarts has seen, that he would be a room commanding person. And this Dumbledore nails that. And in the book, they talk about he's a high energy wizard, even though he's older.
Yeah.
I don't know if I totally agree. But I feel like I am the queen of unpopular opinion tonight.
I'm getting a text quoting me that cold swept over everyone when the Dementors came in.
Jesse,
I need to clarify. Yes, cold comes over you, but like the ice, and they are not actually, it's not cold around them.
Jesse, I agree with you. Sorry.
Yeah, Jesse, I disagree.
Yeah, I'm siding with Jess here.
I disagree, Jesse. Jesse likes Richard Harris, which, like, as an actor, iconic. as
Sure.
Dumbledore.
It's just he's
Not
not
fitting.
Dumbledore.
Not fitting.
His
yeah.
beard is like he doesn't.
No.
He's
No.
too fragile. He couldn't kick ass.
No.
If we got to Half-Blood Prince, you'd be like,
Yeah, that him up
Harry is
against like
described as someone in the book that is like scrawny and underweight, and the definition of someone who could not kick ass, and then goes out and like defeats Voldemort and like completes all these tasks and can like produce a Patronus charm with like a day's worth of practice. Like I don't know if it's about like how like much you look like you could kick ass, as long as you can like do the incantations and the spells, you know, and like.
I don't know.
provide.
When I saw Richard Harris in that first film, I just went, "That's not Dumbledore."
you know who'd be great? It's Christopher Plummer, because I want Christopher Plummer in everything.
Yes, I agree with that.
He very well could have been one of the people. Like a million people got asked to play the role after Richard Harris died. Ian McKellen turned it down. He said, "I'm only going to be one legendary wizard."
Yeah, if Ian McKellen was it, it would felt weird though, because you would have been like,
Christopher
oh,
Lee
it's
turned it down.
Gandalf.
Have Obi-Wan play him.
Ewan McGregor.
He doesn't have a real name. It's just forever Obi-Wan.
Oh,
Okay.
McGregor's his character name.
No, Jen, I do think you'll find that in general, you and I are in the minority about, or well, Nikki, I guess, is kind of with us too.
Maybe. I don't
That
know.
Richard Harris is the more popular, but it just, now look, yes, I agree. In the next movie, when he yells at Harry, that's out of character, but that's not the actor, that's the script. That's not the actor.
So, do they just get this room every year?
Yes,
Like this is just their room.
correct.
Okay, this is the moment I fell in love with Ron Weasley.
Wait, was that the lion thing you guys were just on?
Yeah.
I'm a bit ahead.
For anyone checking in, we're at 28:33. Which
Oh, I
the
love
count,
that. It's so pretty.
I believe is in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, but we can't see that.
Oh, wait, no.
Okay, this is a great visual for me. And all of everything in this movie, I feel like they set up the stage really well. So like we don't really know, if this is the first time watching it, you don't know that the Whomping Willow was there to protect Lupin. And so this is a really great foreshadowing moment with the Whomping Willow. That
Oh, absolutely.
love it.
Well, the director of this movie did things in this movie foreshadowing wise for later in the series that he didn't even know he was doing.
It's gorgeous.
Where actually J.K. Rowling had to tell him to cut things out of the script because they would have ruined future books. Also, great casting.
Perfect Trelawney.
If they redo as a series, she needs to play McGonagall.
It's interesting because from what I've heard is that she didn't want to do it, but her daughter was like, "Oh, that's not an option, Mom."
I read that too.
Well, and it was also kind of like all of a sudden anyone who had the title of Dame had to act in this movie. All right. Also, I was thinking about this earlier today with Hermione's time turner.
Yeah.
So she's literally like staying awake for 30 hours a day and still sleeping for like 5-6 hours a night.
Unless she time turns at night and just sleeps more.
But how could she? She would have to have a second bed because she's still in her bed. Is she cuddling herself?
Maybe she time turns and takes naps
I don't know, I do
while
think
she's
it's
at class.
I think it's the thing that the movie is missing, which is that like because she's like so strung out, she freaks out more. There's like she just like starts to lose her cool halfway through the book because she's so freaked out about so many classes. It's the grim.
You know how hard it must have been to see through those glasses?
Also, how did Ron see a cross and a sun? That is so clearly a dog or something.
Ron needs to get checked for glasses. He's just very
Yeah,
resistant.
he needs Trelawney's glasses.
Yeah, that's pretty clear right there.
Yeah, that is not a sun or a cross.
I do think that this is also the book and movie where Hermione really breaks out. Like the first two movies and books, it's very much a Ron and Harry adventure there at the end. Like Hermione always drops out early, and this is the Hermione and Harry adventure, which Hermione was always my favorite of the kids until Jenny came into the picture. Jenny's my favorite kid.
Buckbeak, baby. A hippogriff is my Patronus, according to
No way.
Yeah. I didn't even know it was possible. I took the quiz and it was like hippogriff, and I was like,
That's a hard one to get. That's a good one.
it's hysterical because I'm terrified of birds. So I don't really understand how I would respond to like a half horse, half bird thing.
Well,
I think
how fitting of them. I am a thestral. So
What'd you get?
I have a thestral.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That bird, horse bird thing that you can only see.
I got an eagle. I was pretty stoked on that.
Yeah.
It's good American. Good American Patronus.
What? I don't know where I can't plug it in though. I can't plug it in.
Oh, I gotta do it with him.
Nikki, you would have been like the most oddball Hufflepuff.
Huh?
You would have been a very oddball Hufflepuff.
Yeah.
You are a Hufflepuff, but you'd be the one in there like, sure about him?
I got sorted in the old HP.
Yeah.
I think you know who just needed someone just in another class,
Yeah.
That's inside info.
Also, Malfoy's a total idiot.
Yeah.
What?
Like, for not listening during this and then just still going up and fucking around with the hippogriff.
Right?
And even further, what a bitch move. To be like, I got a scratch, I'm dying. It's like Step Brothers when the bunk beds fall down. It's so bad.
I also like in this movie they're so casual, like as students, versus in the first two movies where they're like in their robes and like so.
Yeah, whoever took over costuming.
School. Like, this just
is
feels more real.
Yeah.
Like unkept.
It's still they're in robes, but
Yeah.
it just makes more sense.
It's like the movie of hoodies.
But it's like they also wear, like, there's the scene when they go down to see Hagrid and they're wearing like street clothes. Like that did not happen in the first two movies at all.
No.
And I do think that's why like a lot of people connect with it, because it does in a sense make the characters a little bit more relatable, because they are in their street clothes. Like you see Harry in a hoodie and Hermione's going down to, she's like the pink zip up on.
Yeah.
First sight, a little Ron and Hermione romance.
I never shipped them.
I love them.
I'm gonna again #cancel for that, but I never shipped them ever.
Like literally from book one, I was like these two. Once again, irresponsible Hagrid move.
I would freak out if he just threw me on that thing and was like, have fun. I would be like, absolutely not.
Well, there's
Also,
like no harness there's no harness, there's no there's nothing. Like, I mean,
There is not a Disneyland fasten your seatbelts, pull in the yellow tab warning. I'm out.
Hola, Asusagunidas.
Although I really like the music in this scene.
This is the last movie that John Williams did for Harry Potter.
Like, this is why I want to go to Hogwarts and not Ilvermorny, because I want this scene right here.
You don't want to go to fucking Boston?
Yeah, flying over Boston, over Gillette Stadium. Boo. I'm a Jets fan.
Gillette Stadium, yeah.
It's Pepperidge Farm.
The cranberry harvests.
Would that make Tom Brady one of his magical creatures?
Tom Brady is my Patronus.
Tom Brady's definitely a Death Eater.
I thought they did a really good job of making the hippogriff look like I imagined it.
It was perfect.
I'm still picturing Harry Potter at the end with his big expecto patronum, and then Tom Brady comes out and just
just throws a pass and knocks a Dementor out.
You got to find your best friend and make sure that they have Gronk as their Patronus.
You said Kronk?
No.
But yes, Kronk. Yes, absolutely Kronk.
Gronkowski.
No, it's Kronk.
Oh, that Kronk.
Here's Malfoy being a little bitch. Like this right here. This is foreshadowing so much of book 7.
Mm-hmm. You and your bloody chicken.
Seriously, he got scratched on the arm. Why can't he walk?
Oh, he's a bitch. I love Draco though. I'm not meaning to like diss him. I love him. Another misunderstood villain.
But also highly missing from the book or from the movies, the ghosts.
Yeah.
Where is Peeves?
Where is Peeves?
The best.
Yeah.
If I had one, well, no, if I had two, I would say where are the house elves and where is Peeves? House elves coming in number 4, obviously, but.
What book was that? That whole like petitioning to save the house elves for?
Yeah, and Spew.
When Winky gets all drunk and they go down to the and Winky's like had one butterbeer and she's like,
I told JC because he's like pugs can only be named with a P. So I told him if he gets another pug, we have to name it Periwinkle so I can call her Winky. Because it just make me happy.
That needs to happen.
I know. I need a Periwinkle named Winky.
Happen.
No.
Okay, hold on. So there it makes sense because they're like trying to drag him away.
But that's not the poster. That's just the news article.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, why is that not part of the poster?
Oh, I got a fun text. According to Chris Rankin, who plays Percy, they cast Peeves, but they made the kids laugh too much.
Well, Peeves is in the first movie for a second.
Yeah, literally a second. I mean, you blink and you miss him.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a bogger question. Do you guys know anything about them? Because I know in the book they find him in like the cabinet or something, if I can remember correctly, in Filch's cabinet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So where do they come from? Like how? Like they just hide in the castle?
No one knows what they look like. So who knows where they come from?
So how'd they catch him in the first place?
They don't catch them. They show up in the cupboards.
But I'm just curious.
Like, think about when you're going
to. Is it a piece of magic or is it an actual creature?
Like, how do moths get in closets?
So it's an actual creature.
It is a creature, yeah. Just no one knows what it looks like.
Also, there's a good point that, like,
big.
why is Draco in a sling when, what's her name? Madame Pomfrey?
Mhm.
Humphrey.
Whatever. She can, like, she, like, regrew all the bones.
Because he's milking it. They in the
But,
book,
like,
remember?
but everybody has to know that he's milking it, like students,
Yeah.
because it's, like, they know what she's capable of doing.
I will say, though, so big change here is actually Lupin lets Harry do the Bogart, which I think, like, that's a very important part of the book is they don't let him do because he assumes it's going to, be Lord Voldemort.
Right.
He has no clue it's going to be. Which then leads into the, later sessions. Oh man, guys, I've watched this movie so many times. This is the first time I'm watching it like with in-ears in. He actually whispers to him what to imagine. I've never heard it over TV speakers.
Okay, another like thing that they miss in the book versus movie is why Snape is so angry. I mean, there's a lot of backstory with Lupin and Snape, but just like that he hears about this and ends up despising Lupin's class because all of these people imagined him in his grandmother's clothes. And it's part of just the wanting to get back at him when Lupin is a werewolf.
Side note, though,
that history.
How awesome must it have been having Alan Rickman wear this outfit?
I would have died. I just see that.
Like, it's the most... He got to be so out of character.
I know.
Yeah, this
Also,
is the worst one.
Wizards still listen to vinyl.
No bueno. And it's just such a terrible approach.
God, and I'm with you guys. I feel like putting it on roller skates would make it worse.
Yeah.
That thing's gonna fall at you.
Run. I literally.
What if it's a really good rollerblader and it becomes a really fast spider?
Okay, so change the story. What would you have changed the spider into? And you're ridiculous.
Well, but in the book,
it would be like a butterfly or something like that. That's like doesn't bother me at all. But
in the book, though, correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't he imagine it without any legs?
I believe so, which is just awful.
That's also terrifying.
But at least you can smash it.
And how is that not more terrifying than a snake? Like, that's more terrifying than a snake.
Agreed. Here we go. Harry would never get a chance.
Terrifying.
Also, they full on show a full moon here. In the book, it's
I love that orb. Yeah.
But yeah, in the book, it's an orb, which is the moon. But everyone's like, why is it a crystal ball?
Look at those shoulder pads on that misfitted gown or robe.
Classic.
It's crazy because I remember first seeing this. They straight up showed the full moon, but I didn't even catch that part. Like, I totally missed that.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like watching like 2 or 3 times later, I was like, oh my God, they're just showing you right in your face.
Well, and the reason they get away with that here is they don't dive deep into Snape trying to get everyone to figure out he's a werewolf.
Yeah.
Like in the books, Snape is laying every clue possible that he's a werewolf. She was the perfect McGonagall.
Yes. Have you seen the I think I sent it to you, Varley, like when I saw it a million years ago, but have you seen the meme where it shows McGonagall talking to Harry, and then the next it shows Wendy talking to Peter Pan in Hook, and it's Maggie Smith and Robin Williams, and he's wearing the glasses, and she's like, oh, it's so good to see you, boy. And he's like, yes, hello, Professor. And it's just like those things where I'm like, oh my God.
I have not seen this.
If I can find it, I'll send it to you.
I will be crying
amazing.
forever.
It's amazing because she's a much older woman and he's obviously a grown man, but it's like, ugh.
I die.
Yeah, it was amazing.
This is not in the book, but I love it. I mean, they talk about some of these points, but the way that they reformatted it to fit in the movie.
Drinking game should be take a shot every time someone says that Harry's eyes are like lilies. It's like every single movie, every single time anyone meets him.
Don't they destroy this bridge in later movies?
They destroy everything.
Yeah, it's dumb.
It bums me out
It's
when
a
this.
war.
It bums me out when
battle
this.
scene in there.
Yeah,
I do think of the movies, movie 8 is easily my favorite movie.
bums me out when they destroy this bridge because the Gothic architecture, although decrepit, is beautiful and also fake, but I love it. Also, there's no way that's safe, that bridge.
No.
Yeah, Percy, we all know.
Also, it's weird that they don't really ever mention Percy's girlfriend, do they, in the movie?
I think in the I don't know.
Because I thought she played a big part in it.
I mean, in the book, absolutely, because they're making bets against the cup. But
yeah,
Was LaFleur?
Say what?
Was that LaFleur was his girlfriend?
No.
Mm-mm.
No, Fleur is Bill's.
Bill's.
Percy's girlfriend is a Ravenclaw called Hedgecombe, I think.
no,
No.
it's I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, look it up, please.
I love that Jen just pulled out her book. That was the most Ravenclaw thing I've ever seen in my life. She's
Yeah,
like,
no.
actually, no, let me just pull out my book for reference.
Penelope Clearwater.
That sounds right.
I wonder who Percy sat at lunch with. Seems like nobody wants to hang out
His
with that
girlfriend.
His lady friends.
guy. Oh, yeah, that's true. Dang it.
I have my book here too, Jen.
Somewhere around page 65.
I finished rereading it earlier today.
All right. I was making fun of you for being a Ravenclaw, but I absolutely have my book here.
And I have mine on my phone. Because I'm a Kindle guy. Pretty cool castle. It's your boys, Nikki.
I got a lock like that on my room door.
Give up.
Another fun trivia fact. Harry had a crush, or not Harry, sorry, Daniel Radcliffe had a crush on one of the other kids in the school. So he asked to be put next to her on the floor during this scene. Because he had a crush on her.
Didn't they also have like a fart machine or something that they would make?
That's the second part. So Alan Rickman and Michael Gavon, who plays Dumbledore, were wanted to play a prank on him because they caught wind of Daniel Radcliffe's thing. So they put a whoopee cushion inside his sleeping bag.
Which I love the idea of Alan Rickman doing that.
Being a prankster.
So much.
Like being a grown adult and like, let's put a whoopee cushion in here. Danny's sleeping in it.
He didn't say it. In his Alan Rickman voice.
Oh,
I don't think I can.
Jen, doesn't your
Ceiling.
ceiling look like that now?
My ceiling?
Yeah,
there's
you
a-
know.
Oh, yes, because of the projection. Yeah, but there's a church in Montreal that does projections like that on the ceiling, and it's absolutely amazing because it looks exactly like that. Can't think of what church it is, but it's one of the Catholic churches in Montreal, and I went there a couple of years ago and watched the show, and it was like being in the Great Hall. It was awesome.
I love that they make the Whomping Willow into a dog here.
The saddest part about this year, there's a lot of sad things about this year, let's be honest, but I was going to my first LeakyCon, which is the Harry Potter convention in Denver. And I was so looking forward to it. And they have like a Yule Ball and they have like the Wizard's Rock. And apparently they do all this cool stuff. I'd never been. And so I was so looking forward to seeing what they were going to do with that.
That sounds awesome.
No. And you go to these panels where they talk about like the economy in the wizarding world and like all kinds of different stuff, which hasn't officially been canceled yet, but I mean, it's going to be canceled. 394. This is the most petty thing Snape could do.
He's a petty human. I love him, but he's petty.
Love him.
He's so petty.
Like, Snape never heard the term "get over it."
Yeah.
They're kind of combining transfiguration class with defense.
I just love how also love how he's just standing there, just being offended by her talking the entire time for interrupting him.
So interesting that they put that there, because in the book, I think it's here, Ron goes, "Why ask a question if you don't want to hear the answers?" Or maybe it's Harry says it. I think Harry says it.
Which is one of my favorite kind of mantras is don't ask the question you don't want to know the answer to.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like Harry stands up to Snape much more in the books. Like even in the Shrieking Shack at the end, there's like the whole confrontation with Harry and Snape that they sort of cut out of this. Like he sort of starts to stand up to Snape. Okay, here's a question. How long would that take to draw? Do you think you draw it and then animate it via magic, or do you think you have to like a
Draw each
sketchbook?
frame.
Yeah, you have to draw each frame and
Like
then
when
it
you
comes
did a
together.
Post-it note, flip it.
Yes. What is that? I just need to know how that happens.
All right,
Like,
another fun fact here. This seeker that Harry is facing is Cedric Diggory, but it's a different actor. It's not Robert Pattinson. He's going to show up for a split second here somewhere, obviously in yellow robes.
You would think that in lightning conditions, that being in giant towers or on brooms is probably
Yeah, so
not
that's
the
Cedric.
wisest.
But yeah, I agree with you, Jen. Definitely not Robert Pattinson.
No. Like, prime example of why this is not smart.
Also, that doesn't happen in the book.
And how entertaining is it to watch, really? Like when everybody's like a mile high, like what are you really
In the
doing?
clouds, yeah.
Well, but
it's
that's
boring,
only the
right?
seekers. You know, the chasers and beaters are always staying down by the goals.
That's true. Right.
Also, I feel like the snitch would have some like limitations.
Right.
Where
Oh,
does that
okay.
umbrella come from?
Keep yawning.
What?
I keep
Where
yawning.
does that umbrella come from? Oh.
Who know? One of the Dementors was trying to stay dry, and the Dementor was like, "Shit."
Just got a little too windy for him.
Yeah.
Also, I don't understand the Dementors of Azkaban, like why they're going after a school student.
I
Because
think it says-
they're hungry.
Mhm.
But don't they have any,
So in the book,
like there's no control?
in the book it says like exactly no. So Hagrid, when he's in Azkaban, says that they're like the Dementors are the ones that like wouldn't let him leave because it doesn't matter who you are, even if you're good or evil. Like they're just hungry to suck on a soul that has like enough to give to them. So essentially, like they don't have, which is why even Dumbledore argues that they shouldn't be in the castle.
Yeah.
Didn't they say that Umbridge sends has been just like sending the Dementors after him or making them more hostile? Or was that later on?
That's in book 5.
5? 6? No.
5.
It's 5.
So also, they just skipped over, like, the thing I love about that Quidditch match is, in the book, is when Harry's falling, Dumbledore comes onto the field and is like a badass to the Dementors.
Right.
Like they talk about how powerful he is, and I feel like they just skim over that here.
You just expect momentum, just sit in the air.
And fade out.
Yeah. But good reflexes, though.
Also, I don't understand the type of witchcraft that you can heal and regrow broken bones, but a broken broom, you're like, nope, it's garbage.
That is the best point. I've never even thought about that.
But it's got to be something along the same line of wands. You can't mend a broken wand. So it's something with the wood.
It was like the awful Wizarding World of trademarking.
Having grown up on the East Coast, I can smell that scene right there.
Yeah. I feel that. Hedwig just chilling.
That's where I want to be quarantined. Right there.
I'm cool with that. Oh, the holidays at Hogwarts. Crazy how quick that snow comes on.
Have you ever been stuck in lake effect? Yes, you know.
Yeah.
Another foreshadowing moment, they show the clock a lot to reference the time turner and how important time is in this movie.
That's true.
Ah, love these boys so much.
This was like such a crush I had on Fred and George. I love a thing for redheads.
But also, when did Fred and George learn that Harry had an invisibility cloak?
It had to come up. Didn't he? Because he spent like some time with them at the beginning of book 2, right? When they came to get him in the Fort Anglia.
You think he's whipping that out?
How does it not come up in conversation?
Or Ron could have said something.
Yeah, maybe they use one of those like little ear things to spy.
Something I've always wondered, I don't know if there's an answer for it. How long did it take for those two to figure out what to say to turn on the map?
God, that's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, how do you know it's a map? Because you find it in Filch's cabinet, and it's probably not a map. Yeah. It's probably blank piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why would you take it to be like, this is a map?
One of the names there says Newt Scamander. He ain't in the castle.
God, I just want to be a Weasley.
Sounds like you want to be with the Weasley.
I have a serious thing for redheads.
Clearly.
Yes, I will be fine with any Weasley. Except for Ron. I'm not a Ron fan.
I'm with you. As far as favorite Weasleys go, he's right above Percy.
Ooh.
Percy.
If Percy was a fruit, he'd be a dingleberry. At least.
That's the quote of the night.
Also, Jen, have you made it to this trip in the book yet?
No. I mean, I've obviously have
When
done
you
it in
get there-
audiobooks, but not reading it, only in audiobooks.
I need to go back and double check. I don't think he is wearing his invisibility cloak in the book at this point. I think his first trip he goes without invisibility cloak.
I can confirm that. Hold on. I thought he did, but I'm not sure. I haven't read this.
Because I'm pretty sure the second time he goes, like the first time is when he overhears McGonagall or all of them talking about how Sirius was his best friend, James's best friend. Oh, this is the second trip though.
Well, this is when he finds out everything.
There's that word that Jen loves to use.
Oh my gosh.
Jen doesn't like calling people Muggleborn. She likes calling them Muggles.
That's right.
You sure you're not a Slytherin?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, they kind of combined all the Hogsmeade trips into this one.
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel like that Madame Rose murder, talking about how James and Sirius were inseparable, was a very important point to. Would you, what if you guys could have one of the Deathly Hallows? Which one of the three would you pick?
Probably the invisibility cloak, because I think
I would do the cloak.
I think I'd use it more.
I'm in between the cloak and the Elder Wand.
Yeah.
But yeah, and also, you're right. No invisibility cloak the first trip. Confirmed by the book.
Yeah, so you're combining it all. There's those heads again.
I don't understand why they're stopping. Just walk in. They're shrunken heads. You can just take it, put it in your pocket. It's not like a bouncer.
Oh, they're going to stop you.
Yeah, like Jen, can you imagine having shrunken heads outside the front? That's not stopping anybody from getting in here.
I feel like we should have shrunken heads outside the front. Then I feel like someone will be upset about that somehow.
It'll be offensive in some way.
Harry's breathing is uncomfortable right here.
Also, Harry goes looking for trouble. You can't say he doesn't.
Oh, I don't think there's any arguing that. I think he absolutely does. I don't think he knows he does. But I think he's inquisitive.
Like, never in my right mind as a early teenager would I think it'd be okay to follow a bunch of adults into a room and hide to listen to them talk. I just wouldn't.
I would. I kind of did.
I wouldn't
kind
do
of
it.
different, but different. So one time I had to hide underneath a bed for an hour and a half on a school trip to not get caught in a hotel, in like a Motel 6.
Ugh.
Yeah.
architecture is so rad.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I also feel like if I had the invisibility cloak, I would lose it so quickly. It'd be done with.
I can't even keep a pair of sunglasses for more than a year.
Yeah, it would be gone.
The cloak. I never even thought about that. That's such a good point. I would lose that in a second.
Yes,
His like
after.
mouth snarl there is just not good.
No,
Those lilies of the valley, I never noticed that.
I can't. I'd have to
I
go
think
back
they
to
were,
it.
which is ironic because isn't that like the plant that kids eat and die?
I didn't see it.
Also, is that Dumbledore's office?
Yes. They reused Dumbledore's office. For that office is Dumbledore's office, the Dark Arts office, and one other location. I really love those candles.
So cool.
Are they spines?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're just neat.
It's like something you'd find at Necromance back in the day.
Yeah, right? Those are rad. I don't think I've ever noticed those before.
The scene Harry's like, watch me perform a Patronus charm in 4 seconds versus having to work on it for a long time.
But this is also why, like, JC is just like, I don't like Harry Potter. It's because he's like, everything just comes easy to Harry Potter, you know? It's like,
in the book, it is more difficult, though.
And that's what I
so
said.
much
It's like,
more
you have to
difficult
read
in
the
the
book. It's because the movies, yeah, it does.
In the movies, he's just like, expecto patronum, and passes out once. And the next one, he's like, here's a powerful memory about my parents, and now I can produce a full Patronus charm just like this.
Yeah.
The whole school year in like 2 hours. How you don't see? You know?
That's what I'm saying. We need to make this into a TV series. Each book gets a whole season.
Also, why would Harry...
Add more if you want.
Yeah.
Would Harry need chocolate there because it's not a real Dementor?
I have asked this a few times. So the conclusion that I've come up with is that Boggarts can perform whatever attack that they transform into. So if it's a snake, that they would essentially bite you. Yeah, so
that makes sense.
Technically, they couldn't suck the actual life out of Harry, but they could do enough damage to him
to make you feel depressed.
Yeah. I don't know if that's just some sort of conversation I had very recently.
Either way, though, like Matt was saying earlier, like if they upset you in any kind of like frightening way, like the chocolate is in both serotonin.
Mm-hmm.
So it
so weird hearing you call me Matt.
It was weird. I had to fight.
I don't like it.
It tasted gross. It made my blueberry taste like poop.
I think that might be like the third time in our 13-year friendship that you have called me by my name.
Like, I'm just gonna go, guys. Hey, it was nice.
Oh, I like the little train going around the track. I've never noticed that before.
I didn't either. That's really cool.
I'm just gonna start carrying chocolate around with me, so if everyone's upset, go like, here, just have some chocolate.
You could be the wise Lupin. Like,
Yeah.
Here you go. This will help. This will help. I know. Trust me.
To get a Lupin, too good, dog.
It's a cool office.
A little small for my taste.
I think Hagrid hits his head on the clock a lot. Just walking in, it comes and swings him. So do you guys have an opinion on the theory that Crookshanks was the Potter's cat? The cat that's in the photo at Harry's first birthday?
I've never heard that.
That's why I recognize Sirius.
I mean,
I never heard
how would he live for that long?
In the book, don't they say the cat had lived like it had been there for like 12 years?
Oh. I don't know. I mean, I don't have an opinion on it. I think that it's a great theory.
I would love it to be true, but
Yeah.
and it would also explain like why it could smell Pettigrew as Scabbers so quick.
But then how did it end up with Hermione?
What?
How did it end up with Hermione?
She got it in Diagon Alley. Or, sorry, Hogsmeade. No, Diagon Alley.
Mm-hmm.
So what did the cat do for some odd
Yes.
years?
No, it says the witch said he'd been in there for ages. No one wanted him. As it just says how long Crookshanks was
Ages
there.
is a long time.
Well, yes, but it's not 12 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not specifically 12 years.
All right, if you guys haven't read it, there's a pretty good fan theory online. And I don't think J.K. Rowling has confirmed nor denied every time she's been asked.
Also, if you saw Peter Pettigrew on the map as a 12-year-old, wouldn't you be like, hey, something's weird here?
Also, why did Fred and George never find it odd that there was this person in their dormitory?
Yeah.
That's true.
Plot holes. I'm sure that she has a reason. There he is.
You just put the light down a little bit more towards the ground.
Damn mirrors. I scream every time I see myself in a mirror. Was Snape just walking through in the complete darkness?
Yes.
As Snape does.
He just roams the hallways in complete darkness.
So goth on International Goth Day.
The gothiest goth.
Just listen to Bauhaus with his AirPods on.
I love this.
This is. I want to know: is this specific to Snape, or did they somehow enchant it to insult anyone?
It's got to be Snape, just because of the history with all of them, right?
But
it says send my compliments for Professor Snape, which.
Yeah. Okay. So it probably changes.
But it does say how a Git could become a president or a professor.
Oh, Alan Rickman is the best.
Do you guys think Snape knows here?
That
Snape
what?
knows-
That this was his map?
No. I don't think so.
I don't
Because
know.
In the book, he goes, maybe the manufacturer?
I don't know, because wouldn't he have known that their nickname for each other in high school?
That's what I'm saying.
So I feel like he might know.
That's fair.
Or, his line is, he goes, I don't think Harry got it from a shop. I think he went straight to the manufacturer. Oh, backtracking a lot. The reason they added in the Toad Choir is the original script never had any Flitwick at all in it, and the director wanted to make sure that Warwick Davis was in the movie because he wanted to work with Warwick Davis, so they added in the scene so he could continue his role. Also, how much does it got to be sucked to be the actress that played Madame Hooch? Like, she got a pretty rad role in the first movie. Just disappeared from the rest of the films.
Just messed up his whole world.
Ooh, I just got a text from Jason, who's a regular of the bar. And he says that Crookshanks lives so long because I don't even know how to pronounce this breed name, but his breed or his species live up to 70 years.
What?
Yeah. That's a text I just got.
Well,
So either that or vegan.
So it very well could have been the Potter's cat. Also the reason he was so aggressive towards Scabbers. They're very suspicious cats.
Or he was the Potter's cat.
Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, Jason. Great info.
MVP.
That's good.
Strong crystal.
Also, I feel like Hermione is more high-strung than that to just walk around that crystal.
Well, and it's like a ladder they got to climb up in the book, and she like kicks open the trap door. She ain't having a good time.
I loved this part of the movie when I first saw it. I still love it.
Same.
I think it's nice and creepy and wonderful.
Just the way they made her.
Yeah, just the voice, everything about it, I just liked.
I mean, because like Chamber of Secrets started to get like real dark, like poking like murder with people, but this just got really dark, just like spooky wise.
I was at a hotel near LAX waiting for a friend who had a really long layover, and I was listening to this scene in the audiobook, and I had to like re-listen to it like 3 times in a row to fully hear her prophecy, because I was like, what the hell's going on?
Brilliant writing on her
And she's
part.
just like,
Coughs up a hairball.
sorry.
But such brilliant writing on her part to write
That's kind of funny.
prophecy that makes you think like you know what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Like a serious black guy is going to kill him and return to Lord Voldemort.
I love the camera shots too.
I know.
I think it's a gorgeous movie.
It really is.
As far as like shooting wise, I think this is the most pretty of all the films. Like for the shots exactly with the staircase. Oh, here we go. Love this scene.
Like I like because like the whole movie started to feel like more cold, you know, rather than the first where like first it was a little bright, like even inside, like, but this is just cold everywhere you go.
And
Yeah, gray, blues, even like the way it's filmed.
also,
Yeah.
when you go back and read the books, they almost feel that way too. Like my mom only recently read them. She loved books 1 and 2, and then this book happened. She's like, it got so dark. I'm like, yep, you're in for a ride. It only gets
Just wait.
darker.
Love this.
Get it, girl. Get it, girl.
Let's. Come on.
I had the biggest crush on Emma Watson when this movie came out. I had the biggest
How
crush
could
on
you
her.
not have?
Like
a
literally,
Emma
I
Watson?
loved that first movie, and I was like, I love her because we're the same age.
Get it, girl.
Here we go. Bam!
Yeah.
I just like how his head smashes into the rock behind.
Like, how did the whole school not hear about that and tease him constantly?
Seriously. But then they all hear that Harry Potter passes out in this movie.
Yeah.
I'll also add, Emma Watson has remained gorgeous, and then she adds how brilliant she is on top of it. She's like the perfect
person.
woman.
She's the perfect, yeah. She's so perfect. I have such a girl crush on her.
I don't blame you.
All right, so those little animals hanging, is that the innocent blood that's going to be shed tonight? Because they end up saving, but the master still ends up with servant.
Could be a ferret that the hippogriff eats, you know? That is an innocent blood.
Facts.
Oh, no, the innocent blood is Ron. He doesn't die.
Innocent blood is shed, yeah.
Right.
Made me think there.
That's hard.
Fucking bitch move throwing a rock at your own head.
Seriously, she punches Draco in the face and then throws rocks at people's heads. Hermione has gone off the deep end.
I like how it's this time of night and it's like broad daylight.
I know. Yeah, what time of night is that?
It's like summer solstice in Alaska and it's actually 10 o'clock at night.
What an axe. It's like, what do you behead with? It's over there. It's that big thing in the corner.
Also, I heard that they built this hut, but then they demolished it after the end of the movie because they didn't want people like flocking to it.
Ah. Oh man, that's a lot of work. I wonder if that's real rock or if it's all fascia.
Well,
Heard themselves.
I just remember getting the pink hoodie and wearing the blue jeans like that so I could be like Hermione.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
I did the same thing.
Blue jeans and pink hoodie.
You probably
Blue
look better
jeans
in it,
and
let's be
pink
honest.
hoodie.
I was like, man, I just want to look like Hermione.
This is so confusing here because she goes to Harry.
I just
They
don't
filmed it.
ship.
They filmed it with going to Ron, and it was too uncomfortable.
Yeah, because I just don't ship Ron and Hermione. I'm just speaking all the unpopular opinions tonight.
But no, she goes to her big brother. It makes sense. Oh, there.
Oh,
I thought
she does go to Ron.
Harry goes to her.
I thought she went to
Oh.
Harry.
Yeah, because Ginny hasn't matured enough yet.
That's innocent blood, huh?
It's freaking
No, but then his leg gets all messed up by Sirius when he gets dragged into the Whomping Willow.
Also,
okay.
that is a
Taking check.
fast rat.
Yeah, how fast do rats typically run? Not
Yeah,
that
they're
fast.
pretty fast.
Not that fast.
Also, it's really interesting to me that they moved the Whomping Willow from the courtyard because when the Ford Anglia flies into it, they're at Hogwarts.
I was just thinking that.
But here they're off ground.
You know, the other thing that I really miss in the book and versus the movie with this is how much work, like how they became secret animagus to protect Lupin, and that
I know, and
entire
that whole story.
relationship. It's so beautiful, and like it's not easy work to become an animagus. Like you have to like
There's 7 registered ones.
yeah, you gotta like carry a mandrake leaf in your mouth for like a month and like bury some stuff, and like lightning has to hit it and a full moon, and it's like.
Someone played the phone game.
Yeah, that's exactly where I knew that from.
There's those Muggle jump rope skills coming in handy. Do you think Hermione's Muggle friends are like, where'd that bitch go?
Yeah, she's like double Dutch.
Yeah.
There's no way that her face is not.
Just wrecked.
Yeah.
Convenient. I just had a friend text me. Does Hermione have Muggle friends? Was she too much of a nerd where she never fit in?
I mean, JC has friends.
Hey, I'm one of those. My boy.
Oh man.
Hey, I got that tattoo.
I love him.
He's so good at any
Bae.
movie he does.
Bae.
Only reason he accepted this role is because he hadn't worked in a year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And because it's kids.
I feel like a lot of actors accepted this because their kids were like, what?
Because this is even before he was in the Batman movies. But there's some really sweet stories about Daniel Radcliffe's favorite actor was Gary Oldman. So Gary Oldman took him under his wing to make sure that he didn't let him down. I love that.
That's awesome.
And Gary Oldman plays bass. So Gary Oldman gave Daniel Radcliffe a bass and gave him bass lessons. I like the line in the book where he goes, Hermione, you're normally better. That was only 1 out of 3.
Yeah.
Azkaban.
You think it'd be really easy for one of them to be like, Harry, we're not talking about you.
Well, Lupin doesn't know yet, for sure. Lupin has a hunch. But that's the other thing, though. They have not talked about the Secret Keeper thing at all up to this point.
Peter Pettigrew.
Yeah, they don't come out with this information this quick in the book.
Mm-mm. I like the tension between everybody, and Snape takes so much longer to get in, and then Harry
he doesn't though. Remember, Snape is in there for a lot of it, and he's under the invisibility cloak. He finds Harry's invisibility cloak
until he pops up. Yeah, because he picks it up before he goes into the Shrieking Shack. Mm-hmm.
Also, I love the fact that Sirius is just in there giving himself tattoos.
He's like,
yeah, he's like.
And I love how Sirius looks like a hitchhiking ghost too.
Oh, 100%. Grinning ghosts.
God, I wish this relationship. I think all the actors did such a good job with the relationship, but just the tension between the old school feud with everybody and their friendship previous to that is so much stronger in the book.
Like, you know, it's like Sirius practically killed Snape by accident.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with the Shrieking Shrek actually being more of a swaying Shrek?
They added that in to add the unease for the feel of the moviegoer. And the actual set was moving. But yeah, they don't even talk about how like the shrieks were Lupin.
Yeah, like screaming.
And how they haven't happened since he left school.
Mm-hmm. But Dumbledore was an advocate for them, and no one will go near it still. And then there's like the whole stories about them going to try to touch the knot, like students of the Whomping Willow, and
and a couple died, or not dying, but getting seriously injured.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lupin even says they put it in the year I started.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I love about all of it, though, is like that anger shows how good of friends he was with James. Like, you know, he is just overtaken by this want to avenge his best friend.
What I also don't understand, though, is what I forgot. I mean, I just watched this movie like a month ago, but I forgot what was the plan with Pettigrew. They're going to take him to the Ministry.
Well, they just wanted him to. They wanted to prove that Sirius was innocent, and as soon as they saw Pettigrew was alive, they would realize that he didn't kill Pettigrew. He didn't kill the 20 Muggles. He felt the guilt of killing Lily and James.
So what caused the explosion then?
Peter did. He was holding his wand behind his back, and he blew up. He killed 20 people and turned into a rat, ran into the sewer before he could get caught.
Cut his own finger off.
Yep. baller move. That one is. It's just like chop. I do love how they kept like kind of the rat nails on him, and
He's such a ratty looking person too. And oddly enough, he looks like the drummer of the Damned, whose name is Rat. Weird.
It's like the biggest hairy insult ever. It's like the thing he's most afraid of.
Yeah.
so something that's not here, so in this normal scene, Ron and Lupin are tied together to Wormtail. And Sirius is pulling Snape via magic, and he just keeps letting Snape run into the wall and drag his head along the sides, and like Snape's just passed out going like
It'll have to be chopped. Ron is so dramatic. It'll have to be chopped off.
Do you suppose going back to Hogwarts as an adult is similar to going back to high school as an adult? It's like when I go back into high school, it's like, wow, this is a really tiny place.
I think it's slightly different because of the fact that they truly live there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that's where they hang out, and it's not like school is tiny because its whole purpose is learning.
Yeah.
Hogwarts is huge because it's a house that houses a lot of people. Well, not a lot right now, but
I love the transformation in this scene with Lupin. I think they did a really good job on the werewolf.
I think it's mostly practical makeup too.
So good.
I love Gary Oldman.
Also, Peter Pettigrew, I would
He's
not trust him enough to let him stand there.
Well, but that's the thing is, in the book, he's tied to Ron and Lupin. Like, they're tied, holding on to him.
And also, the amount of full moons that...
Yeah. Also, the way they did this was so classic horror movie.
I love it. I love it so much. I love this transformation.
Like,
Didn't
almost
take
like
his
Werewolves
Wolfsbane
in
potion.
London, or...
But an animagus can turn without a wand. So he's gone. Goodbye, Peter.
Also, where did he get the clothes? If he leaves the clothes behind...
So you can... Well, I know that you can transform with your clothes, but I guess he did not. He left them behind, so I don't know.
No, I know that too, but I'm saying in this scene... Oh,
That's a question
so
I
dope.
have, but I don't want answered at the same time.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the right movie, right? Nikki, American Werewolves in London, they kind of did that kind of transformation.
Yeah, I believe so. That's when he was in his room by himself.
He didn't sit in our potions class and
Transformations
learn how to
always
make Wolfsbane potion. Otherwise, he would have had his mind.
Slightly endearing.
Transformations are always like hit or miss too, and I'm glad that this was like a good one.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, it is that, it's got that, like, oh shit, I feel the pain of it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I really liked about it. Like, you can sense that turmoil that he had,
Yeah.
anguish.
So since they don't really discuss it much, you know, like by this point in the book, we have learned that James Potter had a. Well, no, you don't learn what his Patronus is, but you learn that his name was Prongs. And at the age I was when this book came out, when I read the word stag, I was like, that must be some magical creature. I had no clue.
Okay, here's a thought about your Patronus. So Harry's Patronus is a stag, which is obviously that of his father's.
Mm-hmm.
So had his father lived, would he produce a different Patronus? Do you take the Patronus of your loved ones that have been lost because it is in memory and a happy memory of them?
Because they can change.
Right.
Because remember, Nymphadora's Patronus changes.
Well, Nymphadora just changes, so I feel like
obviously Snape's probably was not always a doe.
Yeah, it's true. So you choose, or just does it?
No, it's you definitely don't choose. It chooses you. That's why we take a test on Pottermore, Karissa.
The wand chooses the wizard.
Look at them all.
And I hope mine never changes. I love that mine's a Thestral.
Mine's a hippogriff, but I have a very strong feeling mine has changed. I love the image of the happiness being actually sucked from them. It's so awesome.
Karissa, has yours changed to the 2 moons of scum and villainy?
Yes. It's the twin suns setting in the distance.
Oh, did I say moons? I'm sorry. Suns. Clearly, Potter is my fandom. Back to Sirius for a second on the tattoos. Not only did he tattoo himself in prison, he did it in like the most painful spots. His entire chest.
Most likely that in a mirror.
Was fantastic too.
What?
Well, his placement was fantastic too.
Yeah, it's like dead center. There it is. In the book, I wanted it to be James so bad. Like when they write about like he saw someone and he thought it was his dad, I was like, he's gonna get to meet his dad.
All I think about is Ariel right there.
Yeah, with her voice coming out.
Yep.
Bam. I remember reading this in the book and being like, I have a lot of pages left. This pretty much feels like the end. Ron, less words. Also, Ron's not awake for any of this.
Mm-mm.
I love this.
I know. What is he doing? Why is he pounding on it?
It hurts my heart every time I see that scene too. I'm like, ow.
Although, if it's been
It's
casted,
something I would do.
but if it's been casted, it doesn't matter. Like you're not. It's casted.
I didn't know that you were proficient in wizard bone mending.
I'm not, but I compound fractured my arm, and when it's casted, you could smash my hand all you want. It doesn't matter.
He's being such a Malfoy right there.
Also, why is he always so vague? Like
because it's learning from the decision. It's
also because then he's not accountable for anything. He's like, I didn't tell them to do that.
No,
I just told him to do a little, like, you know.
Hold on, but I'm being serious. If he told them everything, once he passed, they would have never been able to accomplish all those Horcruxes there at the end.
Listen,
on their own.
He can help a little bit with these third-year students that are messing with time that could be detrimental to the future. I'm just saying.
He treats the kids like adults, which I think is an important thing.
Yeah, but we don't need to do that to all kids.
Well, no, not Neville.
No.
I would suck at this because someone's like, "Where were you at 7:30?" I'd be like, "Oh, I have no idea."
What time is it now?
Yeah, yeah. How long have I been here? When did we see each other?
Yeah, get to see it twice.
Mm-hmm.
Whose chain just miraculously changes?
What?
The chain was long enough to fit around her
from
and
two
Harry,
people.
and now it's a 18-inch chain.
She like tucks it under, it's hanging down to her knees, and then all of a sudden she pulls it out. It's just like this little thing.
It's magic.
That's the best thing about this is you can explain anything away because you're like, listen, I don't know. I don't have a time turner. It's magic. I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
So you know what is also interesting is that, so I mentioned Cedric Diggory earlier, but this also in this book, we meet Cho for the first time.
Because she has a crush on her because it's the other seeker.
Yeah, exactly. They're battling each other for the House Cup.
Yeah.
And that is...
It's been 7 years.
The way I felt watching the first Rocky film at the end where I'm rooting is like how that Quidditch book in the book makes me feel.
The stakes are so much higher in the book.
And Malfoy pulls that bitch move jumping on Harry's broom.
You're being a Dementor. And Oliver Wood is
No, that's not even the one. Oh, wait, yeah.
Well, because he plays as the Dementor in this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the one movie too where like Voldemort isn't directly involved?
Oh, I was meaning to mention that. This is he's mentioned, but it's the only movie that he is not in. Because in the first one he's Quirrell.
Yeah.
Second one he's Tom Riddle.
Tom Riddle.
Yeah.
Here, not at all. Third one, nothing. This is the third one. Fourth one, obviously he comes back from the dead.
Yeah.
Fifth one, Hall of Prophecies. Sixth one is in flashbacks only. I believe. In the when you dive into the pensive and you're learning about his history.
Is sixth is Half-Blood?
Yeah.
Okay. Because he's not directly involved in that one either, huh?
Yeah, but there's a lot more mention of him in the flashbacks, going back and learning about his history.
Yeah.
And like why he was born, him killing his father and shit. And then 7. Well, definitely in that one.
So he's just out, just building his army then.
Yeah. Now 6 is when Bellatrix and her sister Narcissa make the deal about Malfoy and Malfoy has to kill.
Yeah.
God, what an awesome Bellatrix.
I love Bellatrix.
Maybe my favorite casting of all. As much as I love Gary Oldman, Bellatrix with Helena Bonham Carter. Wow.
So good.
Like, of everything that people complain about these movies, there's no arguing that the casting is just spot on.
Absolutely perfect.
Even when they're different from the books, like Snape, you're not going to get someone with that crazy of a nose.
Yeah.
You get Alan Rickman, who's what we're all picturing anyways.
Yeah.
You think Buckbeak knows he's about to be killed?
No way. Otherwise he would be like, I'm coming.
Yeah, he's like.
Though I feel like he's probably like depressed being chained up, and he's just like blasé.
Yeah, he just wants to fly.
Though at the same time, then if you ever have visited a dog who's been home by himself or chained up, the dog is thrilled to be moving.
Oh, the other thing that we've completely missed here, which they do throw in at the end, but it's such a big part of the book, is Harry doesn't have his firebolt yet.
I mean, the firebolt is such a huge plot line in the book. I like that he gets it randomly. McGonagall
and then they suspect it, and it's like a big divide between Harry and Ron and Hermione.
Mm-hmm.
Which book is it where they don't talk to each other? Oh, no, it's 4. Never mind. It's 4.
Oh, Buckbeak. Where did Hermione pull the dead ferrets from?
They were on a line.
Grabbed them.
She just carries them in her back pocket. Just like, Hermione thing.
Just in case.
Just Granger thing,
Afternoon snack.
Adorable creature.
Also, like Hermione, did Hermione bow to Buckbeak? Did she get acknowledged?
She's feeding it. That's my kind of guy. Tea, brandy, either.
A cup of tea or, a couple shots of tequila.
Yeah. A cup of tea or a pint of brandy.
We can relax or get hammered. This party's in your hands now. I'd party with Dumbledore.
Either a sip of water or a fifth of vodka. Whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
For this forest being forbidden, they've gone in every year.
That was a much easier way to get in.
And I feel like Immobilis is not a super difficult spell.
Yeah.
So magic must be like the force. It's like you gotta, use your feelings.
Yes.
In the words.
It's Leviosa.
Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Sorry. I went on a Harry Potter podcast this week, and the Star Wars Harry Potter crossovers couldn't stop. I thought the person that was running it was like, gonna kill me. She's like, okay.
I would have loved to have done this with Nikki back in the day, but Nikki would make fun of me for liking Star Wars, and now he's one of the biggest Star Wars fans I know.
Yeah, I was wrong. And now I've seen the light, and I've come around to a greater world, or worlds.
The world of the Sith.
All of them, man. The Greys. Then again, I did just enjoy making fun of you.
Wah wah. So sad.
I know. I wanted them to live together. All right, but now here's my question. Would Lily's protection have worked at Sirius's?
Would what?
If Harry had gone and lived with Sirius, would Lily's protection still applied?
I mean, I think probably. But I don't know. I would think so.
Because if so, yeah, who knows?
I love it.
I feel like Hermione is smarter to know that you can't outrun a werewolf.
I love this. So good.
Lupin's gonna have another scar tomorrow.
It's gonna be like the same exact scar Malfoy has on his arm. It's like, eh.
Oh, the protection was tied to Petunia through being a blood relative.
That's what I was saying.
So
exactly, her protection is because he goes back to the Dursleys every year.
Yeah.
He is the guardian that Lily assigned.
Yeah, I guess just I think that.
No, I think the answer is that it does not transfer because of
it doesn't. Factor. I just looked it up.
But yeah, that was kind of my point. Is it is connected directly to Petunia.
Yeah.
Tom Brady coming up.
Expecto Patriotus.
It breaks my heart. Nobody's coming, Harry.
Or now I guess it would be Expecto Buccaneerias.
Or it could be Expatriatus, right? Like it's an expatriate. Hi.
Shows the stag. Meow.
I love it.
What happy thought is he thinking about here? Does he ever say? I just read this part a day ago.
Wait, say that again.
What happy thought is he thinking about right here? Living with Sirius, I think?
That one time.
That one time living with Sirius. No, I think it was just his. Yeah.
Oh, no, I remember. He says that he didn't even have to think of anything because he already knew he cast it.
Here it is.
I like how quizzical she is. Like, all right.
Well, she also hates flying. She's not enjoying herself.
Like I was just like, yeah, I was there. I told you.
I believe I told you so goes here. No one would hear that.
I feel like this is really rushed right here.
So rushed.
Because wasn't there more? I mean, gosh, again, it's been a minute, but wasn't there more in that scene on the top there?
It is pretty quick here, but then they land, and when they get off, they talk for a second.
But don't they land like right here in the courtyard of the school, which just seems silly? Shouldn't you land out behind Hagrid's hut?
Do they just escape and just go down to the ground?
Yeah. You're like, you know where we should go? The entrance of the school.
No one will ever see us here.
The main plaza where everyone hangs out.
I love that character and that actor. I love everything about this.
Except for your eyes.
Take a shot.
Chocolate chamomile right there.
Nicely done, Nikki.
I gotta figure out what those finger tattoos are.
You gotta finish the whole look.
That'd be really cool.
The score is gorgeous.
Also, does Sirius and Buckbeak have a bowing moment?
In the book, I believe. I don't know.
Can you imagine?
It is an hour after my
We're
bedtime.
breaking out, rush! But first bow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Quick, hurry!
Gotta be protocol, man.
Buckbeak, allow me! Come on!
Can you imagine if Dumbledore was like, save 2 lives, and they got Buckbeak up to Sirius, and then Buckbeak was like, no, I don't accept you.
That's a whole different ending.
Yeah, no, I'm not into this.
No, Dumbledore.
Did what?
I love Dumbledore. Such a badass.
Straight tripping. Did what?
Yeah.
Shut up, Ron.
I like how they're just fucking with him.
Yeah.
And then after that, he'd be like, aren't you supposed to be doing something Dumbledore said?
He's like, what was Dumbledore saying about saving 2 lives there?
Snape's a little bitch for letting it leak that Lupin's a werewolf. Also, I love how Lupin has this love of 1940s jazz.
Are there horns in the back? Those look like Maleficent horns in the back. I spy.
Yes
And
and
not
no
horns.
about Snape and Lupin, because Snape clearly watched Lupin go after students. So like,
Yeah, but Dumbledore still said don't.
but that hadn't happened yet. So then he's seeing it happen. It's kind of like at that point, like he probably told Dumbledore, was like, your boy just tried to kill your other boy.
Yeah, and Dumbledore still says no.
Hmm.
And then he accidentally slips to a Slytherin student. So naturally everyone knows. I wish my bags would pack. Nikki, with how much we travel,
How amazing would that be? Just
going on tour, flights in an hour, bam.
I still have to unpack it and check it 3 times too.
I still haven't unpacked, and we've been in quarantine for 2.5 months.
That's like one of the first things I do. Besides sleep.
Get a torta?
Oh, and get a torta. Chaleos.
For now.
He looks like he has scarlet fever.
J.K. Rowling ended up regretting letting Harry keep the Marauders map here.
There it is with that word again. You cannot say it.
That's how I say it.
Well, you say it wrong.
Okay. I'm totally fine with that. I also can't say your name.
My name? That's
Yeah,
hard.
I say your name like the alcohol.
Gin?
Gin.
Some gin. Yeah. And now he gets the firebolt. Well, too late. Quidditch match is over.
I love how they're all like, whenever he gets a broom, they're like, what could it be?
I know. It so clearly looks like a broom too. The packaging is not discreet. It's just like full broom shape.
Don't like this ending.
I didn't either.
The fact that they don't put in the part where he goes back to the Dursleys and he's like, that killer, my grandfather, or my
Godfather.
My godfather. He's gonna get you if you treat me wrong.
I would love to see a production where they count like everything from the books in there.
Oh yeah, that's the worst freeze frame ever.
It's terrible.
In this
Although I always
credits.
watch these end credits.
So John Williams is in here and he's waltzing. His feet are waltzing.
Oh, no way.
Instead of walking. Let's see. Should be coming up.
Double time in trouble.
There you go. There's a waltz.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
I love that.
That's super rad.
Yeah.
Yay! Thanks for everyone that hung out with us.
Yeah. This has been fun.
Yeah, that's rad.
Hopefully down the line we can do a couple more of them. You know, we got a lot of these movies to do this with. But I know we start with number 3. But there he is, Michael Gabon. Dumbledore, my homie. Gary Oldman.
Yay!
Yeah.
Alan Rickman.
All the AR.
Fiona Shaw. Maggie Smith. Wait,
Maggie
who's Fiona
Smith.
Shaw?
I have no idea. Let's see if I can find that meme about Harry and Maggie Smith.
Oh man, well thank Nikki, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
For the people that are still here, where can they watch the Nikki Misery Show on Mondays? What are your socials?
Yeah, so I do it off our band's Instagram account, which is the New Year's Day one, which is at MYD Rock. And I do it every Monday at 5 p.m. We talk just like different artists from around the U.S. and the world. I try to get bands that aren't like on a radio platform, but bands that I like to bring them out to like, everyone else will listen to. It's been fun. And that way I get to like meet and hang out with the bands that I like. So it makes
kind of the the fun thing about our friendship is you tell me bands I've never heard of that are cool. Yeah. And then I tell you about people like Taylor Swift, who you realize are cool.
And honestly,
I love Taylor
Swift. More music, same.
You love Taylor Swift? Okay, that's a whole other conversation.
There is, Chris, I'll show you one day. There is footage of Nikki and I taking a road trip to San Francisco where I almost drive off the road by accident because we're singing along to Taylor Swift and birds are flying. It's a magical experience.
I was going to do all the Lover Fests this year, and then obviously got canceled.
Yeah.
I got to see her play on Hollywood Boulevard. She just pulled up in like this big like bus and just played on top of there. And I was late.
Oh, you were there?
My class.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
You know who I saw do that? I saw Def Leppard do that. Not Def Leppard, Depeche Mode. It was awesome.
That is
bad. Oh, the Depeche Mode one was huge. They closed down like 5 blocks.
Yeah, Depeche Mode was down further away. And then Van Halen did it in front of the Chinese. But Depeche Mode did it even further east of here. But that was the first time I saw a show closed down on Hollywood. That was like a free show, not like Sunset Fest.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the big things I miss about that area.
I mean, well, yeah. So like Nikki and I used to live literally walkable to the bar. Like I was on Las Palmas and Yucca. He was on Orange and Lanewood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was over a decade ago now, a long time ago.
Karissa still lives in Hollywood. I used to live in Hollywood. I don't know. I loved living in Hollywood.
It was fun times.
The time. I don't know if I can handle it now.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's things I miss about it for sure. Like I miss like feeling like I just had to walk out my door and be part of like society.
I don't miss the helicopters at 8 a.m.
Yeah, it's not fun. Or like people screaming on Sunset like at 3 a.m. No, that's not so fun.
Yeah. I'm over that now.
Yeah. But the odd thing is when we lived in Hollywood, Nikki, we would go to Disneyland all the time. Now you live right next to Disney and we never go to Disney.
I know, right?
Okay, we're doing a group trip when it opens back up.
Done.
Yeah.
I am itching for
I still
some
haven't
Disney.
been on Rise of the Resistance and
I haven't either.
It's amazing. It is. I don't even have words. I cried. When you go in and you see the walkers for the first time, it's like a dream come true. I went opening weekend for both Galaxy's Edge and Rise of the Resistance, and it's perfect. Everything about it is perfect.
Well, for me, Galaxy's Edge was a huge letdown.
A letdown. Well,
yeah,
okay.
But the ride was incredible. Like Smugglers, I was like, okay, this is worth everything in the world. But I've heard nothing. Like my brother, who's not even that big into Star Wars and much more of a Harry Potter fan, like he told me that Rise is the best ride he's ever ridden.
It's insane.
I heard it's totally next level.
You can't even imagine how good it is. Like, and even if you look it up online and watch the ride through, it does zero justice. You have to see everything that's going on because there's so many moving components, and then there's so many different aspects to the ride. So it's like, I don't even have words to describe how amazing it is. It's an entire immersive experience.
It's so sad that it's just over there right now and nobody's riding it. Nobody's.
You know what though? That one janitor, he's turning it on every night.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And you know what sucks is like by now, if this whole virus thing didn't happen, it would just be probably a regular line walkthrough. Now it's going to be the whole reserve thing all over again.
Well, here's the thing though. Prices are going up and admission's going to be more limited. So will it? And from what I've heard, they're going to probably do a thing where even annual passes have to pre-tell what day you're going to come. You have to assign a spot.
And it's going to be very similar from what I've heard to like when Galaxy's Edge had opened, where you have specific time frames.
But so you go to the whole park.
Right, yeah. So like it's not just one land. You're going in like the morning, afternoon, evening. So you have to just, I don't know. Life is going to be very interesting in the next few months.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Disney trip when we can.
Absolutely.
Disney trip when we can.
Absolutely.
So
I do enjoy all the garage bars now, pretty much, or like the parking lot bars.
Oh,
it makes me happy.
It's interesting, but
it's different.
Well, Nikki, once again, thank you for joining us. To everyone who's still watching, thank you for watching Harry Potter with us. This has been so much fun.
Yes, thanks for playing trivia with us, listening to our mumblings.
We love everyone out there, even for the regulars who don't know me because I was more early on in the Scum and Villainy history. Can't wait to meet all y'all when we can reopen. And then, I think that applies for all of us. Nikki, can't wait to see all y'all on tour.
Can't wait. Love you guys. Thank you guys so much again.
Love you all.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Right.
Good night.
All right. How about that? Well, it's that time of night again. We're about 10 to midnight. I am not going to stay up and play video games. For anybody who watched last week, I promised some Contra speed runs this week. We're not going to do that because I only want to play on my old school Nintendo, and I haven't dug it out of storage yet to get the real Contra and get that going. So we will probably revisit video games at the end of next week's live stream. But thank you to everybody who watched tonight. I think outside of May the 4th, this may have been pretty much our busiest night, at least in the heart of it. So that was awesome. I hope you enjoy this. If you had a good time, let your friends know. This will be up on YouTube. And you can watch Harry Potter with us over and over and over again. Next week for Fandom Friday, I think we're going to be doing WWE, or back when I remember it, it was called WWF. So we're going to do, Kyle's going to be here, Karissa is not. Kyle's going to be here teaching WWE-inspired wrestling cocktails. We are going to have a WWE trivia contest. I think we're going to have some prizes. Working on getting some, at least one wrestler to call in to chat with us, and I think we're going to do watch along to some of the most iconic matches in wrestling history. So we're going to go on YouTube. We're going to pull some of the best matches. I know one of them that's going to be in there is Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. So we're going to watch those with you guys and celebrate WWE wrestling, or if you're like me, WWF wrestling next week. And then coming up in future weeks, we're looking at Batman, Lord of the Rings, and a whole bunch of other really fun, cool stuff. Thank you for bearing with us during some of the audio issues. We're still getting it figured out. Every week, we're trying to push the envelope about what we can do and what we can get away with. So it takes a minute to get all that dialed in, but hopefully you enjoyed it. And I think that's it for tonight. I'm going to say goodnight for Jen and Karissa and Matt and Nikki Misery. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for talking to us in the chat. With the bar being closed, this is what we look forward to every week. So we're going to keep this going. And I think we'll probably keep it going for all you guys who aren't local to LA. We'll keep doing a Friday night show, even once the the world returns to normal. So thank you guys all for tuning in. We will be back next Friday. Stay tuned to our social media for updates about timing and ingredients for the drinks and all that great stuff. Until next Friday at 6 p.m., this is JC, and we're shutting down the bar until next week. Good night.